When I came to, the knot of dread that had sat on my chest for half a year was gone. End-stage liver cancer. The doctors said I wouldn't make it past the fall. But now the color had come back to my fingers, and my heart was thumping strong inside my ribs. I clenched my fist. Alive. My parents died young. The day I got the diagnosis, the fiancée I'd been with for 3 years cleared out our rented apartment overnight and took my treatment money with her. The buddies who'd sworn we were brothers. The second I mentioned borrowing for treatment, every number went dead. The relatives did show up, though, crowding around my hospital bed to figure out who'd get my place back in the village. In the end, the doctor signed off on a critical condition notice and pulled my four. Nobody cared whether I lived or died. But I was going to live anyway. Heaven had given me a second chance, and nobody was sending me to the grave a second time. That ethereal woman's voice was still echoing in my head. Welcome to the National Highway escape game. From this moment on, your wealth, your fame, your status, all void. All beings are equal. Every player's cancer, disability, and aging has been erased. Each of you has been assigned a random starting vehicle. There is one rule. Keep moving forward and never turn back. The death fog reaches the starting line in 60 minutes, and it accelerates every 7 days. It will chase you, always, from behind. Live a little longer, everyone. I looked around. A beat-up Class CRV, its sheet metal walls rusted through. The fuel light was flashing like crazy, the needle pinned dead on E. Beyond the windshield ran a gray-white two-lane highway, barren Gobi stretching to the horizon on both sides. In the rearview mirror, a wall of black fog churned across the sky from one end to the other, bearing down on me at a steady pace. I turned to look at the back of the cabin. 2 unconscious women lay on the double bed, one in a black business suit, the other in a silver backless gown. I knew them. Shen Wanbing, the 100 billion yuan CEO, out of Jiangxing. Shen Wanqing, the nation's sweetheart who lived permanently at the top of the trending charts. 2 women who normally only showed up on the financial headlines and the #1 trending spot, now sprawled defenseless in my busted RV. I stood there, not moving, running the numbers fast. My illness was gone. I had a life to live. But these 2 women here were dead weight. 2 mouths that ate without working, doubling my supply burn. To keep them fed, I'd have to take bigger risks scavenging. That betrayal at my deathbed had taught me one thing. When life and death are on the line, you can't count on anyone but yourself. I wasn't going to die out here for 2 pretty faces. There was a black leather booklet on the driver's seat, Survival Rules Handbook. I flipped through a few pages and locked in the important ones. A player has absolute control over their own vehicle. Outsiders can't get in, can't take anything inside. Supplies are scarce, so you level up your vehicle by grabbing supply crates on the road and killing aberrant monsters. Up ahead, stopping points like service areas and abandoned towns will spawn, holding high-grade supplies, and monsters of the same tier. After dark, if you're not in your vehicle or a safe zone, your sanity drops. Every minute, and when it hits 0, you turn into a mindless wanderer. And one more. After dark, if you hear someone knocking on your window, whatever you do, don't open the door. The storage lockers were empty. No water, no food, no weapons. With this dribble of fuel, it was anyone's guess whether I'd even reached the first supply crate. A hard mode start. I walked over, bent down, scooped Shen Wanbing up sideways, and carried her toward the door. Pull it open, dump her on the roadside, dump the second one, light it up, and go. A 30-second job. The instant my hand touched the door handle. Ding! A qualifying companion has been detected inside the vehicle. The RV companion trait system has been activated. I froze. A translucent blue panel unfolded in front of my eyes. System notes. 1. You may bond with women inside the vehicle to extract exclusive traits. 2. By deepening trust and fighting side by side, you can upgrade traits and unlock stronger effects. 3. If the bonded party betrays you or dies, the trait is revoked. Currently bondable. 2 people. I looked down at Shen Wanbing in my arms and ran the numbers again. Dump them, and I go solo. But in this new world crawling with aberrant monsters, starting out as a lone wolf in this falling apart heap, my odds of survival rounded down to 0. Keep them, and I get system traits. 2 mouths instantly became 2 walking rule patches. As long as they kept breathing in this vehicle, the system would keep squeezing out resources for me. I let go of the handle, turned, and set Shun Wanbing carefully back down on the mattress, pulling the blanket over her on my way up. Call it an early-stage investment. Bond Shin Wanbing. Bond successful. Shin Wanbing, helmsman of a 100 billion conglomerate. Gold trade extracted. Daily supply blind box. LV.1. Effect. At midnight each day, a supply blind box is automatically generated, guaranteed to contain the most urgently needed basic survival supplies. Current tier. Black iron. Already delivered to storage. I pulled open the overhead cabinet. A black paper box appeared out of thin air. I tore it open. 2 bottles of purified water, 3 high-calorie compressed biscuits, a windproof lighter, and a sharpened military tactical knife. No need to risk my neck out there. Just her dropping supplies on schedule every day, and my early game was secure. A living vault. I looked over at the silver gown. Bond Shin Wanqing. Bond successful. Shin Wanqing, national idol. Gold trade extracted. Monster oversight. LV.1. Effect. You gain a monster vision blind spot. Aberrant monsters of a lower level than you cannot perceive you at all from beyond 3 meters. Note. Launching an attack breaks this effect. Monster vision blind spot. On a highway swarming with predators, that ability was basically invisibility. From now on, passing through abandoned towns and gas stations, as long as I didn't go slapping monsters on the back of the head, I could clear out supply crates like I was strolling through my own living room. Scavenge, fight, run. The deadliest link in the chain, just erased. I changed my mind. A minute ago, they'd looked like a death sentence. Now they looked like 2 perpetual motion engines that didn't burn fuel. Worth keeping, worth taking good care of, even. The system spelled it out. The deeper the trust, the further the traits could evolve. I pulled up my own panel. Name, Chun Chun/status. Healthy, terminal illness cleared. Constitution, 10/agility. 10/perception. 10/spirit. 10/charm. 80/luck. 10 talent. Unawakened. Baseline value for an ordinary adult male is 10 in each. Just out of a serious illness, and every stat had risen instead of dropped. Spirit and perception especially sharp. Then I checked the vehicle. Vehicle, beat up class CRV, LV.0, a durability. 42/100, breakdown risk. Fuel, 2L/ADL, critically low, rear cargo space. 30 cubic meters external mounted gear, none. 2 liters of dregs. This junker drank 12 liters per 100 kilometers minimum, a dozen kilometers, tops, before it died in the road. Invisibility, blind boxes, all of it hinged on the RV outrunning that fog behind us. The moment it stopped, we became fog food. The first stop had to be a service area. Find diesel, find modification materials. This sheet metal you could poke a hole in needed replacing, and the tank needed expanding. I shoved the water and biscuits into a storage slot, dropped into the driver's seat, and turned the rusty key. The old diesel engine wheezed metallically. The exhaust pipe coughed out black smoke, and it barely turned over. The dashboard countdown ticked to 52:00. I floored it, and the RV lurched onto the highway. There was a rustle of fabric from the back. In the rear view, Shun Wanbing's eyes had opened. No groggy startle. A woman who ran a 100 billion conglomerate. Her nerves snapped taut in an instant. She lay on her side, not moving, eyes scanning fast over the rusted walls, the vent fan, finally landing on the collar of her own dress, pulled back into place. Someone had touched her. Beside her, Shin Wanqing pushed herself upright, rubbed her neck, and turned to meet her sister's eyes. 2 sisters who normally each reigned in their own world, who rarely sat at the same table all year, now crammed onto one busted bed. Shin Wanqing was about to speak when Shun Wanbing's gaze went straight to the front of the cabin, to me. I had one hand on the wheel, the other spinning that knife. Who are you? After money or fame? Shin Wanbing's voice ran cold, settling into negotiating table posture. Name your price. Drive the car back to Jiangcheng, and I guarantee you get your number. I won't press charges over the kidnapping, either. Shin Wanqing chimed in to ease the mood. Sir, if you're a fan of mine, an autograph or a photo is fine. If it's money you want, I'll cooperate too. I tapped the wheel with the back of the blade and gestured out the window. Talking money ruins the relationship. Besides, Whatever's in your bank accounts right now might not buy you a single cup of instant noodles. Outside, the Gobi stretched barren, and that wall of black fog kept bearing down at its steady pace. I'm not the one who kidnapped you. This godforsaken world out there did. Welcome to the National Highway Escape game. The RV bounced, rolling over a chunk of gravel. I said nothing more. Newbie adjustment period over. Regional channel, social channel, and trade hall are now open. Current survivors in District 069, 1-000-000/1, 000-000. I opened the channel in the bottom right corner. The world channel scrolled past in a blur, all panic and bragging. One guy had been driving a Maybach, blink, and it became a live horse on a lead, and he was cursing the beast for refusing to move. Another, worth $1 billion, got handed a pedal tricycle with the chain off, legs pumping till they smoked, the fog only 10 meters behind him. Others had drawn fully fueled wooling vans or heavy armored off-roaders with ramming bars, and were gloating. In the flood of panic and bragging, a few bolded, blinking posts stood out. Jarring, someone had a vehicle full of helpless people and was openly putting a price on them, looking to trade them for shelter. Others jumped in immediately, calculating how to buy the lot. One glance and I closed it. Resources that sat untouchable on a pedestal in peacetime were the first things to become bargaining chips here, up for sale. Without the means to protect themselves, no matter how many people you had, they were just a buffet laid out for the monsters outside. I glanced into the rear view at the back. Shun Wanbing and Shun Wanxing were flipping through the survival rules handbook in the dim light. The handbook was clear. All of humanity had been dragged into this death rally. No exits, no rescue. Shun Wanbing closed the handbook. The woman who ran a 100 billion empire, her mind quicker than anyone's, had already seen the dead end. Anyone without a vehicle, left where they stood, was as good as dead. The fog behind would swallow everything living. The only shelter the sisters had now was this junker beneath them, and full control of it was in my hands. To live, they had to attach themselves to me. She lowered her eyes to her own collar, tucked back under the blanket. A grown man, in a lawless apocalypse, left two people with no survival skills alive and hadn't laid a hand on them while they were out cold, which meant I dealt in fair exchange. I had my own logic. I was someone you could talk to, someone you could work with. Right now, I was the only lifeline they could grab. Shun Wanxing still hadn't recovered from the shock of the channel, huddled behind her sister, staring at the back of my head. You see it clearly now? I didn't turn around, my voice flat as a straight line. Those people out there are trading living human beings for shelter. On this highway, except for the sheet metal of this vehicle, nobody's going to protect you. Shun Wanbing drew a deep breath, swallowing the dryness in her throat. I understand. What do you want from us? What do we have to do to earn our place on this vehicle? I was about to answer. All vehicles have been assigned, beginning the awakening of your one exclusive talent. Talent ranks F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, Divine. Awakening. A chill shot up my spine, followed by a scorching wave that burned from my heart out to my limbs. No pain, more like cracked, drought-parched earth finally getting its downpour. The floaty feeling under my feet vanished instantly, and every muscle in my body reorganized and compressed at a furious pace. Awakening successful. Talent obtained. Divine, SSS body beyond limits. Unique, growth type. Effect. Constitution cap forcibly raised to the human limit. At midnight each day, Constitution +10 and Agility +5, fixed. No cap. No plateaued. I glanced at the refreshed panel. Constitution, 30/agility, 10/perception, 10/spirit, 10. 30 points of constitution. Gripping the wheel, I could feel the fat under my skin disappearing, replaced by tough muscle fiber. Not just strength, endurance, healing, defense, all raised across the board. If a zombie charged in right now, I was confident I could crush its skull with one hand. Sis, am I hallucinating? Shun Wanxing's trembling voice came from the back. I looked in the mirror. Both sisters were dead white. Talk. What did you two awaken? Shun Wanbing steadied first. She stared at the windshield, a thread of gold flickering now and then deep in her pupils. I can see prompts, she said, voice very low. Just now I looked at the goby off to the front right, and a red exclamation mark popped up. The prompt said, 3 kilometers out, buried under the sand. There's an iron box holding a 10-liter drum of fuel. But 2 low-tier aberrants are lying beside the box. Advice is, don't approach lightly. Divine tier information prompts. I ran the math fast in my head. This talent, paired with her supply blind box, was a human radar plus an automatic ATM. And you? I turned to Xin Wanqing. She bit her lower lip, voice thin as a mosquito's whine. Mine's called Lucky Crit, also divine tier. The system says when I open any treasure chest or pick up loot that can crit, there's a high chance of triggering double, even triple, 5-fold, 10-fold rewards. 3 divine tier talents, gathered in the same junker. I stared at the dead-straight highway ahead, my grip on the wheel tightening. This so-called death rally, the start, it seemed, wasn't so bad after all. The cabin went quiet for a few seconds. I took a fresh look at these 2 sisters. One could pinpoint the route, dodge traps in advance, lock onto high-tier resources. The other could multiply resources 10-fold, even upgrade their quality outright. Add my powerful body and monster oversight on top. Other people were surviving in an apocalyptic wasteland. Me, I was farming resources with a built-in cheat code and the whole family in tow. 3 minutes ago, I'd resented them for wasting rations. Now I half wanted to set up a shrine and burn incense to them every day. Even this drafty junker looked better to me now. Good. I eased off the gas and pulled to the side. Xin Wanbing, navigate. Take me to that buried diesel. She blinked, then pointed at the dirt rise ahead. Right behind that. But the tank's running low, and the prompt said there are monsters. Leave the monsters to me. I tucked the knife into the small of my back and took a swig of water. You 2 stay in the vehicle. Xin Wanbing, lock the doors. Without my order, don't open up for anyone, no matter who knocks. I hopped out. Cold wind smelling of raw earth rushed in. Behind me, Xin Wanqing asked her sister in a small voice, is he really going to fight monsters? He doesn't even have a gun, just a little knife? Xin Wanbing stared out the window and said nothing. In her exclusive field of vision, a line of gold text only she could see floated above my head. Threat level, low. Recommend a long-term, deep bond with this individual dot. That was the highest evaluation her divine tier talent could give. The rise was 200 meters off. At the edge of my sight, 2 monsters with gray-purple skin and disproportionate limbs lay on the ground, gnawing at something. Low-tier aberrant, highway ghoul. Strength above a normal human, degraded eyesight, extremely acute hearing. 5 meters. Xin Wanqing's monster oversight had kicked in. I strode over. The 2 of them were tearing at an animal leg bone, and even when I got to within less than 3 meters behind them, rotting corpse stench shooting straight up my nose, they still didn't notice a thing. It was like walking in another dimension, completely sealed off from these 2 beasts. No dawdling. I held my breath and took a step. The kinetic force unleashed by 30 points of constitution stamped a deep pit in the sand under my soul. The knife drove straight through the back of the left one's skull, and I gave it a vicious twist. Reeking blood sprayed out. It didn't even get to scream before it collapsed into a puddle of mush. The right one reacted, howling and lunging for my chest. That swipe would have gutted an ordinary man. I sidestepped, pressed its head down with my left hand, and drove the knife up through its jaw into its skull with my right. Low-tier aberrant killed ×2. Drops, torn cloth scrap ×2'd. A fight like that didn't even count as a warm-up. I walked to the rise. The iron box was mostly buried in sand. I hooked the edge one-handed and yanked. The rusted lock snapped. Inside was a blue plastic drum with a slip of paper stuck on it. Newbie supply, 10L fuel. I didn't just grab it. I turned and called toward the RV. Xin Wanqing, out you come. The door pushed open a crack. She leaned half her body out, holding up her skirt, and went pale at the corpses in the pool of blood. Come here. She picked her way across the sand on stiletto heels, stumbling, until she reached me. I pointed at the cloth scraps and the fuel drum on the ground. Touch them. Use your talent. See if you can multiply them 10-fold. She gritted her teeth, shut her eyes, and trembling, laid her hand on the 2 cloth scraps. Xin Wanqing triggered Lucky Crit. Due to the bond, rewards go to the host. Double reward triggered. Torn cloth scrap ×4. Note: 3 cloth scraps can be synthesized into hemostatic bandage ×1. Condition met. My eyes lit up. Even the junk scraps off a monster could crit, and crit straight into a synthesis set. That koi-fish luck was unreal. Keep going. Touch the drum. She pressed her hand to it. Tenfold reward triggered. 100 L purified fuel. White light flooded out, and the little drum in the iron box swelled into 2 metal fuel tanks nearly waist high. In a start where a single liter of fuel could drive countless people insane, 100 liters meant I could tear down the highway for hundreds of kilometers without a care. Mr. Chun, did I do it? She asked, testing. A woman in a silver backless gown standing in a monster-strewn wasteland. The image really didn't fit. Nicely done. Back in the vehicle, I synthesized the scraps into a hemostatic bandage, hauled up 1 tank, and walked back to the RV. Shen Wanbing met me at the door. Seeing with her own eyes that I brought back 10 times the diesel anyone could have expected, that perpetually glacial face finally showed something. She watched me pour the fuel into the tank with quick, clean movements. Chin Chun. As I stepped up to close the door, she stopped me, reaching out on her own to wipe a drop of black blood off my face with her sleeve. Wherever we go next, we'll follow your lead. I sat back in the driver's seat and turned the key. This time the engine roared deep and strong, the fuel needle climbing all the way from E to full. I hit the gas and the RV rolled smoothly forward. I raised a hand and pointed at the passenger seat. Come sit up front. Shen Wanbing looked at the beat-up passenger seat. As the helmsman of Jiangqing's top financial dynasty, she was used to the back seat of a Rolls-Royce, used to controlling everything. But the rules had changed now. 100 billion fortune couldn't buy a drop of water here, and I'd just dropped 2 monsters barehanded and brought back enough fuel to bring this junker back to life. She walked up front, settled into the passenger seat, and buckled in. The old vehicle jolted hard on the gravel road. Signs of human activity began appearing on the road. To the right lay 3 broken wooden crates, the splits fresh, just smashed open, and empty inside. I hit the brakes. People ahead, moving faster than us. The rules say supply crates on the road don't regenerate. The people ahead eat the meat, and we don't even get the broth. Up ahead, beside the road embankment, a dark blue family sedan had slammed into a boulder, its hood crumpled and trailing white smoke. Both doors hung open, and a few drag marks of blood streaked across the sand. 2 gray-purple, thin-limbed, deformed low-tier monsters crouched in the pool of blood, tearing at a mangled corpse. Shen Wanbing watched, covering her mouth to hold back the nausea. But she calmed quickly, fixing her eyes on the 2 monsters, gold light welling deep in her pupils. This game isn't just stepping on the gas and racing forward, she said rapidly. It's about speed, yes, but more about information gaps and raw strength. Opening a supply crate has a high chance of alerting the accompanying monsters nearby. The people in that car ahead, greed got them killed. I nodded. This woman's mind really did move fast, not just a top-shelf pretty face, but a first-rate tactical analyst. How many monsters up there? 3, she answered without a flicker of hesitation. I narrowed my eyes. Apart from the 2 feeding on the ground, there wasn't a shadow in sight. There's only 2. Where's the 3rd? She pointed at the wrecked car, her fingertip trembling. The 3rd's inside the car. It was the companion of that corpse on the ground, just bitten to death. My talent says its mutation progress bar has 10 seconds left. In 10 seconds, it'll become an agility-type aberrant. Speed and attack power far above these 2 low-tier ones outside. Monsters didn't just roam outside. They could incubate inside a cabin. That mechanic broke the standard playbook outright. I drew the knife from the small of my back. Lock the doors. Whatever you hear out there, don't get out. I shoved the door open and slammed it hard behind me. Behind me, Shun Wanqing huddled on the bed, watching tensely through the dirty window. Sis, is he really going to take on monsters with 1 crummy little knife? In the movies, don't you need a Gatling gun to deal with things like this? Does he have a death wish? Shen Wanbing didn't answer. Monster oversight was in effect. I stepped onto the gravel, my footsteps so light they made no sound. 30 points of constitution brought not just strength, but perfect control over my muscles. I closed on the 2 monsters with their heads down, feeding like a ghost. 5 meters, 3 meters. Buried in flesh and blood, they noticed nothing. I stopped half a meter behind them, both hands gripping the knife, the explosive force traveling from my lower back up into my arms. A flash of the blade cut open the left one's carotid artery. A reverse slash sheared through half the right one's neck. Reeking blood sprayed on the dry dirt. 2 low-tier aberrants dead. So strong. Inside the RV, the 2 sisters watched, transfixed. Before I could even sheath the knife, a shrill, inhuman shriek, nothing like a human sound, came from the wrecked car. The rear windshield burst under a tremendous force, glass shards flying. A monster covered in slime, a size smaller but with grotesquely overdeveloped muscles, exploded out through the window. An agility-type aberrant. The distance was too short, and with the berserk state it was in fresh out of mutation, Shun Wanqing's monster oversight was forcibly broken. Its eyes blood red. It locked onto me, pushed off the car roof, and dove straight at my face, 2 barb-covered claws going for my eyes. An ordinary man hit by an ambush like that would be torn apart in a blink. But I had Shin Wanbing's 10-second countdown timed to the second. I didn't retreat. I drove off my feet, leaned my body slightly left, and slipped its killing lunge at a tricky angle. The instant we crossed, my right hand drove the knife upward through its eye socket into its brain, and I cranked my wrist. Brain matter, mixed with black blood, surged out along the blood groove. It crashed at my feet, twitched twice, and died. Triple kill. Low-tier aberrant killed ×2, agility-type aberrant ×1. Level raised to LV.1. Free attribute points gained. 6. Constitution's covered. Agility needs to catch up. I put all 6 into agility. In this world, strength sets your floor, but speed and reaction set your ceiling. As long as you can dodge every lethal attack, you're unkillable. Current agility, 16. My body felt lighter. I flicked the blood off the knife. Companion bond causal link deepened. Shin Wanqing's trait upgraded. Monster oversight, LV.2 blind spot radius shortened to 2.5 meters. New. Once daily, you may actively activate absolute stealth for 5 minutes, during which up to 5 attacks will not break the stealth. 5 minutes of absolute stealth, 5 guaranteed kills, basically a divine skill. Maxed out utility. The 3 corpses on the ground visibly weathered into ash, leaving 3 glowing items behind. I bent to pick them up. The agility type 1 had dropped a sheepskin scroll, drawn over with a complex mechanical schematic. Basic vehicle armor upgrade blueprint ×1. The other 2 had dropped 2 thumbnail-sized blue crystals, warm to the touch. Basic vehicle core fragment ×2. 5 can be synthesized into 1 core, used for vehicle tier-ups. I turned and walked toward the wrecked sedan. Its front end was badly deformed, the radiator cracked and venting white steam. Ownerless vehicle detected, damaged. Disassemble. Disassemble. A flash of white light, and the entire car came apart out of nothing, dissolving on the spot into a heap of materials. Obtained. Low-grade sheet metal ×20, generic mechanical parts ×10, basic vehicle core fragment ×1. I didn't rush to collect it. I walked back and rapped on the sheet metal door. Shin Wanqing, come do some work. She came over holding up her skirt, stepping around the blood and ash, and put out her hand on her own initiative. Mr. Chun, what do you need me to do? I spread the blueprint over the hood and pointed at the heap of scrap. Touch all of it. She obediently shut her eyes and laid her fingertips on the mechanical parts and core fragments. Double reward triggered. Generic mechanical parts ×20. Basic vehicle core fragment ×6. Synthesize. 5 fragments condensed into a crystal of clear blue light. Obtained. Basic vehicle core ×1. She pressed her hand to the pile of low-grade sheet metal. Tenfold reward triggered. Low-grade sheet metal ×200. White light surged, and the small pile of sheet metal turned into a waist-high metal hill beside the road embankment. Finally, her fingers came down on the upgrade blueprint. The system paused for half a second. 1% quality advancement triggered. Original item undergoes quality mutation. Obtained. D-Class RV Full Sheet Metal Exoskeleton Modification Blueprint ×1. My breath caught half a beat. A 1% chance, and she'd actually hit it. In a survival game, blueprint drop rates were low to begin with, and a cross-tire advancement was priceless. D-Class RV Full Sheet Metal Exoskeleton Modification Blueprint. Equips the RV with a full-coverage sheet metal exoskeleton, greatly raising defense and adding a front ramming guard. Materials required: low-grade sheet metal times 200 Da. The materials it needed matched the exact number of sheet metal pieces her tenfold crit had produced, down to the last one. This chain of luck made no sense at all. Shen Wanqing opened her eyes, a little uneasy. Beautifully done. A rare word of praise from me. Those hands of yours are more useful than the Jiangqing mint. She blinked, her cheeks flushing. After all her years in the entertainment industry, she'd seen plenty of flattery. But on a wasteland where life was as cheap as grass, a plain word of acknowledgement landed far better than empty pleasantries. I'm just glad I can help. A cold wasteland wind blew past, and she hunched her shoulders in the thin backless gown. I shrugged off my black windbreaker and tossed it to her. Put this on, don't freeze. I'm counting on you to touch crates every day. She fumbled it on. The oversized coat wrapped her up completely, leaving only a stretch of calf showing. Thank you. I turned my attention back to the upgrade. Use the vehicle core, upgrade the RV. Vehicle level raised to LV.1. Defense, durability, and storage space all improved. Use the modification blueprint. Installing exoskeleton armor. White light enveloped the whole vehicle, the screech of grinding metal interweaving with welding sparks. 200 sheet metal pieces lifted into the air, melting and reshaping in the light, fitting themselves onto the body. 10 seconds later, the light scattered. The rusted, drafty junker was utterly transformed. The body now sheathed in thick, dark gray sheet metal armor, studded with rivets, the windows fitted with crisscrossed metal protective mesh. Most striking was the front. The plastic bumper had been stripped off and replaced with an inverted V heavy ramming plate, its edges ground razor-thin, radiating menace. This was no longer a recreational RV. It was a sheet metal beast armed to the teeth. Vehicle, full sheet metal exoskeleton RV, LV.1. A defense, 250, enough to tank low-tier monster rams and bites. Durability, 300/300 rear cargo space. 35 cubic meters fuel consumption. 25 liters per 100 kilometers, gas guzzler. External mounted gear, heavy ramming guard, deals additional cutting damage on impact. Defense doubled, space greatly expanded. The catch was the tonnage. 25 liters per 100 kilometers was outrageous. At that rate, the 100 liters I'd just poured in wouldn't get me very far. But that fuel burn meant nothing. As long as this steel beast could plow across the wasteland highway, I could have all the supplies I wanted. I hauled the fuel tank out of the rear cabin and poured it into the filler. With what was left from before, the gauge pinned hard on F, reading 99.8 L. Get in, let's move. Shen Wanqing pulled the oversized windbreaker tight and scrambled into the cabin on all fours. The door closed, and outside the wind, sand, and raw earth stench were cut off completely. Shen Wanbing sat in the passenger seat, the flimsy sheet metal around her now replaced by thick armor, that earlier sense of imminent collapse gone without a trace. She glanced at the hand I had on the wheel. With your sister's talent and her luck, we could afford to bring a few more people along the way and still feed them all. I turned the key. This time the engine wasn't a half-dead wheeze but a low, deep, full-bodied hum. She looked back at her sister, still straightening the coat, then out the window. Each to their own role. That's how you survive long-term. Her cadence was even, back in negotiating table rhythm. Wanqing handles resource maximization. I handle risk avoidance and target acquisition. You handle clearing the trouble. Good division of labor. I floored the gas. The body shuddered. The exoskeleton armor had pushed the tonnage to 5.5 tons, yet with full power the acceleration was wilder than ever. The all-terrain tires bit into the gravel, kicking up 2 trails of dust, and the sheet metal beast charged ferociously onto the gray-white two-lane highway. In the rear view, the wall of black fog still churned silently between earth and sky, the gap visibly widening. I steered one-handed, my peripheral vision flicking to the regional channel in the bottom right corner. The info scrolled so fast it made the eyes swim. The world channel was all wailing, pleas for help, and cursing. Someone's bicycle chain had snapped, the fog 40 meters off, and they were shouting to trade 2 large flat apartments in Jiangqing for a single ride to safety. Someone had gotten out to open a wooden crate and had a chunk of flesh bitten off by a gray-skinned monster, bleeding non-stop, begging to trade bandages for water. Another watched helplessly as a clunker up ahead was flipped by two monsters and the people inside were dragged out and eaten alive. The social rules of peacetime had been ground to powder in half a day. I pulled my gaze back. Compared to the poor bastards in the channel pedaling bicycles and driving clunkers, I sat in this heavily armored RV with my margin for error maxed out. But it still wasn't enough. Rule 6 in the handbook said never open the door if you heard knocking after dark. Rule 4 said any player not in a vehicle or safe zone after dark lost a point of sanity every minute. Having a vehicle guaranteed the sanity value, but this thing didn't even have a working water tank. 3 people crammed into a 35 cubic meter sheet metal box, with eating, drinking, and everything else a problem. 1 blind box a day, and the drops off a few low-tier monsters wouldn't feed the engine or keep the 2 in back alive. I had to go on the offensive. Use your eyes, see if there's anywhere good ahead. I tapped the wheel. Xin Wanbing shut her eyes for a few seconds, then opened them, the gold light in her pupils fading. 80 kilometers ahead, there's an abandoned service area. The prompt says there's a bronze-tier supply crate inside, but the service area is infested with a dozen some low-tier aberrants, plus 1 massive elite monster. A dozen some low-tier, 1 elite. Half an hour ago, in that busted car, I'd have detoured without a word. Now, with an inverted V ramming plate on the nose, I had the nerve. Go there. I pressed the gas deeper. In the back, Xin Wanqing finally pulled off those torturous heels and sat barefoot on the mattress, rubbing her aching ankle. She looked up at my back. The windbreaker on her still held the raw earth smell and his body heat, harsh but warm. All her life, more people than she could count had circled around her. Jewelry, haute couture, flowers, sweet words. She'd long since grown numb to them. But in today's world, where even breathing had to be calculated, none of that could buy a single compressed biscuit. Instead, this rough coat, paired with that flat, don't freeze to death, gave her a sense of solidity she'd never felt before. She burrowed deeper into the mattress and pulled the collar up, wrapping it tight around herself. Xin Wanqing's affection for the host deepens. Xin Wanqing, LV.2, progress 30%. 2 hours later, the RV ground along the barren highway. In the passenger seat, Xin Wanbing kept her eyes shut, spine straight as she adapted to the steel giant's jolting, gold light flashing in them now and then. 800 meters ahead, below the embankment. She opened her eyes and turned her head, speaking very fast. There's a broken-down Porsche Panamera. 10 meters from it is a black iron supply crate, with 1 low-tier aberrant roaming nearby. Her brow furrowed slightly, and she added the most crucial part. That crate isn't clean. Curled up inside is an agility-type mutant juvenile about to wake. Danger rating is very high. A 2-for-1 blind box. Agility-type monsters drop blueprints and core fragments at a far higher rate than the low-tier ones. And with that broken-down luxury car thrown in, this run was a guaranteed profit. The view drew closer. The dark gray Panamera was wedged at an angle in a sand pit, its left front tire blown. In the driver's seat sat a young man with dyed blonde hair, his 5-figure couture shirt soaked through with cold sweat, his legs shaking. In the passenger seat sat a scantily dressed influencer girl. Young Master Wong, get out there and bring the crate back, will you? The influencer poked his arm. That's a supply crate. There might be water and food inside. Shut up. Wong's voice cracked, and he didn't dare lift his head. Those are man-eating monsters out there. I go out. I'm serving myself up as a meal. Didn't you say you trained in Sonda? She wouldn't let up. This crap game drags us in, and you won't even grab a crate. What kind of man is that? Wong's face went red. He looked at the gray-skinned monster gnawing on dry bones outside the window, then at the woman beside him who was usually so meek and was now ordering him around, and he still kept the doors locked, not daring to make a peep. Between his life and his face, he had it sorted out clearly. My RV pulled up not far from the Porsche, throwing up a sky-blotting cloud of sand. I shoved the door open, gripped the knife backhand, and walked toward the black iron supply crate. Inside the Porsche, Wong's eyes went wide. This idiot's got a death wish. Won't even grab a shield. Takes on a monster with a crappy knife. Suicidal. The influencer pressed to the window too, ready for a show of flying gore. What happened was completely outside their understanding. I walked steadily, not bothering to soften my steps. 10 meters. 5, 3. That low-tier aberrant with its acute hearing was gnawing dry bones, utterly oblivious to the living man behind it, never even turning its head. This monster's deaf. Wang pressed his face to the glass, greedy thoughts starting to run wild. I stepped into the 2.5-meter blind zone, drove off my feet, sand spraying, 3 steps becoming 1. The knife flashed cold, cutting through flesh and severing the neck bone. The monster crumpled limply, black blood spilling across the ground. Instant kill. I wiped the blade clean on it, but didn't bend to open the crate. My gaze swept over the broken-down Porsche, chassis intact, engine undamaged. Disassembling it would yield a heap of high-grade parts, the perfect tonic for my hungry, mewling RV. I needed a legitimate reason. I'd let the prey walk out on its own. Inside the Porsche, Wang watched the clean, decisive kill, his eyes rolling a few times. This kid's a trained fighter, probably some boss's bodyguard. Monster's dead, the crate's mine now. He pushed the door open, straightened his shirt, put on his rich young master airs, and walked over, the influencer hurrying after him. Hey buddy, nice moves. Wang stopped 2 meters off, chin slightly raised. I'm the heir to Jiangxing's Wang Construction Materials. I've got my eye on this crate. Step aside. I said nothing. Money's useless in this dump, I get it. Wang edged half a step closer. You protect me, and whatever's in the crate, we split 50-50. Plus, he grabbed the influencer behind him and shoved her toward me. I didn't take her. My gaze went past her and landed on the Porsche's sleek body. High-grade steel, precision electronic components, a large capacity battery, all good stuff. Deal. I stepped back half a pace, seating the spot in front of the crate, and made a go-ahead gesture. Wang was overjoyed, thinking a lowly thug was this easy to fool. He couldn't wait. He crouched, hooked both hands under the crate's edge, and heaved. Let me see what treasure's inside. Before the words were out, roar, an extremely shrill shriek burst from the bottom of the crate. An agility-type mutant juvenile the size of a grown mongrel, its body covered in fleshy tumors, its limbs grotesquely developed, shot out of the crate, so fast it was nothing but a gray blur. One didn't even get to scream before that gaping bloody maw clamped onto his throat. He clutched his neck, convulsing violently, and finally slammed onto his back in the sand, stone dead. The mutant juvenile spat out a chunk of flesh, its crimson eyes locking onto me 2 steps away, hind leg muscles swelling, readying a second lunge. I gave a cold laugh, met its lunge path, and whipped my right leg like a steel lash into its knee joint. A crisp crack of breaking bone. It lost balance and crashed to the ground. The next second, the knife drove up from below through its jaw into its brain, and I cranked my wrist. Double kill. The whole thing took under 5 seconds. Off to the side, the influencer had been so terrified by the bloody scene that she'd collapsed to the ground, splattered all over with Wang's blood. After the extreme terror came an overflowing will to survive. This man was too terrifying, too strong. Only by following him could she live. She scrambled and crawled over to wrap her arms around my boots. Big brother, take me with you. I'll do anything. To prove her usefulness, she started tugging at her clothes right there in the cold wasteland wind, pressing herself toward me. I cut her off flatly, my gaze going past her, fixed in the direction of the RV. With a thought, I pulled up the system panel. Target, unnamed influencer talent. D rank, flexibility enhancement, I bond benefit. White trait, generates 1 piece of worn-out clothing at random each day. The corner of my mouth twitched. A reject who didn't even rise to the level of a pretty face. Taking her aboard would be pure waste of fuel and rations. Conjuring 1 piece of ragged clothing a day, too coarse even to wipe down the car with. I didn't bother giving her so much as a syllable. I turned and waved Shun Wanxing over, pointing at the still bloody black iron crate. Come do some work. Shun Wanxing trotted up and crouched, laying her pale hand on the cold sheet metal. Shun Wanxing triggered Lucky Crit. 5-fold reward triggered. Obtained. High-quality self-heating hot pot times 25. 500 milliliters purified water times 15. Basic seasoning pack times 15. White light flashed, and the empty crate now held a neat stack of survival supplies. My eyes lit up. In this dump, other people would beat each other's brains out over half a bottle of dirty water, and here I was eating self-heating hot pot. The stuff those hands of hers pulled out was more solid than gold bars. Nicely done. I swept the supplies into storage and turned to walk toward the Panamera. The influencer was still slumped there, thinking I'd changed my mind and come to pull her up. She was just starting to squeeze out a smile. I walked straight past her and slapped my palm on the hood. Disassemble. White light flashed, and the 2-ton Porsche came apart out of nothing, leaving on the spot only a heap of high-grade materials glinting with metallic sheen. Obtained. Precision electronic components times 20, intermediate vehicle core fragment times 1, D-class vehicle engine turbocharger kit times 1. Keep going. Shen Wanqing pressed her palm to the heap of materials. This time the white light carried a streak of gold. Double-triggered. Precision electronic components times 40, intermediate vehicle core fragment times 2, 1% quality advancement triggered. Mutation. Obtained. C-class vehicle engine turbocharger kit times 1. My breath caught half a beat. C-class turbocharger kit. Greatly raises the vehicle's top speed and burst power. Ignores terrain resistance. Improves fuel efficiency by 30%. After the full sheet metal exoskeleton, the RV's defense had gone up, but its dead weight had soared, leaving it sluggish off the line with limited top speed. This kit patched that fatal weakness exactly. I grabbed Shen Wanqing's hand, slender, soft, cool, and gave it 2 firm squeezes. These hands of yours are unreal. The sudden gesture left her a little flustered. That big hand was rough and strong, hot enough to make her heart skip a beat. Flushing, she tried to pull her hand back, couldn't, and ducked her head, muttering, "As long as they're useful." Beside us, Shen Wanbing gave a small cough and turned her face away. I let go and tapped to use the kit on the panel. Installing turbocharger kit. The nose roared, machinery reorganizing furiously beneath the hood. 2 silver turbochargers embedding into the engine bay. The exhaust pipes bore widening a size, exuding a savage mechanical beauty. Get in, let's move. I climbed into the driver's seat first. The sisters followed into the cabin. The armored door slammed shut. Only then did the influencer come to her senses. She'd traded for nothing, and that Porsche that could have served as a shelter had been reduced to ash. She had nothing now. Don't go. Big brother, please, take me with you. She clawed at the metal protective mesh on the window, tears mixing with the dirt on her face. I didn't give her so much as a spare glance. I turned the key. The turbocharged engine erupted into a deafening roar, the exhaust spitting scorching waves of heat that flipped the woman clinging to the window onto the ground. I floored the gas. 5.5 tons of steel beast shot out like an arrow off the string, kicking up a wall of sand, leaving the woman's despairing sobs far behind. In the cabin, Shen Wanqing hugged the windbreaker to her chest and walked barefoot to behind the passenger seat. That woman just now, you really weren't the least bit interested? She asked, testing. I glanced in the rear view. Garbage belongs in the garbage can. This vehicle doesn't keep pretty faces, and it doesn't collect junk. The corners of Shen Wanqing's mouth curved up. She said nothing more and obediently sat back down on the mattress. Shen Wanbing watched the Gobi recede outside the window, her expression considerably eased. This man could fight, his head was clear, and he wouldn't be ruled by what was below his waist. This investment was sound. The RV tore down the highway. Stray low-tier aberrants spawned now and then along the way, wooden or black iron supply crates scattered beside them. I held the wheel one-handed and, trusting the inverted V plate on the nose, plowed over them without slowing. The all-terrain tires crushed sand and stone. The ramming guards sliced open monster bodies. Flesh and blood swept under the chassis, leaving nothing but a trail of wreckage. The speed never dropped. I pushed the door open a crack and called Shen Wanqing to my side. Touch. She reached her hand out, fingertips skimming quickly over the bundles the monsters dropped and the crates by the road. Double, 5-fold, 10-fold crits triggered in turn. Lumber, iron blocks, purified water, canned meat, core fragments, all stuffed into the rear cabin like an assembly line. This combo was a dimensional strike. Resources other people gambled their lives for were, for me, a roadside stall I could pick up in passing. After clearing the 3 wanderers by the 7th supply crate, low-tier aberrant killed ×3. Level raised to LV.3. Free attribute points gained, 12. I studied the attribute panel and worked it out. Luck was covered by Shun Wanqing, my living koi fish. Charm was a junk stat in the apocalypse. Constitution and agility ticked up on schedule every day from my divine tier talent. No need to waste points. The weak spots were clear. I split the 12 points evenly between perception and spirit. On the wasteland, strength sets the floor, perception catches danger early, and spirit resists the corruption of higher-tier monsters. The instant I finished allocating, a wave of clarity swept through my mind. Even the chirp of insects beneath the sand hundreds of meters off was amplified and sorted, and my mental barrier was reinforced. Current perception, 16. Spirit, 16. The core fragments I'd touched out all along the way had already synthesized into 3 complete basic cores. Upgrade the vehicle. Basic vehicle core times 3 deducted. Full sheet metal exoskeleton RV jumps 2 levels, reaching LV.3. The sound of metal reshaping rose. The sheet metal armor thickened further, rivets clamping the plates, the protective mesh denser and heavier. Vehicle, full sheet metal exoskeleton RV, LV.3. Defense, 350. Ignores low-tier monster swarm attacks. Magic resistance, 10. Preliminary mental protection layer. A durability, 500 500ths rear cargo space. 45 cubic meters external mounted gear. Heavy ramming guard. C-class turbocharger kit new. Internal basic life support circulation system. Regulates cabin temperature and air. Seals out external odors. The vents up top hummed softly, and the raw earth and engine oil smell in the cabin was drawn out, replaced by filtered dry air. The temperature steadied in a comfortable range. 5 kilometers left to that abandoned service area. In the passenger seat, Shun Wanbing suddenly let out a stifled groan. Her straight spine hunched, both hands pressing her temples, nails digging into her hair, face white as paper, cold sweat seeping from her brow, breath ragged. "Sis, what's wrong?" Shun Wanqing panicked, scrambling over to grab her shoulders. I glanced over, repeatedly using a divine tier talent to parse road conditions and hidden dangers consumed mental power at a terrifying rate. Shun Wanbing had an ordinary person's constitution, and that she'd pushed through to overdraft only now was entirely down to the willpower she'd honed running a 100 billion financial dynasty for years. This woman was hard enough on herself. "I'm fine." Her voice was weak but stubborn. "Just processing high-density information in a row, too much load on the brain. A rest, and I'll be fine. Know your limits. Your dying does me no good." My tone was flat, but my foot eased off the gas a little. The sky darkened abruptly, the gloomy gray-white swallowed by thick ink. Nightfall. The death fog's advance halves, dropping to 4 kilometers per hour. Warning. At night, all monster attributes rise 50%, bloodlust doubles. Survivors today, 951, 023/1, 000, The regional channel blew up. Some were relieved the fog had slowed, glad they didn't have to pedal the broken tricycle, and immediately others shouted that the monsters outside had gone mad. Spine-chilling screams came through the voice channel. Someone had left their window not fully shut to save fuel and been dragged bodily into the dark. In a single day, nearly 50,000 people were out. I closed the channel and tallied today's numbers. Scavenging supplies and disassembling wrecks along the way had eaten up a lot of time. At most, I'd covered 100 kilometers. With the fog slowed to 4 kilometers an hour, and the game 6 hours in, minus the 1-hour newbie protection period, the fog was about 60 kilometers behind us. Enough for a sound sleep. I steered the RV off the main road and pulled in behind a tall rock pillar sheltered from the wind. Hemmed in on 3 sides by stone, it would block the night's wind and sand and the sight lines of roaming monsters. I killed the engine and pulled the key. We camp here tonight. I walked to the rear cabin, now expanded to 45 cubic meters. After all that frenzied harvesting, the once empty sheet metal box was now flush. I sorted the supplies and stacked them. Purified water in a row against the wall, flour and bread up top against damp, cans and compressed biscuits tucked into the storage slots. Inventory: 60 bottles of purified water, 10 jean of flour, 60 loaves of bread, 40 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 40 compressed biscuits, plus a heap of canned meat and seasonings. In peacetime this was nothing, but out here, On day one of a wasteland where people knifed each other over half a mouthful of dirty water, this was a dimensional strike-level hoarder's stash. No worries about food or drink for days. Looking at the fully loaded shelves, a solid sense of security took root in me. I pulled out 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot, tore open the packaging, poured in water, dropped in the heating packs, and dumped the base, wide noodles, fatty beef rolls, and vegetables all in. In under 10 minutes, the rich, domineering aroma of beef tallow spread through the sealed cabin. Red oil bubbled, the fatty beef changed color. That homey smell formed an extreme, jarring contrast with the peril-laden night outside the windows. "Come eat." Shin Wanbing had recovered, her face still pale, helped by Shun wanting to sit down by the mattress. The 3 of us gathered in a circle. Shun wanting had been starving all day and, image be damned, pinched up a chopstick full of red oil-coated fatty beef and stuffed it into her mouth, hissing at the heat. "This base is too spicy, Mr. Chun. Is there more water?" I tossed her a bottle. She gulped down half of it before recovering, sweat beading on the tip of her nose. Shin Wanbing ate far more elegantly. Even her ruined business suit couldn't hide the breeding in her slow, careful chewing. The beef tallow base had a strong kick, and under the steam, that glacial face was rarely tinged with color. Outside was an arena of life and death. Inside this sheet metal box drifted the homely warmth of a hot pot. My attitude toward these 2 women had shifted somewhat too. They weren't just tools that supplied traits, but companions you could lean on in the apocalypse. After we'd eaten our fill and cleaned up, Shun Wanbing dabbed the corner of her lips, the businesswoman's professional instincts regaining the upper hand. She opened the trade hall and quickly scanned the scrolling data. Now is the best time to enter the market. Her cadence was even, going straight to the heart. The temperature's dropping, it's dark, the monsters are active, and the lower-tier players' psychological defenses are on the edge of collapse. To make it through tonight, they'll pay any price for a mouthful of hot food. She looked up at me. "Dump our surplus food. This is a textbook seller's market. Blueprints, cores, now's the cheapest time to collect them. Once the temperature climbs back tomorrow, prices will rebound. Trade 1 box of hot pot for a useful blueprint now, and they'll feel they've gotten the steal of a lifetime." I appreciated this no Saint Halo style. I pulled up the trade interface and listed the same hot pot and water. Listed, high-quality beef tallow self-heating hot pot ×1, 500 milliliters purified water ×1 wanted, blueprints, vehicle core fragments, special items note, equivalent exchange only. The trade hall lagged for half a second, then erupted with a flood of messages. Some cursed the black-hearted profiteer cashing in on disaster, calling for a boycott. More frantically messaged to trade. The number on my private message list shot to its limit. I opened a few, someone tearfully wanting to disassemble their tricycle for food, someone else sending explicit photos to trade their body for hot pot. This impotent rage, moral coercion, and cheap seduction were worth nothing against absolute survival pressure. I closed the private message window and handed trade authority over to Shun Wanbing in the passenger seat. "It's yours. You screen them. I'll just look at the final results." She took over the panel, fingers sliding fast across the light screen, blocking out all the nonsense and keeping only the requests with actual items. This kind of commercial screening came easy to her, without a shred of sympathy. The cabin went quiet again, only the faint ventilation hum of the life support system. 2 women of exceptional looks and 1 young man sharing 1 room. The air had taken on a layer of indefinable restlessness. I broke the silence. "Drop the guard, both of you. I'm a physiologically normal man. It'd be abnormal not to have some thoughts facing Jiangqing's top businesswoman and the nation's idol." Shin Wanqing's face went bright red. "But," I dropped the joke, reason regaining control. "In the apocalypse, a few ounces of pale flesh can't buy a chance to live. I value your talents more." I looked straight into Shun Wanbing's eyes. "As long as you keep providing value, there will always be a place for you on this vehicle, and I'll keep you alive. As for anything else, I don't have the spare time to force anyone. Staying alive matters more than anything." The extreme candor tore through all the hollow pleasantries and laid the bottom line plainly on the table. Shin Wanbing's tensed shoulders relaxed. This kind of naked exchange of interests happened to be the domain she knew best. Compared with people who spouted virtue while knifing you behind your back, a man like me, who laid both his desires and his limits out in the open, put her more at ease. Shen Wanbing's affection rises sharply, reaching LV.2, progress 10%. Shen Wanbing's exclusive trade upgraded. Daily supply blind box, LV.2. Blind box quality raised to bronze tier, guaranteed each day at midnight to produce a currently needed advanced item or rare material. This round of psychological maneuvering paid off handsomely. The night was deep, time to sleep. But here was the problem. The back had only one old mattress, 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. 3 people sleeping on it meant stacking people on people. I walked to the mattress, sat down dead center, and patted both sides. It's getting late, get some rest. Left or right? Your pick. Shen Wanbing frowned. The bed's too small, 3 won't fit. Wanqing and I will take the front and make do on the seats for the night. Hold on. I sat up straight. The front isn't insulated. It'll drop below freezing at night. There's one windbreaker and one blanket in this car. You go sit up there all night in thin clothes, you'll definitely come down with something. We can put on more layers. Her stance was firm. The cold wind howled outside. The sheet metal blocked the wind and sand, but not the chill seeping in through the gaps. Sit up front all night, and they'd surely get sick. I'm thinking of the team's combat strength. I spread my hands. The car's mine, the bed's mine. Either we all sleep together, or one of you comes over and the other freezes up front. It was scoundrel's logic, but she knew the stakes too. 3 people crammed into one bed. And if something really happened in the night, no one could say for sure. She would never throw her sister into that. I'll take the front. Shen Wanbing made the call. Sis, it's too cold up front. You'll get sick. Shen Wanqing got anxious. Be good. She patted the back of her sister's hand, then turned to me. I sit in the passenger seat. Wanqing stays here. But you remember what you just said. This arrangement suited me fine. Shen Wanbing was too cold, too guarded. Sleeping next to her would be like sleeping next to a block of ice anyway. Fine. I promise I won't try anything. If I break the rule, tomorrow's supply blind box is all yours. She ignored my glibness, walked to the passenger seat, and lowered the seat back. I tossed the old blanket over offhand. Cover up, don't actually freeze to death. Thank you. She pulled the blanket over herself and closed her eyes. In the back, Shen Wanqing stood at the edge of the mattress at a loss. Layered all her life behind her management company and bodyguards, she'd never so much as touched the hand of a man her age, and now, in a world overrun with zombies, she had to share a bed under 1.5 meters wide with someone she'd known less than a day. Going to stand there like a door god? I shifted inward, clearing the outer side. Come lie down. Or would you rather go up front and freeze with your sister? She bit her lower lip, kicked off those torturous heels, and lay down in her clothes, her whole body pressed tight against the cabin's inner sheet metal, straining to keep her distance. The bed was too narrow, and more than half her body hung over the edge. The light went out. In the dark, hearing and smell sharpened, and I could hear her quick, shallow breathing. Move in. Fall off, and that's on you. I'm not cold. Her voice trembled. I couldn't be bothered with the back and forth. I reached out a long arm and pulled her in a little, wedging her between the cabin's inner wall and me so she wouldn't roll off the bed. Stop squirming. Sleep. That stopped her cold. She didn't dare move. Outside, the wind shrieked, laced with the eerie howls of roaming monsters. Inside, body heat poured through the fabric, steady and continuous. On this cold, dangerous wasteland night, that warmth had a fatal pull. Shen Wanqing found that, far from being repulsed, she felt a steadiness she'd never known. She stole a glance, made out my hard jawline in the faint light from the window, and her heart skipped half a beat. Shen Wanqing's affection continues to rise, current progress 50%. I closed my eyes. This girl really had started treating this vehicle as somewhere she could rely on. I knew she wasn't really asleep either. Her breathing rhythm was off. I spoke softly. I know you're awake. Let's talk. Her lashes fluttered twice, and she opened her eyes. Stay, come with us. I was blunt. I'll feed you, keep you both safe. As long as I've got a mouthful of food, you'll never go hungry, and I can help you upgrade your talent traits. Her breath quickened. She understood the weight of those words. In a world where life was as cheap as grass, a strong man's protection was worth more than mountains of gold. Seeing her still hesitate, I added, "Your sister's up front, and it'll drop below freezing tonight. That thin blanket won't cut it. In a bit, I'll go carry her back to sleep next to you, and I'll take the front and keep watch." That hit her soft spot dead on. Up front, Shun Wanbing was curled on the leather seat. After the engine cut out, even with the life support system, the temperature in the nose dropped fast. She wrapped the coarse blanket tight, teeth chattering, brow knit hard in her half-sleep. In the back, Shun Wanqing waged a fierce battle in her head. She wanted to live, and she wanted her sister to live too. She turned over, now facing me directly. "Swear it." Her voice was tiny. "That you mean what you say? From now on, no matter what danger we run into, you won't abandon me and my sister." "I swear." My tone turned a notch more serious. "As long as you two don't make trouble, there'll always be a place for you in this vehicle. If real danger comes, I'll be the one out front." She closed her eyes and gave the faintest nod. That night, a layer of trust grew between us that no one could pry apart. Shun Wanqing's feelings for the host deepened. Shun Wanqing, LV.2, progress 95%. With it settled, I got up off the bed, pulled on my trousers, and walked to the driver's compartment. In the passenger seat, Shun Wanbing was curled into a frozen ball. I bent down and lifted her, blanket and all, carried her back to the rear mattress, tucked her in beside Shun Wanqing, and pulled the windbreaker and blanket snugly over both sisters. That done, I went up front and reclined the driver's seat. Cold that was lethal to ordinary people was, to me, no more than a cool night breeze. The ease of a body with its functions fully unleashed flowed through me. I pillowed my head on my hands and looked out at the night. This damned escape game. It seemed it wasn't so bad after all. Wasteland morning. I opened my eyes. The life support system hummed softly, sealing the bitter cold and the sand outside. This tiny sheet metal box offered the most extravagant sense of security in the apocalypse. I looked out through the mesh-covered window. Under the gray-white daylight, 3 or 4 gray-skinned aberrants circled the RV. One slightly larger one was sprawled on the ramming plate at the nose, its fong-lined maw gnawing at the armor plating. I pulled up the vehicle panel. Durability, 488/500. A whole night of biting, and it hadn't even chewed through the paint. Only a dozen some durability lost. I opened my personal panel. Midnight had passed, and the passive of my divine tier talent, Body Beyond Limits, had settled right on time. Constitution, 40/10. Agility, 21/5. A perception, 16/spirit, 16. No plateau, no need for a life or death struggle. Just survive past midnight, and this body's muscle and nerve response leveled up by force. I clenched my fists, fine crackles running through the bones, the rush of brimming strength shooting up my spine and into my skull. I opened the companion system. Shun Wanbing's affection had risen overnight, and the trait had evolved. Extract today's supply blind box. Bronze tier supply blind box delivered. A dark bronze metal cube appeared out of thin air on the passenger seat. I flipped the latch. Inside, 3 pieces of military gear were neatly stacked, giving off a cold glint. Black iron tactical bulletproof vest, polymer composite, can withstand the claws and fangs of low-tier aberrants. Black iron multi-function tactical goggles, night vision, anti-glare, with dynamic motion capture in low-light environments. Black iron armor-piercing bayonet, forged from high-carbon steel, ignores 20% of a target's base physical defense on attack. Good stuff. My current weak spots were exactly the lack of proper protection and an armor-breaking weapon. That ordinary knife from before tended to roll its edge against anything tough. I stripped off my top and pulled on the tactical vest, the composite fitting snugly over chest and abs. I hung the goggles around my neck and slotted the armor-piercing bayonet into the strap on the outside of my thigh. With this outfit on, that rough, scrappy air was reined in completely, replaced by the pressure of a professional killing machine. I turned and walked to the back. On the mattress, the 2 sisters had just woken. Shun Wanbing's once immaculate long hair was a little mussed, her black stockinged legs crossed, carrying a decadent, disheveled beauty. Sleeping on the inside, Shun Wanqing was wrapped in the blanket, one fragrant shoulder half bare. After last night, The girl had lost some of that untouchable aloofness and gained a softness. Shin Wanbing sat up, pressing her aching temples, her brain briefly crashing. She remembered clearly that she'd fallen asleep curled on the cold passenger seat last night. So how had she woken in the warm back? She jerked her head down, eyes scanning her own body. Shirt, skirt, black stockings. Aside from the original damage, no trace of anything having been forcibly removed or roughly handled, and her body felt no different. The man hadn't touched her, but she'd clearly had an absurd dream last night, the cabin jolting and watching small, smothered sounds she couldn't quite hold back. She sat up, glanced at her sister sleeping so soundly and at peace, then recalled being carried from the cold front seat back to the warm bed, and the ledger her years in the business world had drilled into her flipped through fast. Watching, last night, you and him struck some kind of deal? Shin Wanbing's voice was dry. As the older sister, she'd had to rely on her younger sister to earn the right to sleep in peace in this vehicle. Morning. I leaned against the wall of the aisle, arms folded, looking at the pair of sisters. Relax, we talked it all through, everything that needed saying. From today, the three of us are on the same boat. I keep you safe, you pull your weight, and nobody gets left behind. Sleep all right last night. Shin Wanbing lifted her head, her eyes ice cold, looking at me like at a thug cashing in on disaster. I couldn't be bothered with whatever she'd dreamed up. I walked over, dropped my broad hand right onto the top of Shin Wanbing's head, and rumpled her hair. Up you get, little lazy cat. An ordinary tone, but with the easy familiarity of one of your own. Shin Wanbing didn't dodge. Meeting her sister's pained gaze, her face flushed bright red. Sis. She bit her lower lip, her voice thin but clear. Don't get the wrong idea. I decided to stay on my own. Shin Wanbing froze where she sat. Watching her sister straighten her clothes, she saw no humiliation of coercion in her eyes, instead a settledness, like someone who'd found something to lean on. That realization felt more absurd to her than forced. In just a single day, Jiangqing's lofty national idol had, this willingly, staked her life and her trust on a stranger. But that was the survival rule of the wasteland. I didn't bother with the two sisters' mental adjustments. I took breakfast out of the storage slots, 3 boxes of self-heating beef cans, plus a few fresh loaves traded for last night. The heating packs boiled on contact with water, and the smell of meat filled the cabin. The three of us sat in a circle by the bed and ate till we were sweating. Compared to the survivors out there killing each other over half a mouthful of dirty water, losing limbs to frostbite and sub-zero cold, this steaming hot breakfast was treatment fit for the gods. We'd just finished eating when that mechanical female voice sounded in every player's mind without warning. Nighttime survival tallied. Deaths in District 069 last night, 84,512. Current survivors, 866, 511/1,000,000. In one night, more than 80,000 people had become dry bones. The bread in Shin Wanbing's hand dropped onto the mattress, her face going slightly pale. Daybreak. The Black Fog's advance returns to normal speed. Escalating difficulty mechanic activated. Every 24 hours, all aberrant monsters' base attributes are forcibly raised 1%. Stay where you are, and there is only death. My eyes darkened slightly. Monsters got 1% stronger every day. A low tier 1 I could casually stab to death with a knife yesterday might, a month from now, become a sword and spear-proof iron bastard. Trying to coast in the vehicle on stockpiled supplies was just waiting to die. I had to keep scavenging high-grade resources, upgrading the vehicle, strengthening myself. Pack up, get ready to work. I climbed into the driver's compartment and turned the key. The C-Class turbo engine erupted into a roar far beyond yesterday's, the whole RV shuddering violently like a steel beast waking. I threw it into drive and floored the gas. 5.5 tons paired with savage power, and the RV shot forward, bang. The low-tier aberrant still clinging to the nose-gnawing sheet metal took the inverted V-plate head-on. Its body swept under the tires and ground into mush. Violent, direct, efficient. The objective was clear, that abandoned service area Shin Wanbing had detected last night. 50 kilometers, with the turbo, barely half an hour. On the horizon ahead, a derelict cluster of buildings gradually emerged, rusted gas station canopies, a leaning billboard, a two-story convenience supermarket. I didn't charge straight in. I braked 500 meters from the edge and hid the RV behind a tall sand dune. Engine off. Shun Wanbing. She shut her eyes, talent running at full power, gold light flickering beneath the lids. A minute later, she opened them, sweat on her forehead. It's complicated. She spoke very fast. On the open ground in front of the service area, 15 low-tier aberrants are roaming. By the abandoned fuel pumps at the gas station, there's an elite monster over 2 meters tall, guarding a bronze-tier supply crate. Her tone shifted, going grave. There's more. Living people are hiding in the storage room on the supermarket's second floor. 5 adult men, with steel pipes and 1 crossbow. People. In this game, your own kind were often more dangerous than the monsters. I gave a cold laugh. 15 monsters wandering down there. 5 men holed up on the second floor and not leaving. Their scheme rang too loud. They're not trapped. I drew the armor-piercing bayonet from my leg strap and scraped at the edge. They're waiting for a fall guy, waiting for some hothead to drive in and pull the elite monster and the swarm's aggro away, so they can slide down from the second floor and steal that bronze crate. Use your own kind's lives to fill monster bellies and trade for your own resources. A very practical wasteland tactic. In the back, Shin Wanqing broke out in a cold sweat listening. If I'd driven straight in just now, I'd have become bait for those 5 men. So what do we do? Detour? She asked in a small voice. I pushed the door open and pulled down the tactical goggles. I want the bronze crate, and I want the supplies on those 5 men too. I glanced back at the 2 in the car. Lock the doors. Without my order, don't open up for anyone. The door slammed shut. Gripping the armor-piercing bayonet, my figure wavered and melted into the shadows on the service area's outer edge. Absolute stealth, activate. Absolute stealth, activated, lasting 5 minutes. Up to 5 active attacks during this period will not break the stealth die. A chill shot from the soles of my feet up to my scalp. I looked down at my hands. From fingertips to wrists, a very faint ripple spread, light refracting around my body, the whole of me as if swallowed by the air. 5 minutes, 5 attacks. Enough. I walked toward the service area over the gravel, my footsteps wholly swallowed by the power of the rule. 15 low-tier aberrants scattered across the open ground and the entrance, some tearing at dry corpses, some pacing back and forth. The elite monster stood guard by the pumps, a hair over 2 meters, calcified bone spurs ridging its back, half-crouched on the bronze crate. I walked past 3 steps in front of it. It snorted, cocked its head, and flopped lazily back onto the crate. It noticed nothing. I rounded the ground floor shelving and went up to the second floor over broken glass. Every sound I made under stealth was suppressed. At the end of the corridor, the storage room's iron door was ajar, smoke and voices leaking through the gap. I pressed to the wall and looked in through the crack. 5 burly men, all corded muscle, coiling dragons and skulls tattooed on their arms. The biggest, a bald one at the very back, had a crossbow leveled, peering out through the blinds. Waited all morning, not a shadow in sight. A crew-cut thug rubbed irritably at the gold chain on his neck. What's the rush? The bald one's voice was coarse as sandpaper scraping iron. Wait for the monsters to chew those losers half to death. Then we go down, collect the kills, grab the crate. 2 birds, 1 stone. Brother Long's right. A short, fat thug lit a cigarette. Let the idiots do the heavy lifting. The bald one suddenly set down the crossbow, pulled up his panel, opened the regional channel, and grinned at one message, the grin carrying an indescribable sleaze. Brothers, guess who's also in District 069? Our Black Dragon Society's young miss, Jiang Yanxue. He cast the message up into the air, an extremely brief muster call. Registered members of the Black Dragon Society, hurry to coordinates, 347,892, to regroup. Jiang Yanxue. Shit, it really is her. Crewcut whistled. Heard she single-handedly took down the South District Underground Casino last year, squeezed out a 20 million ledger. That woman, when she goes vicious, she's eviler than any man. So what? The fat one flicked his ash. Sure, she could throw her weight around before with the whole Black Dragon Society backing her. Now her old man's gone missing, the gang's been scattered, and it's just one woman. What waves can she possibly make? The bald one stroked his gleaming scalp, his eyes all greed. Once we grab that bronze crate down there, get a few decent weapons in hand, we'll head to her coordinates. The rules have all changed. Whoever's got the bigger fist calls the shots. Pin her down. Brother Long's brilliant. The men dissolved into laughter. I stood outside the door and took in every word, not missing one. Jiang Yinxue. I'd heard that name more than once on the gray channels. The only daughter of Jiang Bei, head of Jiangqing's underworld Black Dragon Society. She took over the gang's intelligence network at 19, and at 21 personally orchestrated the South District purge that shook all of Jiangqing's underworld, swallowing 4 mid-sized gangs in 3 days. Ruthless methods. Even old hands gave her a thumbs up. She was no pretty face. She was a thorned iron rose. Touch her, and you bled. But right now, the Black Dragon Society scattered by the system, the head missing, the young miss posting a muster call alone in the channel. Isolated, no support. I ran through the rules of the companion system in my head. Striking looks, a special identity, her own faction background. A character like that would extract a trait of purple quality at the very lowest. Worth a haul. But this could wait. Eat the meat in front of me first. I pushed the iron door open without a sound and slipped in sideways. All 5 had their attention on the window and the channel. No one sensed a transparent reaper had appeared behind them. The inside of the storage room's iron door had a thick bolt, the screw beside the lock hole half loosened. I picked a length of wire off the floor, bent it into a U, silently pushed the bolt into its slot with my left hand, jammed the wire into the lock hole with my right, and twisted it stuck. The soft click of the bolt seating was completely covered by the guffawing. Escape route sealed. I drew the armor-piercing bayonet and stepped behind the short, fat thug laughing the loudest, less than half a meter away. Strike. Left hand over his mouth, right hand drawing the bayonet across his carotid. The ignore, 20%, physical defense effect was even more extreme on a human, the blade slicing through flesh smoother than cutting tofu. Blood jetted out, drenching the bald one crouched at the window. The fat thug went limp, the cigarette tumbling from his fingers. Soundless from start to finish. The bald one wiped his face, his hand coming away red. He looked down. The fat one was on the ground, clutching his neck. Fuck. The bald one sprang up, crossbow leveled, scanning the empty room wildly. Nothing. Not even a shadow. Who? Who the fuck did it? The remaining 3 thugs blew up, packing back to back, steel pipes raised overhead, swinging blindly at the air. The crew cut's crotch went wet. A ghost? There's a ghost. I didn't waste another attack, for chances had to be spent carefully. I kicked the still-twitching corpse into the junk pile in front of the vent, its upper body wedging into the exhaust fan's metal louvers. The carotid was still spraying, blood running down the duct, churned into fine red mist by the spinning blades, drifting out through the ground floor ceiling vent grill. The effect was immediate. Downstairs, the elite aberrant snapped its head up, its eyes going red, and let out a roar that could shatter glass. The 15 low-tier monsters rioted along with it, heavy footsteps surging toward the supermarket's ground floor from every direction. The floorboards shook violently, dust sifting down from the ceiling. They're coming up. Run. The bald one threw himself at the iron door, hauling at the bolt with all his might. It didn't budge. He looked down and saw the bent length of wire in the lock hole, and the color drained clean from his face. The door, it's locked. Someone had walked in and killed without them noticing at all, then sealed the only exit. From start to finish, they'd seen nothing. The sound of bones slamming against the wall came from the stairwell. The gray-purple head of the first aberrant poking out from the corner. Taking the gap while all 4 faced the iron door, I bent and tore something off the fat thug's waist, a pure black metal token, a coiling black dragon engraved on the face, a string of numbers on the back. Black Dragon Society Elite Token. Into my pocket. The storage room's west side had an old sliding window. Outside, it was the second-floor exterior wall with the gas station canopy right below. I pushed the window open and swung out. 40 Constitution plus 21 Agility. I slid down the rough wall as nimbly as a cat. I landed on the canopy's sheet metal, then leaped from the edge, knees bending slightly to absorb the drop, soundless. The ground floor was empty. Every monster, the elite included, had crammed into the supermarket and was charging up the stairs toward the second floor. The bronze crate sat alone by the pumps, not so much as a fly near it. I walked over and hooked the handle one-handed, lifting. Heavy, 40, 50 gene at least. I hauled it onto my shoulder, turned, and left. Behind me, the supermarket's second floor gave off the metal scream of an iron door torn apart by tremendous force, followed by 4 shrieks so shrill they cracked, and then a dense, wet, scalp-crawling sound of chewing. I didn't look back, striding with the bronze crate on my shoulder toward the RV behind the dune. The stealth countdown hit 0, and my figure appeared at the door, the ripples fading from my skin. 3 knocks. The door opened from inside. Shin Wanxing poked her head out, saw the dark teal crate on my shoulder, and her eyes went round. Then she looked me over, the tactical vest spotless, not a thread out of place. In the distance, the screams from the supermarket's second floor still came in fits and starts. I dropped the crate into the cabin and clapped the dust off my hands. Done. Just one word. 15 monsters plus an elite plus 5 armed men in that supermarket. And from leaving the car to coming back was under 5 minutes, without a scratch. It suddenly struck Shin Wanbing how laughable her "no funny business" line last night had been. If this man truly meant to make a move, she wouldn't even get the chance to react. The bronze crate settled steadily on the anti-slip netting. Dark teal metal shell, raw copper rivets set in the 4 corners, a class or more above those black iron and wooden boxes. I tapped the crate wall with my boot toe and turned my head toward the mattress. Come here. Shin Wanxing scrambled up, padded barefoot to the crate, and crouched. I noticed those fair feet of hers, a whole day tortured by heels yesterday, with red welts pressed into the arches and heels. Don't hold back this time. I pulled my gaze away. A bronze tier supply crate. What it spits out is all down to those hands. It's not like I can control the odds. She pouted, complaining, but still laid her hand obediently on the bronze surface. The latch popped, the lid flipped. Shin Wanxing triggered lucky crit. Double. 5-fold. 10-fold reward triggered. 3 crits. A column of light, gold and purple intertwined, jetted from the crate, lighting the dim cabin bright. As the light scattered, the supplies were piled into a small hill. I reached out to count it. 2 cold blue scroll blueprints, unrolled into intricate mechanical schematics, twin rotating gun mounts, belt-fed ammunition systems, electric drive firing control. C-Class RV vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun blueprint ×2. 5 palm-sized matte black discs, pale purple crystals set in the centers. Basic mental shielding device ×5. Once used, generates a mental shielding field around the vehicle, lasting a full night. Players within the field are immune to all low-tier mental corruption and sanity erosion. At the bottom, 10 complete crystals glowing clear blue, neatly arrayed. Basic vehicle core ×10. I held the 2 heavy machine gun blueprints, my throat working up and down. Firepower. From the start to now, this RV had run on a single armor-piercing bayonet and face-to-face melee. Defense was maxed, but the offensive end was 0. Against a stray monster, I could still draw a blade and cut, but run into a swarm of hundreds or thousands and try to stab them with a knife. 100 lives wouldn't be enough to fill that hole. A vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun, range suppression, firing on the move, harvesting swarms. That was the proper apocalypse standard kit. Those hands of yours, I'm going to take out a huge insurance policy on them later. I rumpled the top of her head. She didn't dodge, muttering back. Then first get me a pair of flat shoes I can actually walk in. Heels on sand. My feet are about ruined. She lifted a foot indignantly to show the red marks. I glanced at it. Fine. Put it on the tab. My gaze went back to the blueprints, and I opened the details. C-Class vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. Materials required. Precision mechanical gear set ×50. High-strength gun barrel steel ×30. Ammunition synthesis module ×20. C-Class weapon core ×1. A screenful of red insufficient. Not a single material on hand. Even a clever cook can't make a meal without rice. The blueprint was a top-grade blueprint. For now, all I could do was hold on to it. With the blueprint in hand, gathering the materials was only a matter of time. Do what could be done first. Upgrade the vehicle. The 10 basic cores lined up, I swiped 7 away. Basic vehicle core ×7 deducted. Full sheet metal exoskeleton RV jumps 2 levels, reaching LV.5. The roar of reshaping metal surged around the body. Armor plates came apart, recombined, thickened. The cabin space expanded outward, the ceiling rising nearly 20 centimeters. The cramped feel where you could barely stand straight was cleared out. Now it was roomy enough to pace normally. The old mattress that 3 people had struggled to fit on was recycled and replaced with a fixed hardboard bed, 1.8 meters wide. A sliding partition appeared between the driver's compartment and the living area, and the mechanical needle gauges gave way to a backlit digital screen. The inverted V plate at the nose doubled in thickness, its edges ground into a serrated cutting pattern. Vehicle, full sheet metal exoskeleton RV, LV.5, defense, 580, can tank sustained attacks from LV.10 aberrants. Magic resistance, 35 durability, 800 out of 800, military-grade structural strength. Rear cargo space, 60 cubic meters, includes separate driver's compartment and living compartment. External mounted gear, heavy serrated ramming guard, C-Class turbocharger kit. Vehicle weapon mounting points, 2, none installed. Life support upgrade, intermediate air circulation, cabin constant. Temperature control, adjustable 18 to 26 degrees Celsius. Basic water purification module, purifies 3L of drinking water daily. 2 weapon mounting points. Once the heavy machine guns were built and welded on, this thing would break out of the RV category entirely and become a proper armored combat vehicle. I closed the light screen. About the materials, my eyes went to the passenger seat. Xin Wanbing took the cue and shut her eyes, light flowing beneath her lids. A few seconds later she opened them, a thin sweat seeping from her forehead. 140 kilometers dead ahead, there's an abandoned military arms factory. Her voice carried a rasp from overdraft. The talent prompt marks a large amount of military-grade metal materials and original ammunition components, extremely high density, enough to fill out the blueprint's requirements. Any elite monsters? None scanned. There's a large area of information blind spot there. My talent's level isn't high enough to penetrate that shrouding layer. An information blind spot meant the place was either an empty shell or hid something tricky far beyond her detection ceiling. Either way, I'd have to floor it over there and probe the bottom. I dug the Black Dragon token out of the inside of the tactical vest and tossed it onto the dashboard. Xin Wanbing glanced at it, her gaze lingering 2 seconds. Where'd this come from? Lifted off those 5 pieces of garbage just now. I turned the key, the LV.5 RV's engine erupting in a deep, low-frequency shudder. Help me check the regional channel. Find a woman named Jiang Yanxue. She posted a coordinate muster call in the channel. Xin Wanbing's fingers hovered above the panel, not moving, and she looked at me. You want to go find a woman? Her tone held no inflection, purely a statement. But paired with that permanently ice-locked face and those temperatureless eyes, the flavor of it changed. In the back, Xin Wanqing pricked up her ears. The Black Dragon Society's young miss. I didn't explain much, nudging the token across the dashboard. She's got something I need. Xin Wanbing didn't press further. She opened the regional channel and searched, and a few seconds later pinpointed the encrypted muster call exactly, entering the coordinates into the navigation. A red dot lit up on the map. Front right, bearing east, straight line distance 137 kilometers. She finished the report, then paused. There's a complication. 26 kilometers ahead, there's a fork in the road, where the highway splits into a left and a right branch. Jiang Yanxue's coordinates are 111 kilometers down the right branch. She summoned her talent again, the gold light flickering at twice its earlier frequency. She forced it for 3 seconds, and when she opened her eyes, the corners flushed with broken blood vessels. Near the right branch's terminus, there's a large abandoned facility marked. The keywords are military, industrial, high-density metal resources. She turned her head to me. The arms factory you're after and that woman's location overlap. I wrapped the wheel once. Too much of a coincidence. And the death fog. I asked the most critical part. She pulled up the rear monitoring. The black fog's current advance has recovered to 8 kilometers per hour. We're about 15 kilometers from its leading edge. She ran the math fast. Flooring it the whole way to Jiang Yanxue's coordinates is roughly 2.5 hours. Once we arrive, the gap between the fog and us will be about 130 kilometers. Enough. A 130-kilometer buffer was plenty for me to make one scavenging sweep through the arms factory and pull out. The RV accelerated down the highway, the serrated ramming guard cleaving wind and sand. The arms factory, the heavy machine gun materials, the Black Dragon Society's young miss, all waiting in the same direction for me to come collect. Less than 20 minutes onto the right branch, a yellow alert popped up on the dashboard. Warning: all-terrain tire wear has reached 60%. Vehicle dead weight severely exceeds the factory tire's load limit. Sustained high-speed travel will accelerate wear. Recommend reducing speed or replacing with high-strength tires. I swore. 7.8 tons of iron pressing on 4 factory tires was the same as making a girl run a marathon in stilettos. A blowout sooner or later. I dropped the speed from 120 to 60. Saving the tires cost time, but luckily the buffer distance was enough. The branch was a size narrower than the main road, the surface pitted, sightlines limited. But the roadside supply crates were noticeably more plentiful, probably because few players took this fork. Black iron crates and wooden boxes cropped up every 300 to 500 meters, some without even an accompanying monster. I hit the brakes and pulled over. Out, get to work. Shen Wanqing had formed a conditioned reflex by now. She clacked down on her heels, crouched by a crate, and pressed her hand to it. Double, 5-fold, 10-fold. I stood at the door, tallying it into storage. Purified water, compressed rations, sanitary supplies poured into storage batch by batch. What made me greediest was 2 diesel drums in a row. Her hand touched the fuel. 10-fold reward triggered. 100 L purified fuel. 10-fold reward triggered. 100 L purified fuel. 200 liters. With the 70-some left in the car, the tank would be full with a big margin to spare. Fuel anxiety? Gone. This branch was a self-serve buffet tailor-made for me. Shen Wanqing crouched by the 14th crate, knees coated in dust, ankles chafed raw, her face falling. How many more? Last 3. I handed her half a bottle of water. Miss a woman, you can still turn around and chase her down. Miss a roadside supply crate, and it just goes to feed the black fog. She took a gulp of water, shot me a sidelong look, and got up to keep going. The 16th was bronze tier. Before opening crates like this, she'd learned to rub her hands, pressing both palms together and rubbing hard 7 or 8 times, interlacing and stretching her 10 fingers like she was about to step up to an operating table. Her palm came down, and a streak of gold ran through the white light. 1% quality advancement triggered. Mutation. The lid popped, and 2 fierce-looking hand crossbows condensed out of thin air. Black carbon fiber bodies, folding limbs, an infrared sight set into the front. The strings cocked themselves. One pull of the trigger, and the limbs reset and drew the string, sparing manual cocking. Underneath was pressed a case of 24 armor-piercing bolts, the heads triangular pyramids, ground razor-thin. D-class adaptive tactical repeating crossbow ×2, with infrared sighting and auto-cocking. I picked one up and hefted it. Light, suited to a woman. The infrared dot landed on sandstone 10 meters off, glaringly bright. I carried both crossbows back to the car, handed one to Shen Wanqing, and tossed the other to the back. Learn to use it. I demonstrated loading bolts and aiming. When I'm not in the car, anything that doesn't have eyes in its head, just put a bolt through its skull. Don't be polite about it. Shen Wanqing's slender fingers worked the auto-cocking mechanism, sorting out the logic in seconds. The recoil was nearly 0. Shen Wanqing held the other one, her eyes glazing. She'd never killed anyone in her life. Never even slaughtered a chicken. Hold it for now. We'll see about using it later. I didn't push her and returned to the driver's seat. The car continued forward. The scrub thinned gradually, swaths of rubble heaps and rusted barbed wire wreckage appearing on both sides, the air taking on the dry astringency of metal oxide. About 15 kilometers left to the arms factory. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a sudden change in the road ahead. 150 meters off, the highway narrowed to a single lane, 2 abandoned sedans strewn across it blocking the way, half-height rubble heaps on either side. The chassis couldn't clear it. A roadblock. A man and a woman stood in the middle of the road, waving. The man was a little over 30, lean, in a dirty camo jacket, his left hand tucked into his sleeve. The woman had the remnants of heavy makeup, her clothes deliberately torn open. Shen Wanbing. Not a word more was needed. She'd already shut her eyes. 3 seconds later, she opened them. The man in the middle has a boning knife hidden in his left sleeve, edge up. Behind the second wreck on the right, someone's lying in wait with a homemade double-barreled shotgun, iron shot. All three have black dragon pattern cloth tags sewn into their linings. Black Dragon Society. I slowed, letting the RV glide toward the roadblock. 60 down to 15. As the distance closed to 10 meters, the woman in the middle made out the sheer bulk of this vehicle. Full sheet metal exoskeleton, serrated ramming guard, densely packed rivets, a sky-blotting steel menace. Her eyes darted a couple of times, and she pasted on a professional fake smile and came up, pressing to the protective mesh. "Big brother, our car broke down. Could we hitch a ride?" Her voice was pitched sharp and saccharine. "I can do anything." I sat without moving and glanced at the passenger seat. Shen Wanbing's profile was cold and severe. Then the rear view. Shen Wanqing huddled on the mattress, clutching the windbreaker, a pair of two clear eyes staring forward through the aisle. With a thought, I pulled up the companion system, and the evaluation panel unfolded above the woman's head. Target: unnamed woman/looks, 78 points talent. D rank: quick tongue. I bond benefit, green trait, 78. You needed at least 88 to make it onto this RV. Besides, with a dragon pattern tag sewn into her lining, she'd come to set a trap, not to hitch a ride. I lowered the protective mesh a crack. "I've seen through the whole act. You and your two accomplices." I stared at that face caked in cheap foundation. The roadblock, the man with the hidden gun, all of it. Get lost. The smile froze on the woman's face. 2 seconds of silence. Then she backed up a step and let loose. "You motherf." The curse didn't finish. From behind the wreck on the right, a figure shot up, the bald one, leveling a crudely welded double-barreled shotgun, the muzzle aimed at the driver's window. Bang! Iron shot and steel balls poured out, hitting the LV.5 RV's bulletproof glass and metal protective mesh, exploding into an ear-splitting screech of friction, sparks flying. The glass surface gained a few white scuff marks. That was all. Not even a single crack. The three inside were unharmed. Shen Wanqing instinctively pulled her neck in. Shen Wanbing had already gripped the tactical crossbow, her posture calm. I sealed the window crack shut. "Offer you face, and you spit on it." I threw it into drive, the turbo shrieking shrilly at high revs. 7.8 tons of steel giant shot out, as if catapulted from a standstill, the serrated ramming guard slamming head-on into the wreck the gunman hid behind. Metal struck metal, the shockwave rattling the leaves off the scrub within 50 meters. A civilian sedan sheet metal was no different from paper before the serrated steel plate. It was rammed into a sideways roll, parts scattering. The gunman hiding behind it didn't even get the chance to run. The whole car and its wreckage rolled over him. The man in the middle with the knife reacted fast, throwing himself into a roll toward the rubble heap on the right, half a step too late. The RV's side armor skirt grazed past his ribs, the crisp crack of breaking bone carrying clearly into the cabin, and the man was flung 5 or 6 meters, slamming into the rubble, the boning knife flying off far away. I hit the brakes, and the RV came to a steady stop amid the wreckage. I cranked the wheel a half-turn, putting the rear window squarely facing the only target on the road still able to breathe, the seductress, slumped in the middle of the road, shaking all over. I turned my head past the partition to look at the back. Shen Wanqing held the crossbow, her face pale. "Open the window." "Shoot her." Shen Wanqing went rigid all over, the crossbow heavy and scorching in her hands. She doesn't have a weapon anymore. 3 seconds ago, her accomplice fired a shot at you." My expression was grave. The iron shot punches through the window. You guess whose face shatters first, yours or your sister's. Shen Wanbing didn't turn around, her voice soft. "She just tried to kill us. If you don't kill her, more people will block the road next time. News travels faster than the black fog on this road." Shen Wanqing's hands were shaking. She pressed the infrared switch, and a red dot passed through the window crack to settle on the forehead of the woman 10 meters off. Seeing the red dot, the woman kowtowed like a mad woman. Crying and shouting, I was forced into it. "Spare my life." Shen Wanqing bit her lip, index finger on the trigger, knuckle flushing red. She pulled the trigger. The string released, and the triangular pyramid armor-piercing bolt punched through the woman's skull. The body pitched forward, twitched twice, and went still. The cabin was very quiet. Shun Wanxing lowered the crossbow, braced both hands on her knees, didn't cry, didn't throw up, just had not a trace of color in her face. I walked to the back, pulled the crossbow from her stiff fingers and set it on the bed's edge, pressed my palm to the back of her head and eased it down, bringing her forehead against my chest. I said nothing. A dozen some seconds later, Shun Wanxing grabbed hold of the strap of my tactical vest at the side, gripping it tight. After a while she let go, wiped the corner of her eye. No tear tracks, just her hands still shaking. I patted the top of her head and pushed open the armored door. Outside, 3 corpses, 2 wrecks. I walked first to the run-over sedan wreckage and dug out what was in the gunman's inner pocket. 3 basic vehicle core fragments, an empty canteen, and a sheet of paper folded over several times. The paper was coarse and yellowed, charcoal lines scrawled crookedly across it. I unfolded it, a hand-drawn building floor plan, 3 characters written in the upper left corner, Arms Factory. The markings were rough, but the key info was clear at a glance. The plant divided into an outer zone and a core zone. The outer zone covered in X marks, annotated large numbers of aberrants. The core zone circled in red, 2 lines written inside. Jiang Yinxue, trapped, can't get in, awaiting reinforcement. So this Black Dragon Society scum really was headed for Jiang Yinxue. Set an ambush on the road first to wait for Fat Sheep, then bring weapons to the Arms Factory to rescue the young miss. I folded the sketch and tucked it into my pocket. Done frisking the corpses, I disassembled the cars. Disassemble. A flash of white light, and the 2 heaps of wreckage turned to materials. Low-grade sheet metal, generic mechanical parts, and some junk. I glanced at the rear cabin, 60 cubic meters already packed near full. Pile on more, and it'd crowd the living area. These sheet metal parts were flavorless to chew and not worth taking. Leave them. I got back in the car and looked at the passenger seat. Post a message on the regional channel. I wrapped the dashboard. Say we need storage items that can hold things. Backpacks, spatial bags. Blueprints work too. Anyone who's got them, take it to private chat to talk price. Shin Wanbing's 10 fingers tapped a few times on the virtual keyboard and the message sent. I restarted, skirted the wreckage, and continued forward. Less than 5 minutes in, the sky changed. Not a sunset-style gradual dimming, but as if someone had laid a black cloth directly over the heavens. The gray-white light was swallowed within 30 seconds, the wilderness plunging into pitch dark. The dashboard clock read, 4 in the afternoon. What the hell? The day's only 8 hours here. Nightfall. The death fogs advance halves. At night, all monster attributes rise 50%. Shin Wanbing's brown knit. The day-night cycle may differ across regions. The main road has 12 hours of daylight. This branch only gives 8. The upside is the fog slowing, giving us breathing room. The downside is night stretching to 16 hours, doubling the monster's active period and compressing the scavenging window by a third. I checked the rear data. The fog was 88 kilometers from our current position, and at 4 kilometers an hour after slowing. 88 divided by 4 was 22 hours. Enough. Less than a kilometer to the Arms Factory, but charging in at night was just handing over a kill. The headlights switched to high beams, the beams sweeping over a square concrete building 300 meters to the left. Walls cracked. Iron gate askew. The watchtower reduced to half a stub. An abandoned guard post. I drove the RV into a gap in the perimeter wall, walls on 3 sides. Only the front open. It could hide most of the body. Engine off. I fished out a mental shielding device, that palm-sized matte black disc, the purple crystal giving off cold light in the dark. Activate. The disc floated above the roof and silently unfolded a field that enveloped the whole vehicle. Mental shielding device activated, lasting until daybreak. Within the field, immune to all low-tier mental corruption and sanity erosion. I set the climate control to 26 degrees, warm air spreading evenly from up top. Outside, in the distance, came the intermittent howls of aberrants. Beyond the metal walls was a vast black night, and who knew how many pairs of blood-red eyes. Inside the cabin, the warm yellow ceiling light glowed, the temperature comfortable, supplies abundant. Absurdly split. I opened private chat, and typed into the search bar, Jiang Yanxua. Found her, a gray-black dragon mark hanging after the ID. I just took a photo of that elite token and sent it over. Message read. 3 seconds later, a reply popped up. Who are you? Where'd the token come from? Hard-toned, with an interrogator's edge. I typed, your people set a roadblock to Rob on the number 29 highway branch. I ran them over. The token's off a corpse. The other side was silent for a dozen-some seconds. How many? 3. 1 bald, 1 crew cut, 1 short and fat. The bald one was called Brother Long. This silence was longer. Scar Long and his squad. I exchanged messages with them 3 hours ago. They said they were on their way. The elite escort she'd sent out mopped up like a roadside stall before they even arrived. I went on. They weren't coming to rescue you. They planned to pin you down with weapons and take over your people. Their exact words. The interval on the other side stretched longer. What exactly do you want? The interrogator's posture was mostly dropped. Intel on the arms factory's core zone. Mutant monster distribution, numbers, levels, weaknesses. And what valuable supplies are inside. You give me that, I haul you out of there. You alone. A 7.8-ton LV.5 armored RV. Is that enough? Another 10 seconds blank. How do I trust you? UVE got no choice. Your people are scattered, your elite squad wiped out. You're trapped alone in the core zone with no way out. The black fog doesn't wait. A minute later, a long message pushed through. The core zone has 3 elite tier aberrants, in workshops A, B, and C. The one in workshop B is a mutated spider type, spins webs to seal off paths, the trickiest. Workshop A stores large quantities of military-grade steel and ammunition components. Workshop C has an undisassembled military armored troop carrier. The outer zone has about 30 low-tier aberrants. Numbers may double at night. I'm currently in the second-floor command room of Workshop A. The door can hold, but at the fog speed, there's no way I last past tomorrow. I screenshotted to save it and typed one last line. In a few hours, I'll come get you. Stay alive till then. Sent. Closed private chat. Shen Wanbing had been watching the chat log the whole time without cutting in and only spoke once I'd closed the panel. Military armored troop carrier. She'd seized on a different key point. Disassemble it, and there'll be a great many C-class, even B-class military parts. The heavy machine gun's material gap can very likely be filled. I nodded, walked to the rear cabin, and dug out 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot. Water in, heated up, the beef tallow aroma claiming the cabin once again. Halfway through eating, Shen Wanbing's panel blinked. She set down her chopsticks and opened the private message list. Someone replied. She swiped a couple of times, filtering out the junk, and stopped on one. A player called Scavenger 6 says he's got a D-class multifunction storage backpack. 36 storage slots. Each slot holds 99 of the same item. What does he want? 100 L of fuel. Shen Wanqing nearly spat out her hot pot. 100 liters. Why doesn't he just rob someone? I chewed my beef and thought for 2 seconds. 100 liters of fuel was a life or death number to other people, but I had 200 liters of strategic reserve stacked in the rear cabin and the tank still half full. A 36-slot backpack meant that from now on, scavenging on foot wouldn't mean trips back and forth to the car. Efficiency several times over. Trade. Shen Wanbing worked the trade, and 100 L of fuel was drawn out. A dark gray double-shoulder backpack appeared in storage, military canvas, and opening the main compartment, it was divided into 36 transparent slots, a pale blue capacity, figure floating in each. 0/99. I slung the backpack onto my shoulder to try it. A good fit, not hindering combat. I sorted the scattered core fragments, hemostatic bandages, and spare bolts, and tucked them all into the slots, much tidier. The hot pot finished, cleaned up. Shen Wanqing sat barefoot and cross-legged on the mattress, rubbing her left ankle. Crouching a dozen sometimes scavenging crates all day, those heels had worn her feet to a state. A small patch of skin scraped raw on the inner arch. The red marks on the heels turned to faint purple bruises. She winced in pain, too embarrassed to make a sound. I finished putting things away and came to the back, caught one look at her grimacing, sat down on the bed's edge, and patted my own thigh. Put your foot up. Huh? Foot. She hesitated a few seconds, then slowly rested her left foot on my knee, toes curled, not daring to stretch them out. I cupped her ankle, my thumb pressing slow circles into the most painful bruise on her arch. Shen Wanqing sucked in a sharp breath, toes instinctively snapping away. It hurts, gentler. Bear with it. Don't work the bruise out, and walking tomorrow hurts worse. She bit her lower lip and turned her face away, her ears red to the hairline. Over in the passenger seat, Shen Wanbing was sorting trade records against the panel, and out of the corner of her eye caught the scene in the rear view. Her sister's foot on my leg, me bent over rubbing it. Shen Wanbing swiped the panel up a notch to block the view, leaned half against the cabin wall, the windbreaker's collar loosened, leaving only a pair of eyes, slightly dazed in the warmth. The corner of my mouth twitched. All right, I'll find you a pair of flats tomorrow. I let go. Sleep. Shen Wanbing reclined the passenger seat herself and pulled the blanket over. With the climate system tonight, the front wouldn't freeze her into a popsicle, but it didn't compare to the comfort of the back. She didn't argue and didn't ask who was sleeping with whom. The partition slid shut. The light in the back went out. The mattress was 1.8 wide, two lying down no longer crowded like last night. This time Shen Wanqing didn't huddle into a ball against the wall. She lay on her side with her back to me, the windbreaker still draped over her, breathing deliberately kept level. I pressed up against her from behind, draped an arm over her waist, and drew her in toward me a little. She didn't struggle. Her body stiffened slightly, then went soft, her back fitting against my chest. Outside, the occasional scrape of monster claws against the wall came through, filtered by the mental shielding device into a distant background hum. On the partition's other side, Shen Wanbing faced the window, wrapped in the blanket, not moving. She pulled the blanket up to cover her ears, but the climate system was too quiet. She didn't miss a single syllable of the soft sound she should have heard. The fingers gripping the blanket's edge tightened and loosened. Hard to say what emotion was churning. Annoyance? Not exactly. Jealousy? Surely not that far. Just some very hidden spot poked lightly. No pain, but an itch. Companion causal relationship changes. Shen Wanbing. LV.2, progress 38%. Shen Wanqing, LV.3. Shen Wanqing's trade upgraded. Monster oversight, LV.3. Blind spot radius shortened to 2 meters. Absolute stealth, usable 2 times daily, each extended to 6 minutes. Attack cap 6th. I tightened my hold on Shen Wanqing in my arms. Her whole self curled into the crook of my arm, forehead against my collarbone. You're a liar. I rubbed my chin against the top of her head, not making a sound. At midnight, the system's mechanical voice rang out right on time. The change in my body was more violent than the previous 2 nights. Muscle fiber tore and recombined at high frequency under the skin, fine crackles coming from the bone joints. Constitution, 50, 5 times the human baseline. Agility, 26. Nerve reflex arc shortened, dynamic vision enhanced. 50 points of constitution. I closed my 5 fingers, and the air in my palm was compressed into a crisp crack. Bronze tier supply blind box delivered. A dark teal cube appeared at the foot of the bed. I flicked the latch, 2 pieces of equipment giving off a cold glint lay in the shock-absorbing foam. Black iron phantom tactical boots, polymer sound-absorbing material, micro-air cushions in the soles. Once worn, completely eliminate footstep sound, movement speed plus 10%. Bronze tier tactical suppressed pistol, infinite ammo version 9mm. Built-in rule-level suppression module, firing noise below 20 decibels. Magazine infinite, but firing more than 15 rounds in a row requires a 5-second cooldown. Lethal penetration against low-tier aberrants. Against elite tier, must hit a weak point. 2 pieces of top-grade individual gear tailor-made for night infiltration. I rolled out of bed, pulled on the tactical vest, strapped the armor-piercing bayonet to the outside of my right leg, slung the 36-slot backpack onto my left shoulder, stepped into the phantom tactical boots and laced them tight, slotted the suppressed pistol into the quick-draw holster at my waist, and hung the goggles around my neck. The noise was very faint, but the 2 on the bed woke anyway. Shen Wanqing rubbed her eyes and sat up, and seeing me fully armed, her drowsiness vanished. You're going out. She leaned in and grabbed my wrist, her voice trembling. The system was clear. At night, all monster attributes rise 50%, bloodlust doubles. It's all crazed monsters out there. The partition slid half open. Xin Wanbing, draped in the blanket, threw out a clear-headed analysis. Visibility's limited at night, the temperature's extremely low, and monster activity peaks. By the probability model, your fatality rate fighting solo exceeds 80%. Taking such a big risk for one arm's factory's worth of materials, the cost-benefit doesn't add up. I reached back and grasped Shun Wanxing's cold fingertips, tucked that hand back into the warm covers, and pulled the corner of the blanket snug. My strength isn't something that rigid system broadcast can define. As long as I'm not cornered by a pack of elite monsters, no one on this wasteland can hold me here. I looked at Shun Wanbing, answering her cost accounting. Night's dangerous, but precisely because it's dangerous, the defenses inside the arms factory are at their most rigid too. Monsters have no tactics, only instinct. The dark of night is camouflage for them. Same goes for me. I said nothing more. Lock the door. If you don't hear my voice, don't open up no matter who knocks. The iron door pushed open a crack, biting cold wind carrying a foul stench pouring in. I stepped out and pulled the door shut hard behind me, sealing off that bit of warmth in the car completely. The wasteland under the night was a hell stripped of order, the sky without star or moon. I pulled down the goggles, the low-light motion capture kicking in, the lenses flickering with streams of fluorescent green data, the field of view abruptly opening up. 500 meters off, the abandoned arms factory silhouette was like a crouching behemoth. Aberrants roamed the outer wilderness thick on the ground. Under infrared thermal imaging, their builds had swelled a size larger than by day, dark red light radiating off their bodies, all four limbs to the ground as they leaped among the rubble, letting out teeth-grating howls. I didn't rush to activate absolute stealth. Twice a day, 6 minutes each, the good steel had to go on the blade's edge. I had Shun Wanxing's monster oversight, a 2-meter absolute blind zone. As long as I didn't step over the red line. In these low-intelligence monsters' eyes, I was a patch of empty air. The phantom tactical boots on the gravel didn't leak a sound of friction. At the intersection ahead, 3 berserk aberrants circled an animal carcass tearing at it. I brushed shoulder past the one on the left, 1.5 meters away. The reeking wind kicked up by its claws grazing my pant leg, yet it had no reaction to the living man right beside it. 50 points of constitution brought ultimate muscle control. Every footfall, sidestep, and dodge was as precise as if calculated countless times. 5 minutes later, I'd passed through the outer defense line and stood behind the arms factory's rust-streaked fence gate. I leaned my back against a collapsed red brick wall, opened private chat, and sent Jiang Yinxue, I'm in the arms factory core zone, workshop, a second-floor command room. The heavy blast door was jammed fast by several iron desks, the sound of pounding coming ceaselessly from outside. Jiang Yinxue leaned in a corner, a chipped-edged mountain blade in her hand, the black skin-tight combat suit tracing out explosively powerful curves, that perpetually frost-cold face smeared with a few streaks of dried blood, her eyes shot through with red. The panel lit up. Seeing those two characters, her expression shifted slightly. In at least 50 berserk aberrants in the outer zone, and this person had gotten in out of thin air without raising the slightest disturbance? She shut her eyes and activated her SS rank exclusive talent Aberrant Domination, forcibly intervening in the nerve centers of low-tier aberrants, turning the monster's senses into her own. She switched her view onto several eyes, roaming the outer zone. Derelict workshops, industrial garbage everywhere, the howls of their own kind. Empty, not a trace of a human, not even a heat source signal captured. She opened her eyes, brows locked into a dead knot. Was this person human or ghost? Able to completely shield a monster's perception, leaving not even her SS rank monster-controlling talent able to find a flaw. At the same moment, in the shadows of the plant's outer zone, my steps paused slightly. In the goggles, 2 aberrants beside an abandoned sentry box at my front right showed a deviation in behavior. The other monsters roamed without pattern, but these 2 stood motionless, heads turning at an even pace, pupils clearly focused, their movements carrying a strong, deliberate purpose. Looking for someone. I pulled at the corner of my mouth. Interesting. There's human consciousness hidden in the monster's eyes. I'd guessed Jiang Yinxue's trump card. Able to control monsters, No wonder she dared go deep alone into a high-risk area like this. A tricky talent, too. I'd play along with her scheme. I dropped my stance low, using the sentry box's visual blind spot to dodge the sweep of those two eyes. The deeper the trump card is hidden, the more devastating it is when the tables turn. Let her keep guessing. Skirting the sentry box, I locked onto Workshop C 100 meters off, a vast arch-roofed building, its sheet metal roller door shut tight, sprayed with faded military serial numbers. That undisassembled armored troop carrier was inside. I drew the suppressed pistol, chambered a round, and closed on Workshop C. The roller door had a man-wide breach torn in it, the sheet metal curled outward, like something huge had ripped it open by force. A heavy reek of engine oil mixed with rotting flesh poured out. I pressed sideways against the doorframe, goggles switched to infrared. Big. That was my first reaction. The span was at least 40 meters, the arched ceiling over 15 high. Parked dead center was a dark green military armored troop carrier, 8-wheel drive. The body over 7 meters, a thick steel plate welded over the turret. Its dead weight 12 tons at the very least. Good stuff. But the things sprawled around it weren't so pretty. Nearly 20 dark red heat sources scattered through the workshop, crouched on shelving, hanging off the overhead crane's steel beams, sprawled by the wheel hub's gnawing bones. In their berserk state, their builds had swelled a size larger, eyeballs blood red, thick saliva dripping from their mouths. The one sprawled atop the troop carrier was on a completely different level. A 2.5-meter frame curled on the armor plate, the calcified spurs along its spine bending even the antenna flat. Most striking was its right arm, fully mutated from the elbow down, the forearm bone swollen into a bone hammerhead over 0.5 meter across, the surface covered in cracks weeping dark red fluid. It was asleep. Elite tier aberrant. Bone hammer tyrant. 20 berserk small monsters plus 1 elite. To those poor wretches out there who hadn't even been assigned a vehicle, a setup like this meant one look and you should turn and run. Pull a 100-man armed squad up to fight it head-on, and you'd lose at least half of them. I pushed the goggles up a notch. Absolute stealth, activate. Absolute stealth, activated. Lasting 6 minutes. Attack cap 6 dot. A chill current shot up my spine, ripples spreading from soles to crown, light refracting off my body's surface, the whole of me wiped from sight. I stepped over the threshold into the monster den. 3 meters to my right, an aberrant had its head buried in scrap, rooting through it, when it suddenly whipped its head around and swept the direction where I stood, saw nothing, snorted, and buried its head again. I cut across 0.5 meter from the tip of its nose, its hot breath hitting my forearm, sharply rank. Didn't stop. Through the first row of shelving, around the 3 crouched on the ground, ducking under one hanging upside down from the crane beam. I walked up beside the troop carrier. Up close, this military vehicle was even more imposing. Each of its 8 wheels 0.5 person tall, the side armor plate 3 centimeters thick. 2 meters overhead, the bone hammer elites breathing rose and fell, the resonance shaking the body faintly. I lifted my hand to the cold steel plate. Disassemble. White light burst. But this white light existed only in my own field of view. Under stealth, the rule applied a visual shield to the disassembly process, and the surrounding aberrants saw nothing. The 12-ton troop carrier came apart soundlessly in the white light. Obtained. C-Class military run-flat tire ×8. High-strength armor steel plate ×100. Military-grade mechanical parts ×80. Intermediate vehicle core ×2. My eyelid twitched. C-Class military run-flat tires, with a load limit far beyond civilian stuff. That tire wear alert that had nagged me half the day could go to hell. 100 high-strength armor steel plates plus 80 military parts. The gun barrel steel and gear sets the heavy machine gun blueprint needed could be split out and converted from this batch of military supplies entirely. The 2 intermediate cores were even scarcer, priced but unavailable in the trade hall. With a thought, the supplies poured into the backpack like flowing water, filling 22 of the 36 slots. A muffled thud underfoot. The roof the bone hammer elite had been sprawled on vanished out of nowhere, and it slapped down onto the concrete from over 2 meters up, its entire right side smashing out spiderweb cracks. Roar! It clambered up, its murky eyeballs full of confusion, looking left and right, nostrils flaring, trying to figure out where its bed had gone. Couldn't find it. A 2.5-meter muscle monster, as bewildered as a baby who'd lost its toy. I stood less than 2 meters behind it. An experience pack delivered to my door. Not taking it would be a waste. The armor-piercing bayonet left its sheath. 50 points of constitution poured into my legs, knees bending slightly. Pushing off, the concrete burst into a bowl-sized pit under my boot. My center of gravity switching from standstill to maximum burst in a fraction of a second, my body becoming an afterimage the eye couldn't track. The bayonet drove in from the base of the back of its skull. The ignore, 20%, physical defense layered on 50 points of constitution's penetrating force, the tip punching through the skull straight into the brainstem, my wrist rotating 45 degrees. Brain matter mixed with black blood surged out the blood groove. The Bonehammer Elite didn't even finish that roar, its 2.5-meter frame slamming to the ground with an earth-shaking jolt, the enormous Bonehammer right arm flinging out and smashing a set of shelving to ruin. LV.3 Elite Aberrant killed. Bonehammer Tyrant. Obtained. Intermediate Vehicle Core Fragment ×3. Berserk Strength Potion ×1. Level raised to LV.4. Free attribute points gained, 12. The shockwave of the Elite hitting the ground was too loud. All 20 Berserk small monsters blew up, charging at the sound source with red eyes. But rushing to the corpse, they could find nothing. The living man's scent, body heat, sound all shielded clean by stealth. I'd already retreated to a corner, leaning against a load-bearing column, watching them sniff around their own kind's corpse and pound the ground in a fury. The countdown had 1 minute 40 left. Enough. I slipped soundlessly out the breach along the base of the wall. Behind me, 20 aberrants still roared madly at empty air. Workshop, a second-floor command room. Jiang Yinxiu and nearly lost her grip on the mountain blade. She'd watched the whole thing just now through an eye lurking atop Workshop C's shelving. That dozen-ton troop carrier had vanished out of nothing right under her gaze. Not driven away, not blown up, just gone, like an eraser had wiped it off a canvas. Not so much as a screw left behind. Right after, that Bonehammer Elite that had given her a headache ate dirt in absurd fashion. A hole opened in its head. From start to finish, through the monster's senses, she hadn't caught a single figure, a single footprint. She slowly withdrew her talent, set down the blade, and leaned back against the wall, staring at the crack in the ceiling. A dozen-ton vehicle stored away in an instant. Absolute invisibility that not even my SS-rank talent can penetrate. An elite monster killed in one strike. Any one of these 3 pieces of information was enough on its own to overturn what she knew. The 3 stacked together. She licked her cracked lips and pressed out a very faint curve. Workshop A was a size smaller than C, but its trouble was 2 sizes bigger. I pressed against the outer wall, and the infrared picture in the goggles made my scalp prickle. Dark red heat sources crammed the entire ground floor as tight as a tin of sardines. A rough count put it above 30. These aberrants weren't roaming without pattern. They were heaped layer upon layer around the iron staircase leading to the second floor, forming a natural meat grinder. A few stacked themselves at the stairway's corner, heads sniffing constantly toward the second floor. They'd smelled the living. For Jiang Yinxiu to have held out this long inside an encirclement like this, an ordinary person would have become a pile of crushed bone long ago. I sent her a private message. I'm on Workshop A's ground floor. Make some noise, draw the monsters off the stairway. I need to grab something. Instant reply. How much noise? The more the better. 3 seconds blank. Deep in Workshop A, near the north wall, a low-tier aberrant suddenly turned strange. It stopped roaming, its legs straightening as if remote-controlled, its head ramming hard at the row of 3-meter-tall industrial iron racks. Crash! The iron racks toppled one after another like dominoes, the shockwave bouncing wildly through the open workshop. The monsters massed at the stairway turned in unison and sprinted at the sound source. Berserk monsters weren't bright to begin with, and a loud noise left a single string in their heads. Kill. Over 30 surged en masse toward the north wall. The stairway emptied. Absolute stealth, activate. The last time today, 6 minutes, 6 attacks. I climbed in through the hole in the outer wall. Ripples spread. The whole of me wiped at the level of perception. I didn't head for the stairs. Beside the stairway was a half-shut blast door, a rusted iron plate hanging on the frame, Quartermaster Warehouse number 03. Pushing in, 3 or 400 square feet, and the things inside split my mouth into a grin. Army green metal storage cabinets lined the walls, half the doors open, neatly stacked inside with all manner of military half-finished goods. Special steel billets for gun barrels, finely machined gear sets, sealed boxes of original ammunition components. This wasn't abandoned. It was strategic material they hadn't had time to move before production halted. I threw the backpack open and got to work with both hands. The instant the rule's power touched, the prompt chimes ran into a single line. Obtained. High-strength gun barrel steel times 50. Precision mechanical gear set times 80. Ammunition synthesis module times 30. The instant the sixth cabinet emptied. All materials required for the C-class vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun are now gathered. That prompt was better than any music. Just get back to the RV, and those 2 weapon mounting points would come into play. By then, never mind low-tier aberrants. Even a fully formed swarm surging over would be ground into mince before the wall of fire. I glanced at the countdown, 3 minutes 20. Enough. Out of the warehouse and onto the iron staircase, my boot sounds shielded, 3 steps becoming 2 as I shot up. The second-floor corridor was dim and damp, the smell of rust and blood mingling. From around a far corner came the ear-splitting sound of metal struck again and again. I sped up and rounded it, the scene laid out in full. The command room's iron door was badly deformed. A large dent caved into the center of the panel. A mutant hound, half a size smaller than an ordinary aberrant, its muscle density absurdly high, was using its skull as a battering ram, slamming the door over and over. All 4 of its legs bent backward at the joints, the claw tips growing barbed hard spurs. Inside the iron door, the sound of the metal desk leg bracing it grew weaker and weaker. The door was about to give. I holstered the pistol, no need. I walked to a meter directly behind the mutant hound and reached out my right hand. Behind the door, Jiang Yinxua pressed her full weight against the last iron desk, both arms cramping from the long exertion, sweat sticking loose strands of hair to her face, a military knife gripped in her right hand, tip toward the door. When the next impact came, the door would be finished. She prepared to take that beast down with her. And then, the impact stopped. The 47th impact that should have burst the door 3 seconds later vanished out of nothing. A short, crisp crack came from the corridor, not metal colliding, not bone breaking, more like someone crushing a hard, solid sphere. Jiang Yinxua looked out through the crack in the iron door and froze. A man in a tactical vest appeared out of nothing in the corridor, more precisely, materialized. Some water ripple-like optical distortion shedding off his body, as if he'd stepped out of the air itself. The mutant hound's body still held its lunging posture, but the head was gone. Not chopped off, not punched through. Crushed. I opened my right hand, gray-black brain matter and bone fragments running down between my fingers. The mutant hound's headless body twitched twice and toppled over in the doorway. I shook my hand, the thick filth flinging onto the wall, leaving a lurid streak. I rapped 3 times with a bent finger on the deformed iron door. Open up. Delivery. Through the door crack, Jiang Yinxua stared at that right hand of mine still dripping blood and the cords of muscle standing out on the arm, sheathed the knife, shifted the iron desk aside, and pulled open that tottering door. The 2 of us faced each other for the first time. Her height reached my chin, the black skin-tight combat suit soaked through with sweat, her waist extremely narrow, long legs strapped with 2 tactical bands holding 3 knives of different models. The face was truly beautiful, the features intensely aggressive, high brow ridge, eyes tilted slightly at the corners. The kind of looks the entertainment industry called a high-class face, and Jiangxing's underworld called a deadly face. Only right now it was caked in blood and dust, lips cracked, the whites of her eyes laced through with red like a net. "You're the one with the RV?" Her voice was dry and hoarse. What do you want?" My gaze traveled down from her face a stretch and came back. "The thing's on you." Her brow knit. "No time to explain right now." I turned my head to glance at the corridor's far end. The commotion downstairs was drawing closer. The noise at the north wall had stopped, and the drawn-off swarm was flowing back. "Can you walk? Do I look like I need to be carried out?" "Then good." I turned and dropped into a half-crouch. "Get on." She didn't move. "I can run on my own." Your stamina won't last to the plant's outer edge. Monsters can't see anything within 2 meters of me. Step out of that range, and you're a live target. From the corridor corner came dense footsteps and howls, the dark shapes multiplying. She stopped being stubborn, stepped forward, hooked both arms around my neck, and pressed to my back. My left arm scooped back to lock her in place, my right hand drawing the suppressed pistol. Hold tight. The motion of standing was extremely fast, the phantom tactical boots making no sound on the metal staircase. 50 points of constitution plus 26 agility. Carrying a grown woman down the stairs was no different from carrying nothing. At the stairway corner, 3 returning aberrants blocked the path. I leveled my right arm. PFT. 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 3 shots suppressed below 20 decibels. 3 rounds punching precisely through the brows of 3 monsters. Before the bodies fell, I'd already stepped off the shoulder of one of them and vaulted past. Jiang Yinchue's face was pressed behind my ear, the blast of air from the muzzle grazing her cheek as it fired. This man's shooting rhythm was steady to an unreal degree, each shot spaced almost identically, as if marked out by a metronome. His identity before crossing over was anything but ordinary. In the ground floor hall, the swarm had turned back from the north wall, a gray-purple tide surging in from all sides. I didn't slow. I picked the lowest density gap and squeezed through sideways, left arm clamping the one on my back, right hand firing once every 2 seconds. Only what blocked the way, only the head. The 4th shot, the 5th, 2 aberrants that had lunged in front fell. The exit was 15 meters off. A larger berserk aberrant dove down from the top of the shelving on the right. The 6th shot, muzzle raised 20 degrees, the round entering from under its jaw and punching through the skull cap, dragging out a spray of bone fragments. 6 rounds in a row, the barrel hot to the touch but not yet at its limit. I burst out the workshop gate. Cold wind hit my face. Most of the outer monsters were still massed toward Workshop C, the route to the fence gate relatively open. Legs driven by 50 points of constitution ran out of speed, not belonging to humans. The wind roaring absurdly loud past Jiang Yinchue's ears on my back. Iron fence gate, breach, through wilderness. Far off behind a sand dune, the RV's silhouette was faintly visible under the moonlight. I stopped 30 meters out, breathing steady, heart rate not even past 120. Jiang Yinchue let go and slid to the ground. The black blood splashed on her face half-dried. She stared at me. This man, in the span of one night, had disassembled a dozen-ton troop carrier, killed an elite monster in one strike, emptied an entire quartermaster warehouse, crushed a mutant hound's skull barehanded, and finally carried her, cutting a bloody path out through the gap between over 30 berserk aberrants, without his heartbeat even going off. She wiped the blood from her face. "You said back there you wanted me." Her voice recovered its habitual cold hardness. "Care to explain now?" I walked toward the RV. "Get in first." I knocked 3 times on the armored door. The door pulled open, Shun Wanqing poking half her head out, her gaze going over my shoulder to meet a pair of eyes colder than a blade. "Xiao Shui." The startled cry was out before she could catch it, before she even realized it herself. Jiang Yinchue's steps nailed to the spot. She made out the people inside the cabin. Shun Wanqing wrapped in the man's windbreaker, sitting on a brand-new hardboard bed, and further up, in the passenger seat, Shun Wanbing turning her body, draped in a blanket, that glacial face still held in place, the exhaustion beneath her eyes impossible to hide. Jiangqing's aristocratic girls' school, the class of '07. The 3 of them had sat in the same classroom for 3 years, yet across those 3 years their conversations summed to under 10 sentences. The Shun sisters were the apex of Jiangqing's orthodox business world. Shin Wanbing, the student council president, Shun Wanqing, the school beauty, surrounded by flowers and applause wherever they went. And she, Jiang Yinchue, was the daughter of the Black Dragon Society's head. A nod in the hall was the most they'd exchange. After graduation, each went their own way, one helming a 100 billion conglomerate, one topping the entertainment trending charts, one taking over an underground kingdom. 3 women who'd never in this life have ended up in the same car were now crammed into a sheet metal box staring at each other. Jiang Yinchue's gaze went back and forth between the 2 sisters and my back. There'd been no social politeness in Shun Wanqing's tone when she called Xiao Shui. It carried a natural intimacy that only comes after being protected, not intimacy toward her, but the conditioned reflex toward one of our own. Xin Wanbing sat without moving, but her body had already tilted slightly toward me, as if confirming my attitude. These two women, one helmsman of 100 billion financial dynasty, one national idol with over 100 million fans across the web, the center of the crowd wherever they went in Jiangcheng, now with their whole weight pressed onto the same man. What on earth was this man? Monstrously strong in solo combat. She'd just verified that with her own body. And what made her scalp crawl even more was that he could actually gather both Shin's sisters under his hand at once. Xin Wanbing, that person, when she was student council president, all the school's male teachers combined couldn't keep her down, and now she sat obediently in the passenger seat waiting for him to make the call. There was no time given for reminiscing. The commotion in the distance tore through the brief silence. Not one or two monsters, dozens of throats shrieking at once, the noise rolling up from the ground. The arms factory's bloody smell had spread too far on the night wind, and aberrants scattered across several kilometers, their bloodlust instinct hooked, were converging from all sides. In the goggles, the densely packed dark red heat sources were closing the ring. A small swarm. Save the reminiscing for after we survive. I shoved Jiang Yinxue into the cabin with one palm, stepped into the driver's seat, pulled the door shut behind me, and reached a hand out the window to retrieve the mental shielding device from the roof into storage. The instant the shielding field vanished, the swarm's advance surged. The RV's heat source bloomed in the monster's perception, dozens of red-eyed aberrants turning at once into a full-speed charge. A twist of the key, the C-class turbo engine startling awake, the exhaust spitting scorching waves of heat. Into gear, gas to the floor. 7.8 tons, catapult start. The all-terrain tires spun half a turn before they bit the road, the body pitching violently forward, throwing the unseated Jiang Yinxue straight onto the metal floor. The RV burst from cover, head-on into the converging swarm. The double-thickened inverted V serrated steel plate slammed into the monster pack at 90 kilometers an hour. The first row of aberrants didn't even get to scream. The serrations cut open their bodies, the enormous kinetic force flinging severed limbs to either side, bones shattering like biscuit crumbs. Continuous muffled thuds came from under the chassis. The windshield splattered all over with black blood pulp, the wipers on their highest setting scraping out two fan-shaped slits. Second row, third row, fourth row. The steel beast plowed a dead-straight bloody path through the sea of corpses by the most primitive means. Jiang Yinxue climbed up from the floor and gripped the window to look out. Beyond the protective mesh were faces being crushed one after another. Berserk aberrants with all attributes up 50% at night. No different before this RV from garbage bags run over by a truck. Her palms sweated, a wave of lingering fear. She'd been trapped in that arms factory a full day, surviving on her SS rank talent to control low-tier monsters as sentries and a single chipped mountain blade, killing 11 low-tier monsters and nearly getting her neck bitten through by the mutant hound. And this man drove this sheet metal beast without easing off the gas even once. Breaking through the encirclement, the RV turned onto the branch highway and kept ramping up speed. In the rear view, the monsters that couldn't catch up grew smaller and smaller, finally drowned in the wind and sand. Shaken off, the taut air in the cabin loosened a little. I held the cruise forward, high beams sweeping the road ahead, and I stepped on the brake. Parked dead center in the highway was a silver-gray Wuling van, engine not off, taillights lit, rocking violently at a deeply unnatural frequency, the shock springs creaking and groaning. The sounds coming from the cabin weren't aberrant howls. They were two human voices. I frowned and pressed the modified air horn. Woo! The horn carried far across the wilderness. The Wuling's rocking stopped for 2 seconds. The driver's window rolled down, and a bare-chested young guy leaned half his body out, his whole face irritable at having his moment interrupted. Honk your mother's horn. Can't you see I'm in the middle of? Halfway through cursing, the high beams hit his face. He squinted and glanced back. A few hundred meters behind the RV, that swarm we'd shaken off hadn't fully dispersed, a black mass of red-eyed things chasing up the highway. The guy's face cut from irritated red to ashen white in 0.3 seconds. Fuck, 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 fuck. He ducked back inside, pants pulled halfway up and stuck on his hips, fumbling to start and throw it into gear. The Wooling's engine dry heaved twice before it turned over, the tires slipping as it lurched out crookedly, the rear fishtailing 3 or 4 times, nearly into the ditch. In the back of the cabin, Shun Wanqing watched that Wooling fleeing for its life twisted like a fried dough stick, and the nerves she'd held taut all night snapped with a twang. She covered her mouth, laughing until she curled into the covers, shoulders heaving. Jiang Yinshue's mouth twitched, and she turned her face away, ears a little red. Even Shun Wanbing rarely looked away, blocking her mouth with the back of her hand. I glanced in the rear view. If this guy lives through tonight, he probably won't dare stop in the middle of the road again. After fully clearing the pursuit range, I drove the RV into a wind-sheltered rock pillar area hemmed in on 3 sides by stone and reactivated the mental shielding device. Safe. Engine off, and I turned and walked into the rear cabin. For people, a cramped space. Jiang Yinshua sat on the metal floor in the corner, back against the inner armor wall, and unfastened the canteen from her strap, long since empty. I lifted a bottle of water from the storage slot and tossed it over. She caught it one-handed and downed most of it, water running down the corner of her mouth and washing open the half-dried bloodstains on her chin. She capped it, wiped her mouth, and looked up at me. At the arms factory, you said you wanted me. You can say it now. I leaned against the partition's frame, arms folded. Your talent controls aberrance, right? Her pupils contracted. She'd never announced her talent info on any channel. How did this man know? You used monsters as eyes in the arms factory to watch me. I knew the whole time. I held up 2 fingers. 2 in Workshop C, 3 on Workshop A's outer edge. Their behavior was different from the other aberrants. Too quiet, the sweep frequency too even. That's not animal instinct. It's a human habit. Her expression didn't change, but the hand gripping the water bottle tightened half a turn. Seen through. The covert reconnaissance method she'd drilled into shape over several rounds of effort. This man had spotted the flaw within seconds. What do you want from me? Join my car. I put it simply. You live, I live too. But there's only one rule. On this car, what I say goes. She didn't answer right away, glancing at the 2 sisters. Is that how you 2 got invited aboard as well? Shin Wanbing spoke. The system dropped me on this car. Staying was my own judgment. Shin Wanqing fiddled with her cuff, head down, and added in a small voice, he's all right. Jiang Yinshua arched a brow and turned to me. I'm not the Shin sisters. I'm not used to being managed. I'm not used to coaxing people either. I had no intention of haggling. Let me run your situation for you. The Black Dragon Society's scattered by the system, your old man's in who knows which district. You posted a muster call. Whoever comes either wants to rescue you or take over your people. The first batch, Scarlong Squad, all died at my hands. Whether there's a second batch is anyone's guess, but you're alone on this road without even a car. The black fog doesn't wait. Do the math yourself on how many days you've got left. The cabin went quiet for several seconds. Jiang Yinshua squeezed the empty water bottle until it crackled. She knew her situation, of course. However strong an SS-rank talent was, without a vehicle, it was just waiting to die. The Black Dragon Society's structure had already collapsed in this game. In 48 hours, the muster call had brought back only Scarlong's squad, and they'd come to take her down. She didn't know this man, but she knew the results. He'd charged alone into an arms factory full of elite monsters and carried her out through the swarm without losing a single hair. The Shin sisters in the car were living well, clean, well-fed, armed. This RV's defense and supply reserves were higher than most small strongholds she'd seen. She had no better option. Jiang Yinshua closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, that unruly streak beneath had pulled back a notch. Fine. Just one word. That word was the one I'd been waiting for. A thought moved. Bond successful. Jiang Yinshua, Black Dragon Society Young Miss / Underground Queen. Gold trade extracted. Slaughter feast / spoils plunder, LV.1. Effect: when the host or another member of the RV kills a monster, drop quantity is fixed +1. The killing intent the host radiates can cause monsters a 1-second stun, cooldown 1 minute. Drops fixed +1, 1 extra share of materials per monster killed. Paired with Shun Wanqing's crit doubling, 1 share becomes 2, 2 becomes 20, the snowball rolling bigger and bigger. The 1-second stun on low-tier monsters was a combat divine skill too. 1 second was enough for me to land 2 extra strikes. 3 women, 3 gold traits. 1 handled resource production, 1 resource multiplication, 1 resource drops, plus Shun Wanbing's human radar. The resources on this wasteland highway had been locked down by me from source to terminus. I looked at Jiang Yinxue across from me. The black combat suit traced out intensely aggressive curves, long legs strapped with tactical bands holding 3 knives, the lethality of her features fully exposed once the blood and grime were wiped off. Shin Wanbing's coldness was a high wall keeping people 1,000 miles out. Hers was a blade not yet drawn from the sheath. 3 peerless faces crammed into the same RV. In the old days, you'd only see that in the sky-high priced VIP rooms of Jiangqing's top clubs, and now they all belong to me alone. I pushed the armored door open, lifted the 36-slot backpack off my shoulder, opened the main compartment, and upended it. Clatter. Military-grade steel, precision gear sets, ammunition modules, 8 C-class military run-flat tires taller than a person, all poured out like dumping garbage onto the gravel clearing outside, piling up into a supply hill nearly half a person high. Jiang Yinxue gripped the window to look out, her gaze sweeping over the 8 run-flat tires stamped with military serials, the special steel billets bearing the arms factory's die stamp, finally settling on a pile of intact, sealed ammunition component boxes. That armored troop carrier in Workshop C. Disassembled it. I didn't even turn my head. Her mouth opened and closed. A 12-ton military vehicle, eaten clean to skin and bone, packed up and hauled off by this man during the stretch she'd been holed up in the command room. She'd squatted in that plant a whole day, trading her life for a kill count of 11 low-tier monsters, and this man had walked in for 1 loop and emptied the entire plant. I walked back to the cabin and grabbed Shin Wanqing's wrist, dragging her outside. Don't sit there dazed. Work, touch the boxes. She was pulled, stumbling a step, hissed as her bare feet hit the cold floor, stepped into those heels and wrapped the windbreaker tight, and walked over the gravel to crouch in front of the supply pile. Jiang Yinxue followed off the car, stood 3 steps away, her face one big question mark. The Shun family's big star, the entertainment industry's top draw, crouched beside a pile of military steel in a posture no different from picking cabbages at a wet market. What was this supposed to be? Shin Wanqing's palm pressed down on the first block of high-strength gun barrel steel. White light burst. No, not just white light. Gold light seeped out from the surface of the steel, twisting together with the white, lighting up a 10-meter radius bright as day. Shin Wanqing triggered Lucky Crit. High-strength gun barrel steel, double reward. Obtain times 100. Precision mechanical gear set, 5-fold reward. Obtain times 400. Ammunition synthesis module, double reward. Obtain times 60. The supply pile swelled and multiplied in the glow, the materials, enough for 1 heavy machine gun. Tumbling upward, jumping to a quantity more than enough for 2 with room to spare. Jiang Yinxue stepped back, not dazzled by the light, but startled by it. After all her years in the Black Dragon Society, what scene hadn't she seen? Arms, cash, turf, but supplies doubling out of thin air went beyond her entire understanding of this world's rules. Shin Wanqing's fingers moved to the 8 C-class run-flat tires, her palm pressed to the tread. The system paused a beat. Then, a purple-gold column of light shot to the sky. 1% quality advancement triggered. Mutation. C-Class Military Run-Flat Tire advanced to B-Class All-Terrain Self-Healing Armored Tire ×8. Properties. Nano Repair Gel Layer built into the tire wall. Puncture or tear damage auto repairs within 30 seconds. Load limit 15 tons. Compatible with all heavy modified vehicles. 8 new tires with a dark silver sheen took the place of the original military tires out of nothing, their tread patterns deep, visible metal wire mesh embedded between the grooves. Jiang Yinxue couldn't hold it in. Fuck. One word squeezed out through her teeth. She stared at those 8 tires whose very form had changed, then at Shun Wanqing dusting off her hands and standing, her voice trembling. What kind of rank is her talent, exactly? I crouched on the ground sorting the doubled gear sets and answered offhand. They're both divine tier. One sees through everything and locks on a hidden targets. One makes supplies crit and advance. I tipped my chin toward the passenger seat. That one, Xin Wanbing. She can see how many knives you've got tucked in the cracks of your bones. Jiang Yinxue went quiet. 2 divine tier supports. Her SS rank, Aberrant Domination, taken outside, was absolutely top-tier combat power on this highway, controlling monsters as sentries, cannon fodder, an intelligence network, the core of any team. But in this car, a human radar plus strategic analyst, a living resource multiplier, her little knack for controlling a few low-tier monsters looked small-time by comparison. She swallowed the words at the tip of her tongue, the hand gripping the empty water bottle loosening. That last bit of pride crumbled without a sound. Resources complete. I didn't drag it out any longer. Manufacture C-class vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns. The thought dropped, and 2 complete sets of materials were drawn from the backpack. The barrel steel melted, stretched, took shape. The gear sets meshed, rotated, slotted into the firing control module, the ammunition modules embedded into the belt feed systems. In the white light, 2 vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns of utterly fierce design condensed into being. The bodies matte black throughout, the twin rotating gun mounts base thick and sturdy, caliber 12.7 millimeters, ammunition belts coiled on either side of the mount, the metal links giving off an oily cold gleam under the lights. C-class vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun ×2, twin rotating gun mount, electric drive firing control, effective range 800 meters. Devastating against low-tier aberrants, can effectively suppress elite tier. Ammunition supplied by system energy conversion, no manual loading needed. I picked one up and hefted it. 60 gene at least, genuinely heavy. I set it down, dug out the remaining basic core fragments in the backpack, finished synthesizing them together with the intermediate fragments dropped by the arms factory's elite monster, and held a full 7 complete intermediate vehicle cores. The dark blue crystals gave off a deep light in my palm. Upgrade the vehicle. Intermediate vehicle core ×7 deducted. Full sheet metal exoskeleton RV jumps 3 levels, reaching LV.8. This upgrade made more noise than all the previous ones combined. The roar of reshaping metal shot from the ground to the sky, the whole car wrapped in a platinum white light shell, dense, continuous structural reorganization sounds coming from within. The body swelled outward a ring, the crude sheet metal exoskeleton flaking off layer by layer, replaced by dark composite laminated armor, no longer riveted together but a one-piece molded modular structure, the seams filled with elastic sealant. The chassis rose 20 centimeters, 6 B-class all-terrain self-healing tires auto-replacing the worn ones, the remaining 2 stowed in the rear cabin as spares. A hemispherical weapon bay dome rose front and back on the roof, opening automatically, the 2 C-class heavy machine guns slotting into the mounting points with the aid of mechanical arms, muzzles by default facing front and rear. 360-degree crossfire coverage. The light shell shattered, and a steel behemoth divorced from the concept of RV stood on the wilderness. Vehicle, Mobile Heavy Armor Fortress, LV.8. A defense, 1,200, ignores all physical attacks from aberrants below LV.10. Magic resistance, 80 out durability, 1,500/1,500 tonnage, 11.2 tons rear cargo space, 80 cubic meters, includes separate driver's compartment, living compartment, small weapon maintenance bench. External mounted gear, B-class all-terrain self-healing armored tires, C-class turbocharger kit, heavy serrated ramming guard, reinforced version. Vehicle weapons, C-class twin. Mounted vehicle heavy machine gun ×2, front/rear dual fire points. Supports remote firing from inside the driver's compartment. Radar warning module. Can detect high-risk targets within a 5-kilometer radius. Automarks threat level. Life support system. Advanced air circulation, constant temperature, 15 to 28 degrees Celsius. Intermediate water purification, 8L purified daily. Basic waste processing. Jiang Yinxue stood outside the car, head tilted up at this thing more outrageous than most military vehicles she'd seen. An 11-ton mobile fortress, dual machine guns, 1,200 defense, 5-kilometer radar. She'd been the Black Dragon Society's intelligence chief for 3 years, had seen the military's armored vehicle convoys, seen underground arms dealers' private forces. None of them matched the thing in front of her. I hopped up into the car and pulled up my personal panel beside the weapon maintenance bench. Plowing through swarms the whole way plus killing the arms factory's elite monster, my experience bar had long since overflowed. Level raised to LV.5. Free attribute points gained, 12. The Perception 6, Spirit 6. Perception, 22/Spirit, 22. The instant I allocated, the world sharpened another layer. The sound of an aberrant 5 kilometers off snapping a dry twig was precisely captured and located by me, my mental barrier reinforced to a new tier. I was about to close the panel. Detected that you have risen to LV.5, meeting leaderboard conditions. Hide your real name. No, I answered reflexively. The next second, a dark gold light screen burst into the dead center of my retina. Not me alone. Everyone still alive in District 069 had this announcement slam into their minds at the same time. Server-wide announcement. Detected that 10 players in District 069 have reached LV.5 first. The level leaderboard and combat power leaderboard are now officially open. The top 10 will receive exclusive titles and additional rewards. Rankings update in real time. Visible district-wide. District 069 level leaderboard. First, codename Iron Wall. Affiliation, North China Military Region, 7th Mechanized Infantry Brigade, 2nd. Shunshun. Affiliation, None 3rd. Codename Deep Blue. Affiliation, Ocean Group Private Security Division, 4th. Chu Kuang. Affiliation, Southern Frontier Hunter Guild, 5th. Codename Shepherd. Affiliation, Holy Light Curia, 6th. Zhao Taiju. Affiliation, None, 7th. Codename Scorpion. Affiliation, Middle East Mercenary Coalition, 8th. Jiangjiao. Affiliation, Jiang Financial Clan Shadow Division, 9th. Codename Ghost Face. Affiliation, Interpol Special Operations Directorate, 10th. By Qi. Affiliation, by Family Ancient Martial Lineage. 10 names, 10 powers. Military, financial clans, religious organizations, ancient martial families, international law enforcement, mercenary groups. The hidden order of civilized society stripped bare by this board. The regional channel boiled over instantly, marveling at the military region's heavy armor unit, ocean group's retired mercenaries, and some staring at the second name asking, Shun, anyone know him? No one answered. In the cabin, Shun Wanbing stared at the leaderboard for 3 seconds, her gaze stopping between the first and second names. Military. Her tone was pure information statement. If the 7th Mechanized Infantry Brigade was teleported in as a full unit, their vehicles might be true military armored cars. No wonder he's ahead of you. I closed the leaderboard. Temporary. I swept a glance over the 3 women in the car, frost-faced Shin Wanbing, windbreaker-wrapped Shin Wanxing, blood and grime covered Jiang Yinxua, human radar, living money printer, aberrant dominator, plus an 11-ton mobile heavy armor fortress. That iron wall at the top of the board, whatever military iron bastard he drove, would have to give up the spot sooner or later. The LV.8 fortress tore down the number 29 branch. The B-class self-healing tire's grip was insane, plowing over rubble heaps and deep pits, the body so steady that even the cup of water on the dashboard didn't ripple. I rested one hand on the wheel, the other toying with that infinite ammo-suppressed pistol. The window dropped a crack, the muzzle poking out. PFT. A berserk aberrant lunging from the roadside hit the ground, a clean bright hole between its brows. LV.1 aberrant killed. Experience +1. The experience bar didn't budge. After reaching LV.5, the returns from killing low-tier stuff dropped off a cliff. Killing 100 wasn't a fraction of one elite monster. The underlying logic of this crap system was laid bare. Encourage the fugitives to actively hunt high-tier monsters. Hiding in the comfort zone grinding small fry was pure waste of time. I tossed the pistol on the dashboard and sealed the window shut. However strong one person was, the spread of firepower coverage was ultimately limited. Facing the high-tier swarms of thousands in the future, I couldn't drive and fire in 360 degrees at the same time. The 3 women in the car couldn't just be ornaments that passively triggered talents. They had to have basic self-defense and support output capability. Take it. I tossed the suppressed pistol to Shun Wanbing, then dug 2 D-class crossbows out of the backpack and threw them onto the back bed. Jiang Yinxue, Shun Wanqing. 1 each. Level up. I switched on auto cruise and stood. Before daybreak, the 3 of you have to get your levels up. Jiang Yinxue hefted the carbon fiber crossbow and glanced out at the monsters packed in the night. How? Open the door, let a few in, and we fight them one-on-one. Use your talent. I pointed outside. Take over their brains, line them up, and send them over. Got it. Jiang Yinxue shut her eyes, her SS rank aberrant domination fully engaging. Invisible mental power radiated outward several hundred meters with the RV as the center, piercing into the nerve centers of low-tier monsters. An absurd yet comfortable scene played out. Those low-tier aberrants, originally roaming, smelling the living and ready to go berserk, stopped in unison, turned stiffly, and with uncoordinated steps fell into a long line, ambling over to stand outside the firing port, necks craned, motionless. A veritable assembly line slaughterhouse. Shun Wanqing gaped, gripping the firing port. This works too? Less chatter, open fire. Shin Wanbing moved first, the barrel poking out, the trigger pulled. PFT. Headshot. LV.1 aberrant killed. Experience +10. Shin Wanqing and Jiang Yinxue raised the crossbows too. The auto-cocking spared the biggest physical drain, the bolts punching precisely through skulls. The monsters fell and rose, not even a scream. What was truly terrifying was the chain reaction that followed. Jiang Yinxue's slaughter feast passive triggered, drops fixed +1. Shun Wanqing's lucky crit followed right after, the double, 5-fold, 10-fold multiplier zones stacking wildly. The materials and core fragments outside the car piled into a small hill at a visible rate. I didn't have to do a thing, just sweep the fissioned-out supplies into the backpack with a thought. Resource freedom, coming this simply and crudely. An hour of one-sided slaughter ended. The low-tier monsters within several hundred meters cleared spotless. Jiang Yinxue, with the best foundation, shot straight to LV.4. The Shin sisters both rose to LV.3. Allocate. I watched their panels and assigned. Shin Wanbing's radar drained mental power heavily, so mainly spirit. The rest split between constitution and agility, making sure she could withstand high-intensity detection. Shin Wanqing looked at me eagerly. All into luck. Not a shred of hesitation. Pulling the human Koi's traits to the limit was more useful than adding any defense. The night receded, gray-white daylight reclaiming the horizon. The system's emotionless voice sounded in every player's mind across the server. Survival challenge mission, Altar of Flesh, now officially open. An Altar of Flesh spawns 500 kilometers ahead on every highway. Players must sacrifice monster corpses to the altar. The higher the level and grade, the higher the ranking. Those ranked at the top have a chance to obtain top-grade rewards such as unique skill books, advanced blueprints, rare equipment. Mission countdown, 36 hours to Altar of Flesh. Jiang Yinxue chewed over the words, a wildness flashing in her eyes. A unique skill book, good stuff. In this datafied survival game, equipment could drop, vehicles could be built, but skill books, superhuman abilities that acted directly on yourself, had an absurdly low output rate. Never mind the unique prefix, get one in hand, and it was a dimensional strike. Shin Wanbing shut her eyes, the radar running at full power under her high spirit attribute. After a moment she opened them, her tone carrying a rare lilt. Our straight-line distance to the altar is only 200 kilometers left. Last night, I'd taken the number 29 branch and floored it the whole way, leaving us a big stretch ahead of the main road players at the starting line. I opened the regional channel. It had long since boiled over, a field of wailing. Some cursed that their broken tricycle would wear their legs off, and they still couldn't make it. Some cursed the main road's chain reaction pileups drawing in ghouls, and more were cursing. The monsters from that number 29 branch arms factory had all run out and blocked the entrance dead. No way through at all. Which damned bastard's fine work was this? Shun Wanqing watched the screen full of curses, guiltily shrinking her neck and sticking out her tongue. I closed the panel with a cold snort. This game was a zero-sum contest at its core. Only when others ate dirt could I eat meat. Don't celebrate too early. Shin Wanbing's fingers slid across the virtual map. My radar detected 7 or 8 more red dots moving at high speed ahead on this branch, all player vehicles. Their run is extreme, not entering any stopping point at all, giving up all high-grade supply scavenging, relying purely on grabbing the basic supply crates scattered by the road. This do-or-die run is to seize the first-mover advantage at the altar. No wonder. Shun Wanqing muttered. I was wondering why I couldn't see even a black iron crate this morning. Turns out the broth's all been drunk by the people ahead. With no roadside supply crates, her crit talent became a useless ornament. Jiang Yinxue leaned against the armor wall, wiping the crossbow. Those 7 or 8 cars up front daring to run like that, they've definitely got some hard currency in hand. Maybe they've formed a convoy alliance. If we ram through solo, could there be trouble? Trouble, I countered. Before absolute armor and firepower, every tactical alliance is scrap metal. Shin Wanbing nodded. LV.8, defense 1200. With the average firepower of current stage players, they can't even scratch our paint. Worth noting, these do-or-die players have scavenged all the basic supplies along the route. Their trunks are now a ready-made mobile supply station for us. Spare the trouble of getting out to open crates. Take it whole, container and all. This kind of system mission mechanic was itself a massive filter, using top-grade rewards as bait to concentrate all the ambitious, capable players at the same coordinate. This wasn't a simple race. It was a goo poison cultivation. I only intended to be the last goo king left alive. Since they like to grab the road ahead, I shifted into top gear. Then cars and people both, they're all my supplies. The 11-ton fortress erupted into a deafening roar, the reinforced, serrated ramming guard glinting cold in the morning light. Catch up, rob them all, kill a few high-tier elite monsters along the way as top-grade knocking bricks to open the door of the altar of flesh. 120 kilometers an hour, 50 kilometers of tearing along passing in an instant. The route so clean, not even a scrap of sheet metal was left. The radar abruptly lit red. Beep, beep. Shin Wanbing opened her eyes, gold light swirling beneath. 2 kilometers dead ahead. 3 high-heat moving targets, speed 80, holding the road in a wedge formation. I didn't brake. The gas pressed down half an inch instead. At the edge of sight, 3 modified heavy off-roaders appeared on the horizon, uniformly matte black, thick-ribbed steel plates welded to the bodies, the rears densely welded with half-meter, triangular military spikes, like 3 steel hedgehogs with their hackles up, blocking the branch tight. The 2 kilometers shrank fast. The convoy ahead sensed the colossus closing in. The lead car in the middle dropped its window, and a man in a gas mask leaned half his body out, holding a high-powered megaphone. Car behind. Listen up. We're the Blood Moon Guild, 1st Vanguard. This road is reserved by our guild. Want to pass? Leave 80% of your supplies as a toll. Otherwise, I'll scatter caltrops on the road right now, and we all die together. In the cabin, Jiang Yinxue snorted with laughter. Threaten a heavy armored RV fitted with B-class self-healing tires with caltrops? These people hadn't even figured out how the word death was written. Shen Wanqing clutched the crossbow, staring tensely at my back. My expression held no inflection at all. Negotiate. Talk rules. The only rule on the wasteland was bore and armor. I didn't even bother slowing. My right hand slapped directly onto the red button on the left of the dashboard. The hemispherical dome at the front of the roof slid open smoothly, the mechanical arm hoisting the C-class twin heavy machine gun up out of the bay, the electric drive base giving a very faint hum, the 2 12.7mm barrels completing calibration, the crosshair locking dead onto the megaphone shouting off-roader in the middle. Fire. I pressed the trigger key. A metal storm descended. The heavy machine gun's roar tore the wilderness wind, the half-meter muzzle flash connecting into a wall of fire. 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds poured out at 600 a minute. The arrogance in the megaphone cut off abruptly. The welded steel plate of that lead off-roader was more fragile than window paper before the wall of fire, the rounds easily tearing open the armor, the bulletproof glass turning to a sky of dust, the gas-masked man's upper body hit in an instant. The whole car was riddled into a sieve, the fuel tank ignited by the incendiary rounds, flames shooting to the sky. 1 car, 3 seconds, scrapped. The people in the remaining 2 cars went completely mad. Where had they ever seen a setup like this? They'd thought a modified car let them strut around, only to run into a mobile arsenal armed to the teeth. The two cars cranked their wheels desperately, trying to flee out across the goby on either side. "Wanna run?" I cranked the wheel hard, the 11-ton RV slamming into the one on the left with terrifying kinetic force. The reinforced serrated ramming guard cut into its side door pillar, and under the enormous mass difference the off-roader was flipped outright, rolling 4 or 5 times. The RV didn't pause, plowing over the deformed roof. The one on the right, panicking with nowhere to flee, plunged headfirst into a deep roadside pit, its front axle snapping on the spot. I hit the brakes, coming to a steady stop at the pit's edge, the muzzle dropping for a short burst, and the last car fell silent. The door pushed open, smoke mixed with the smell of blood pouring into my nostrils. I hopped down with the backpack, Shun Wanqing and Jiang Yinxue following behind. Work. On the 3 wrecks appeared loot light orbs in numbers far beyond the norm. This do-or-die convoy's scavenged foundation was indeed thick. Shun Wanqing, well practiced, pressed on the orbs, lucky crit triggering, gold-purple light flashing in succession in the middle of the highway. High-grade military rations, 10-fold reward. Obtain times 500. Purified fuel, 5-fold reward. Obtain times 1000 L. Rare tier titanium alloy plate, double reward. Obtain times 100. Basic vehicle core, advancement. Obtained intermediate vehicle core times 10. Boxes of canned meat, stacks of cold weather supplies, drums of fuel. The resources they desperately grabbed all became my trousseau in the end. With a thought, I swept it all into the backpack, the 36 slots filling fast. This haul was dripping with riches. Just as I finished tallying the last titanium alloy plate, an extremely suppressed groan of pain suddenly came from inside the cabin. I whipped my head around. In the passenger seat, Shun Wanbing was curled into the seat, both hands pressing hard over her eyes, dark red blood seeping out through her fair fingers, dripping onto her tattered business suit. "Sis." Shun Wanqing went pale with fright and stumbled aboard. I strode into the driver's compartment, grabbed her wrists, and forcibly pulled them apart. Her eyes were shut tight, the corners torn into bloodshot, her body shaking violently from extreme pain. "Don't look, don't scan with the radar." She grabbed my arm in return, her nails nearly digging into the flesh, that perpetually ice-locked face written all over with an emotion called instinctive fear. Ahead, 3 kilometers off, there's an energy source. My talent just touched its edge, and my mental power was drained dry. That thing exceeds the current stage's analysis ceiling. Something that could make a divine tier radar suffer backlash. I narrowed my eyes, shook off her hand, and turned to look out the windshield, pulling the goggles down from my neck and switching to maximum power long-range thermal imaging, looking in the direction she'd pointed. 3 kilometers off, a stretch of abandoned overpass spanned directly above the highway. In the shadow under the bridge opening was coiled a heat source signal so enormous it was suffocating. Not ordinary red, but red verging on purple, the core region a glaring, incandescent white. The goggles' green view zoomed to its limit, and I finally made out the silhouette of that shadow. A monster. More precisely, a mountain of flesh pieced together from countless severed limbs and arms. Its build a ring larger than my 11-ton fortress. 7 or 8 thick, deformed arms extended from different positions on the torso, frantically grabbing the surrounding low-tier aberrants and stuffing them alive into the enormous fong-lined fissure in its abdomen. It was feeding, or rather, fusing. With each chew, the flesh mountain's volume swelled a notch. The calcified bone armor on its surface thickened another layer. Warning: extremely dangerous target detected. Target identity: Stitch Tyrant, about to complete second stage evolution. Threat assessment: Tyrant level. Immediate evacuation recommended. Note: aberrant monster levels from low to high. Common, elite, aberrant, tyrant, lord, calamity, progenitor. The red warning flashed wildly on my retina. This thing had the must-pass route to the altar of flesh-blocked dead. Any vehicle trying to pass under the bridge would be crushed into scrap iron outright by those several thick arms. Jiang Yinxue had at some point come to stand behind the driver's seat too. She looked along my line of sight, and with her SS rank aberrant domination perception, She likewise sensed that nauseating, terrifying pressure. This thing's impassable. Jiang Yinxua bit her back teeth and gave the most rational judgment. It's about to break through to the second stage. However thick your armor is, heavy machine gun rounds hitting it would probably just make a noise. Take a detour. A detour? Both sides of the branch were steep rock walls and soft quicksand pits. The RV bogged down in one, and it was a live target. Even granting 10,000 steps back, even if we could detour, by the time the extra distance was covered, the altar's top-grade rewards would long since be in someone else's pocket. I took off the goggles and threw them on the dashboard, looking at that ever-swelling flesh mountain in the distance. No gravity in my eyes, much less fear. Instead, a fervor like a starving wolf catching sight of fresh meat. The system had been clear. The higher the level and grade of the sacrificed monster, the higher the ranking, the richer the reward. Sacrifice a few common elite monsters, and you'd scrape a top 10 spot at most. But what if I killed this tyrant about to second stage evolve and threw it onto the altar? I entered a command on the control panel, lifting the heavy machine gun's rate of fire limit, turned my head to Jiang Yinxua, my tone calm to a frightening degree. I was just worried I couldn't find something heavy enough to knock the altar's door open. Hasn't it delivered itself right to me? Shen Wanbing. Look one more time. In the passenger seat, Shen Wanbing wiped the blood from the corners of her eyes. The radar had just been violently kicked out by that flesh mountain's energy field. Her head buzzed. Her vision couldn't focus. Scan one more time, and the mental power backlash will cause irreversible. I need the position of its core. 3-dimensional coordinates, accurate to the centimeter. She looked up at me. Madman. This man wouldn't detour, wouldn't yield. He meant to swallow this system red flag tyrant whole, skin and bone. The cabin fell dead silent. Shen Wanbing shut her eyes, gold lights surging beneath the lids, forcibly bundling the information streams scattering in her mind into a single sharp needle and stabbing it hard at that flesh mountain 3 kilometers off. The instant her mental power touched the tyrant's energy shell, an enormous repulsive force flooded back along her nerves. She groaned, her spine arching sharply, fingers clawing into the edge of the seat, fresh beads of blood at the corners of her eyes stringing into a line. Sis, Shen Wanqing rushed over barefoot. Don't touch me. Shen Wanbing growled through her teeth. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 8 seconds. At the 11th second, she snapped her eyes open, pupils unfocused for 2 seconds before they made out the night. Center of the abdominal cavity, 7 centimeters left, depth 1.2 meters. She gasped for air, her voice cords trembling, but the data she reported was frighteningly precise. There's a piece of living tissue the size of a fist, pulsing at a frequency matching a human heart, wrapped in 3 layers of calcified bone shell. That's its second stage evolution core. She slumped back against the seat back, drained. As long as the abdominal fissure opens, the core will be exposed for 15 seconds. I carved the data into my mind and looked at Jiang Yinxua. How many low-tier monsters left under the bridge? 43. All milling around the tyrant. Its reserve rations. Don't let it grab them itself. You feed it. Use your talent to take them over. Line them up to walk into the tyrant's mouth on their own, one after another, no gaps. The more it eats, the wider the fissure opens. Jiang Yinxua froze. Controlling low-tier monsters wasn't hard, but forcibly taking over 43 Berserk State monsters at once. The mental drain was overdraft level. I can hold 2 minutes at most. 2 minutes is enough. I walked to the weapon maintenance bench and pulled open the bottom drawer. Stacked inside were several high-explosive ammunition modules lifted from the arms factory. Palm-sized, packed with potent explosives, powerful enough to flip a light armored vehicle. I grabbed 2 and stuffed them into the inner pocket of my tactical vest. Shen Wanqing, Shen Wanbing. I patted the control console. When she starts feeding, you 2 take over the machine guns. Shen Wanqing moved to the console, the screen splitting into the night vision feeds of the front and rear machine guns. Where do I shoot? Her palms sweated. A moment ago, she was shooting targets with a little hand crossbow, and now straight to heavy firepower, too big a leap. Shoot its arms. The tyrant will instinctively guard its abdomen in danger. Your job is to break off all the arms blocking the fissure and keep the fissure open. That said, I pushed the door open. Where are you going? Shun Wanqing whipped her head around. No one answered. The door slammed shut. My figure melted into the shadow of the overpass wreckage. Shun Wanbing covered half her face, her voice carrying a chill. He's going to jump down from the bridge. Shun Wanqing's face went white in a flash. The overpass was 15 meters off the ground, with a tyrant preparing to advance crouched below. The madman planned to deliver himself in as a human bomb. Begin. 2 words came through the walkie-talkie, cold and clean. Jiang Yinxue sat cross-legged on the metal floor, her SS rank aberrant domination fully erupting. 3 kilometers off, under the bridge opening, the 43 low-tier aberrants froze in unison, the murky red of their eyes replaced by a mechanical coldness. The first turned and walked toward the tyrant. The stitched tyrant sensed the movement, the fong-lined fissure in its abdomen flexing, black saliva dripping, and burning white smoke on the ground. Food delivering itself, it scooped one in with 2 deformed arms and stuffed it into the fissure. Chew. Swallow. The second, the third. The assembly line feeding started up. The tyrant fed faster and faster, the fissure stretched to its limit, the deep red inner cavity fully everting. Deep in the flesh wall, a core flashing with red light pulsed rhythmically. Fire. Jiang Yinxue bit through her lip to squeeze out the order. Shun Wanbing and Shun Wanqing pressed the trigger keys at the same time. The 2 C-class twin heavy machine guns roared. Even by electric drive remote, the enormous recoil still made this 11-ton fortress shudder faintly. The 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds drew 2 lines of fire across 3 kilometers, covering both sides of the tyrant's torso precisely. The tyrant instinctively raised an arm to block. The first arm was cut clean in half, a dark purple column of blood spraying from the stump. The second and third snapped, bone and tendon, under the armor-piercing round's kinetic force and crashed down like rotten wood. It stopped feeding, the enormous flesh mountain abruptly straightening, the bone spurs on its back punching through the bridge deck above, rubble and rebar sifting down. The abdominal fissure began contracting rapidly, instinct driving it to guard the core. It turned, 7 or 8 ruined arms bracing the ground, locked onto the fire-spitting armored vehicle in the distance, and began to charge, the ground cracking apart with it. It's charging over. Shun Wanqing's voice broke pitch. Don't stop. Keep breaking the arms. Only cold-blooded orders in the walkie-talkie. Only then did everyone realize. I wasn't in the car. I was on the bridge. Atop the overpass, I stood with 1 foot on the broken railing. 15 meters below, the tyrant had just charged out from under the bridge, its abdominal fissure still holding the last few seconds of its closing window. I bent and jumped. The burst force 50 points of constitution gave my legs shattered the concrete block underfoot outright, my whole self becoming a dead-straight black line plummeting at the moving flesh mountain. The tyrant sensed the pressure overhead, the fissure contracting faster, the 3 layers of calcified bone shell about to lock shut. In the last 0.1 second before the gap closed, I released Killing Intent Stun in midair. Jiang Yinxue's trait. Only low-tier monsters got the 1-second stun, and this tyrant's level was far above low-tier, but it was right on the edge of second-stage evolution, its internal biological signals extremely chaotic. The instant the Killing Intent hit, its enormous frame eerily hitched. Not a full second, maybe only 0.6. Enough. My right hand tore the high-explosive module from my vest, and my whole arm sank into the tyrant's not-yet-closed abdominal fissure. The scalding inner wall pressed against my forearm, the fangs slicing open my glove, blood mixed with mucus surging out. I crammed the explosive to the deepest point, my fingertip touching a hard, violently pulsing spherical thing, the core. Arm withdrawn. My left hand drew the armor-piercing bayonet, and, in the last fraction of a second of free fall, drove the blade into the calcified shell on the tyrant's surface. Blade into flesh, most of the falling momentum shed. Using this anchor point, I swung clear, carving an arc in the air to escape the attack range. Landing, knee bent, one hand bracing, I rolled to shed the force. The tyrant's fissure fully closed, several ruined arms flailing madly at me. I drew the suppressed pistol. 3 shots. PFT. 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 3 rounds passed through the gaps in its surface, hitting the detonator of the ammunition module beside the core precisely. A muffled explosion came from inside the tyrant. Not an external blast that blew open a hole, but an implosion swelling, tearing, and pulverizing outward from the most fragile depths of its viscera. Its body bulged first, like an inflated flesh ball. Then boom, dark purple flesh burst from the abdomen, shattered bone and viscera spraying onto every inch of ground within 30 meters. The second stage core was smashed by the shockwave, the residual energy turning into a purple shockwave that kicked up waist-high sand. The tyrant wasn't fully dead. The flesh mountain that had lost its core still moved, its ruined arms flailing wildly at the ground and snapping the bridge pier, the entire bridge deck collapsing down. I pressed the walkie-talkie. Ram it dead. 3 kilometers off. When Shun Wanqing heard this, her hands were still shaking, yet she did something even she hadn't expected. Let go of the control stick, rushed to the driver's seat, and turned the key. The C-Class turbo engine's roar split through the whole highway. The 11-ton Fortress catapulted out, the B-Class self-healing tires biting the road, the speed breaking 120 within 8 seconds, the 3 kilometers of distance swallowed clean. The reinforced serrated ramming guard, carrying 11 tons of mass and 140 mile-per-hour speed, cut into the tyrant's blasted open abdominal wound. Steel bit into flesh, the serrations grinding the remaining bone armor, the body punching straight through the tyrant from inside, tearing this tyrant clean in two and pinning it dead in the ruins. The wheels rolled over the remains, minced flesh squeezing out from both sides of the chassis. The RV burst out 20-some meters before it stopped. Quiet. Shun Wanqing slumped over the wheel, drained all over. The system prompt blasted in everyone's minds. Tyrant-level monster killed. Stitched tyrant. Second stage edge. District first kill. Right after, a dark gold server-wide announcement forced itself into the retinas of District 069's 860,000 players. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Chun Chun for completing District 069's first kill of a tyrant-level monster. Combat value greatly refreshes the regional leaderboard. Chun Chun rises 2 levels in a row, reaching LV.7. Obtained unique title, Tyrant Ender. Exerts bloodline pressure on all first stage and below monsters, weakening enemies' all attributes by 10%. I walked back to the RV. The tactical vest was all dark purple blood and my own. My right forearm, slashed open in 3 gashes by the fangs, the bone undamaged, the flesh peeled open. I bit one end of the hemostatic bandage and wrapped it tight in a few quick turns. Frisked the corpse. Shun Wanqing walked to the tyrant's remains. In the center of that heap of minced flesh, a gold light orb hovered midair, its glow too bright to keep your eyes open. She pressed her hand to it. Lucky crit triggered, slaughter feast taking effect in sync, drops fixed +1. A gold-purple column of light shot to the sky, dyeing half the heavens of flowing gold. B-Class RV External Armor Blueprint. Advancement. Obtained A-Class RV External Armor Blueprint ×1. Second stage Aberrant Core, double reward. Obtained ×2. Item Traction Chain, Advancement. Obtained Spatial Traction Chain ×1. Unique Item, Spatial Traction Chain. Can forcibly drag a designated target into a 3-meter range. Cooldown 24 hours. Shun Wanqing's legs gave out, and she sat down on the ground, looking down at the chain glowing faint blue in her palm, her lips trembling. The regional channel went dead silent for a full 5 seconds, then exploded. A screen full of tyrant level? It's only day 3. I can't even beat an elite monster, and this guy skips levels to kill a tyrant? A solo player? What's Chun Chun driving? A nuclear-powered carrier. The leaderboard refreshed. Chun Chun jumped from second to first, stomped that military iron wall right down. Then a message pinned by the system appeared. Iron Wall, North China Military Region. 7th Mechanized Infantry Brigade Brother Chun Chun. The military shelter's doors are open to you anytime. Humanity needs a spearhead like you. Awaiting your reply. Before the thread could even pile up, a second pin message followed right after. Jiang Jiuyo, Jiang Financial Clan, Shadow Division Chun Chun, join me. The deputy captain's position, the Jiang clan's core resources, can all be your bargaining chips. The channel went dead silent for 3 more seconds, then went completely insane, Someone exclaimed that Jiang Juyo was 8th on the leaderboard, a woman reputed to be even more vicious than Shen Wanbing, and she'd actually thrown herself at a solo player. In the cabin, the three women stared at that message with varied expressions. Shen Wanqing swiped the panel down, swiped it hard. Shen Wanbing closed the channel expressionlessly. Jiang Yinxua leaned against the armor wall, wiping the crossbow, not looking up, but the motion of wiping clearly went a couple notches heavier. The military's olive branch, the Jiang clan's sky-high recruitment offer, private messages from all the various powers. The message notification number jumped to triple digits and kept climbing. I glanced over, first putting the newly gained 12 points into perception and spirit respectively, both reaching 28. Closed it. Didn't even give it a read. Noisy. Shen Wanbing watched me cleanly and decisively sever all external communication, opening her mouth, then closing it. She knew the weight of Jiang Juyo's message better than anyone. The Jiang Shadow Division, a gray force even the Shen family didn't lightly provoke, 8th on the leaderboard, throwing out that kind of recruitment in front of the whole server, and I didn't so much as lift an eyelid at that bargaining chip. I dug the chain glowing with faint blue cold light out of the backpack. The spatial traction chain, its links thicker than a thumb, every ring carved with densely packed micro-runes, cold to the touch, yet abnormally light in weight. A unique item. Only this one in all of District 069. I got out of the car and stood in the middle of the highway. The tyrant's remains were sprawled across the ground, snapped into two pieces after the RV punched through, the thickest part still heaped over 3 meters high, the dark purple mutant blood pooling into a small stream, the stench choking the lungs. I hooked one end of the chain onto the armored tow hook at the car's rear and locked it fast, then flung the other end out. The instant the chain extended in the air, the runes lit, faint blue light seeping from between the links, wrapping 3 times around the largest piece of the tyrant's remains and auto-tightening, the chain embedding into the rotting flesh wall and locking dead. Under normal circumstances, this lump was 7 or 8 tons at least, and an 11-ton RV dragging it would be no different from suicide. But the spatial traction chain's rule spelled it out. Ignores part of the laws of physical weight. I climbed back into the driver's seat, turned the key, shifted into gear, hit the gas. The body hitched first, the chain pulling taut, the rune glow surging. Then it moved. The 7 or 8-ton tyrant remains were dragged forcibly off the ground, the minced flesh and bone fragments at its base plowing 2 deep furrows into the highway. The picture in the rear view was utterly absurd. A dark mobile fortress, 2 heavy machine guns mounted on the roof, dragging a mountain-sized tyrant corpse behind it, every jolt flinging out great sheets of purple-black flesh, painting a blood road 4 meters wide across the highway. Something even more outrageous happened. 2 kilometers ahead, a dozen-some low-tier aberrants were milling by the roadside. As the RV closed in, their reaction wasn't to lunge, but to drop flat in unison, burying their heads in the sand, their whole bodies trembling violently. The second-stage pressure and thick blood aura remaining on the tyrant's remains ground these low-grade things' bestial instinct to powder, clear sailing the whole way. Only later did I find the effect's radiation range was outrageously large. Everywhere the RV passed, every low-tier monster within 500 meters dropped prone. A few bold ones tried to stand, knees barely straightening before they buckled again and knelt in place trembling. Tearing down an apocalypse highway dragging a tyrant corpse, 10,000 monsters prostrate, all evils retreating. In the cabin, Jiang Yinxua stared through the protective mesh at that flesh mountain being dragged behind. Her SS-rank talent could sense the pressure radiating off the remains. That thing, when alive, she hadn't even had the nerve to come within 50 meters of, and now it was leashed to the back of this man's car by a single chain, like walking a dog. Shen Wanbing wiped clean the blood at the corners of her eyes and in her nostrils. She'd closed the channel a long time ago, yet the name Jiang Juyo kept turning in her mind. The actual controller of the Jiang Shadow Division, her methods 3 shades blacker than Shen Wanbing's own, 8th on the leaderboard, absolutely no pretty face. This woman had bowed her head to recruit me in front of the whole server, and I hadn't replied so much as a punctuation mark. She turned her head to glance at the driver's seat. That man rested one hand on the wheel, his gaze level on the road ahead. No smugness on his face, no hesitation, just plain, indifference. Not an act. She'd spent over a decade in the business world, had seen too many people use disdain to disguise anxiety. I was different, genuinely treating those top power sky-high bargaining chips as noise. The reason was simple. The machine guns were on the roof, the wheel was in my hands, and 3 women with divine tier talents sat at my side. I alone was a fully formed combat unit. What need had I to live at anyone's mercy? The instant this realization settled, the thing that had been hanging in Shun Wanbing's chest quietly eased. She'd bet right. Staying on this car the first day she woke was the greatest luck of her life. In the back, Shin Wanqing stared at my broad back for a long while, then did something even she hadn't anticipated. She stood, walked barefoot to the driver's seat. I turned my head to glance at her. She bent down, cupped my face in both hands, and pressed hard on my lips for 3 seconds. When she separated, her face was red to the roots of her neck, and she stepped back half a pace, her eyes a touch too bright. This was the willing response of a woman who'd been thoroughly protected. Jiang Yinxue watched this scene from 3 steps off, the cloth wiping the crossbow stopping. 3 years a classmate at the aristocratic girls' school, this girl had grown up steeped in fans and flowers, clean as a blank sheet of paper, and now this blank sheet had kissed a man hung all over with tyrant blood on her own initiative, right in front of her too. Jiang Yinxue tossed the cloth onto her lap, hugged the crossbow, and leaned back against the armor wall. What ran through her mind wasn't jealousy. She was thinking about something else. Jiang Jiuyo had hailed the whole server to recruit me, the offer raised to my own self, and I didn't take it. And these 3 women in my car, a 100 billion CEO, a national idol, the Black Dragon Society's young miss. Not one was kept here by force. Shin Wanbing had made her own judgment, Shun Wanqing had given her own heart, and she, Jiang Yinxue, had said that fine herself. This man never took people on with a glib tongue. He did it by his heart rate not going past 120 while carrying you out of a swarm, by knocking on the door saying delivery, after crushing a mutant hound's skull barehanded, by tearing down an apocalypse highway dragging a tyrant flesh mountain with 10,000 monsters prostrate, while he didn't even bother closing the window. Following someone like this, you either died on the road or stood at the finish. There was no third option. And as it happened, this was exactly her kind of thing. Companion-causal relationship changes. Shun Wanqing affection, LV.3, progress 88%. Jiang Yinshue's identification rises. Trait Slaughter Feast upgraded to LV.2. New property unlocked, Slaughter Drain. Killing a monster restores a small amount of stamina to the host. Shin Wanbing's heart won over. Trait Daily Supply Blind Box upgraded to LV.3. Guaranteed bronze tier or above survival items or rare blueprints daily. 3 traits evolved in sync. Logistics output doubled, combat endurance maxed, resource drops reinforced. The corner of my mouth moved, and I pressed the gas down 2 notches deeper. The 200-kilometer stretch was eaten up clean under the tyrant's road opening deterrents. No monsters blocked the way, no players dared approach. Survivors along the route who saw that enormous remains dragged by a chain through the window either cut their engines outright and played dead, or cranked their wheels like mad to burrow toward the roadside. Finally, at the far end of the horizon, a dark red column of light pierced the heavens. The altar of flesh, built entirely of deep red crystal and white bone. The base large enough to park 3 helicopters, dark red liquid veins flowing across the crystal surface. From afar, it looked like a bleeding mountain. The spire stabbed straight into the gray cloud layer, red light seeping from the cloud base, dyeing the sky for several hundred meters around a sickly crimson. But the scene around the altar dropped the temperature in the cabin sharply. Iron all over the ground. Burnt, twisted, crushed iron. 7 or 8 modified vehicles, pickups, SUVs, a minibus welded all over with iron plates. All turned into burning heaps of scrap iron scattered across the clearing before the altar, the flames not yet out, black smoke rising to the sky one column after another. In the gaps of the vehicles were people, or rather, people's parts. The do-or-die convoys that had raced madly, eating the route's supplies clean, had all met their end here. There were no bullet holes on the vehicles, no claw marks on the armor plates. These people and cars had been ground to fragments in an extremely short time by some overwhelming force. A one-sided slaughter. Shun Wanqing's face went white, her hand gripping the hem of the windbreaker and not letting go. Jiang Yinxue narrowed her eyes, her hand already on the knife hilt on her tactical strap. I brought the speed down, my gaze passing through the ruins of blood and fire, settling on the highest step of the altar. Something sat there. Humanoid, but not human. A black robe covering it head to foot, the frame lean and long, legs crossed, as slack as if sunning itself on its own balcony. Its right hand was raised before it, 5 overlong fingers pinching a fist-sized thing in slow play. Dark red, still dripping blood. A human heart. The RV stopped 100 meters out. The black robe lifted its head, the face under the hood hidden in shadow. Only 2 clusters of ghostly green fire glowing in that darkness. Its gaze passed over the ground full of remains and landed on my RV, dragging the tyrant corpse. A hoarse voice, like stone grinding over a dry riverbed, came down from the altar's peak. At last, a worm has come with enough offering. The black robe stood, kicking the still dripping heart at its feet down the steps. You're a touch more interesting than those worms before you. It extended a withered finger, pointing at the tyrant remains dragged by the chain at my car's rear. Put that lump of flesh behind you and that chain at the foot of the altar. Do as told, and this apostle can grant you divine grace. You and those little worms in the car can all leave alive. In the cabin, I lowered my voice. Can you still scan? In the passenger seat, Shun Wanbing didn't open her eyes, gave a single shake of her head. Mental powers bottomed out. Opening the radar again isn't a question of overdraft. It'll do permanent damage. I didn't say a second line. The 2 force scans of the tyrant core earlier had already wrung her dry. Forcing her to keep using it was no different from killing her. But she didn't shut up, bracing on the armrest to sit up a little straighter, her vocal cords dry but her speech frighteningly fast. The system mission's exact wording is sacrifice 1 monster corpse to the altar. To the altar, not hand it to some person, some so-called apostle. She paused a beat. It's been waiting here, and it killed everyone in those 7 or 8 cars ahead. What about the monster corpses those people had? Were any of them placed on the altar? I swept my gaze outside. Scrap iron, minced flesh, burning sedans everywhere, and not a single monster's remains among them. All intercepted by this thing. Middleman. Shin Wanbing used a precise business term. This black robe is a middleman. It intercepts players' offerings, takes the rewards itself, gives you some scraps and calls it grace, keeping the right to eat the meat for itself. Those eyes of hers, dyed red with broken vessels, turned to me. The instant you push the corpse over on your own, the second it gets the thing, every one of us dies. The people with severed arms and legs on the steps went out exactly this way. My face went cold, staring at that black silhouette atop the altar, my fingers tapping the wheel twice. Shen Wanqing, Jiang Yinxue. Weapon control console, now. Jiang Yinxue was first into position, gripping the control stick, her knuckles cracking. I've been waiting a while. She grinned, baring her teeth. Shen Wanqing squeezed into the other firing position after her, palms all sweat, but not letting go. I glanced at the ammunition, 237 armor-piercing incendiary rounds left, split evenly front and rear, enough. On the altar, the black robe waited a dozen-some seconds without getting a response, the ghost fire under the hood shifting from faint green to dark green, carrying anger. Worm, this apostle's patience is limited. It slowly raised both hands, 10 withered fingers spreading, dark red mist seeping from the tips. The air began to shake, not from wind, but from some rule-level force tearing at this space. Dark red energy twisted into a ball in its palms. It was making a move on the chain. I felt an odd pulling force from the car's rear. The runes on the chain were flashing, but the rhythm was off, like it was being interfered with by an external force. This thing meant to wrest the chain's control away from a distance. A cast bar. The biggest flaw of caster-type monsters, the cast bar. My right foot came down on the gas, not a second of hesitation. Forward it through. The C-Class turbo let out a hysterical shriek. The 11-ton Fortress shot out like a stone flung from a slingshot, the 6 B-Class tires gouging 6 deep trenches in the ground. The wheel dead straight, target, the altar steps. A carbon-based life form standing in front of an 11-ton heavy armor vehicle to run a cast bar. I clamped the wheel, my voice torn to shreds by the engine. Who gave you the courage? The black robe's spell had only condensed halfway. It looked down. The heavy serrated ramming guard filled its entire field of view. The instant the serrations cut in, I heard a very strange sound. Not bone shattering, more like a piece of bone-dry charcoal run over by a truck, both crisp and muffled. The black robe was ground into ribbons, the withered frame inside taking the full kinetic force of 11 tons times 140 miles per hour, spinning and tumbling as it flew off, slamming onto the altar's 7th step. The crimson crystal smashed into a humanoid pit. Break. The tires dragged a dozen-some meters of skid marks over white bone and crushed stone. Fire. The two twin heavy machine guns roared at the same time, the muzzle flashes connecting into a solid wall of fire. The 12.7 millimeters armor-piercing round slammed at the black robe's landing point at 10 a second, beating the entire step into a waterfall of crushed stone. Jiang Yinshua bit her back teeth and pressed the control stick to the bottom, the ammunition belt spinning fast. Shin Wanqing's aim wasn't as good as hers, but the rear gun mount's firepower fanned wide, blanketing the whole area airtight. 237 rounds, poured out in under 20 seconds. The barrels glowed red, ammunition at zero, dust and smoke blotting out the sky. I didn't wait for the smoke to clear. I pushed the door open. Absolute stealth, activate. A chill current shot from the soles of my feet to my crown, ripples sweeping over my whole body, even my shadow vanishing. The suppressed pistol drawn, the armor-piercing bayonet held in a reverse grip, I stepped onto the altar. As expected, something that could run a toll booth at the altar of flesh. If a single wave of physical output killed it, the system would be too lax. The black robe lay in the rubble, half its body shredded, 7 or 8 withered ribs turned outward and snapped, a gray-white torso that didn't belong to a human at all exposed beneath the robe. The smashed, shot-through parts were squirming, dark red flesh buds drilling out of the wounds and growing layer by layer, the repair speed visible to the eye. It was self-healing. Fast. The black robe snapped its head up, the hood gone now. A face withered tight against the skull exposed under the moonlight. No nose, no ear lobes. Only 2 deeply sunken eye sockets. The green ghost fire dancing utterly frenzied. Worm. Its mouth had just split open. PFT. 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 3 rounds fired at point-blank range into its reorganizing 2 knee joints and left elbow joint. The ignore, 20%. Physical defense trait was brought to the extreme at close range, the bullets punching through the gray-white aberrant bone, churning the just-grown flesh buds and cartilage to mush. Its lower body instantly lost support, slapping onto the rubble. It went berserk. The remaining right arm braced the ground, the ghost fire burning to a nearly white-hot temperature. A high-frequency scream no human vocal cords could mimic spraying from its mouth. Dark red energy burst from its surface. A mental attack. My brain took a hammer blow, the picture swaying for half a second, eardrums ringing. Good thing 28 points of spirit weren't added for nothing. I bit through my back teeth and tanked it, pressed my left hand to its crown, the 50 Constitution palm gripping that withered head like gripping a cracked coconut shell. My right hand drove the armor-piercing bayonet down, the tip aimed at the cluster of green ghost fire in the left eye socket, and stabbed in. The blade passed through the flame, the eye socket bone wall, some immaterial energy core, the first half like stabbing into ice, the second half like stirring scalding mud. I twisted my wrist 45 degrees. The green fire burst. The black robe's body collapsed inwards starting from the chest, flesh, bone, robe, all the matter that composed it caving in by the most extreme violence, a soul-piercing scream squeezing out from the collapsed center. Then boom. Gray-white dust scattered, the residual energy reclaimed by the rule's power, leaving only a ground of foul-stenched residue, not even a complete corpse left behind. I flicked the mucus off the bayonet, killed the low-tier apostle of the Lord of Flesh, obtained special kill reward, high-tier attribute blind box ×1. Right after, a blood-red warning filled my entire retina. Warning, you have killed a divine apostle and been marked by the Lord of Flesh faction. In future encounters with this faction's monsters, aggro will be forcibly locked to the highest level. The red warning flashed 3 times before it disappeared. Permanently blacklisted by an evil god faction. Put another way, from now on, the moment I run into a Lord of Flesh monster, no matter where I hide, the monster will ignore everyone else and come straight for me. So what? Not marking me. I'd kill them all the same. Stealth lifted, my figure reappeared under the moonlight. I turned to face the sacrificial platform at the altar's highest point. No middleman now. The road was clear. Plenty of debts, no worries. I slotted the bayonet into the strap and walked down the steps over the ground of ashes. Permanently blacklisted by an evil god. Was the blacklist in my life ever short of people? One more god, no harm in that. Back at the RV, ignition, into gear, reverse, dragging the tyrant remains at the car's rear over to above the cluster of sacrificial runes carved with dark red veins at the dead center of the altar. With a thought, the chain's runes went out at the same time, the lock popping open. The tyrant remains, losing their traction, slammed straight onto the heart of the rune array. The whole altar gave a shudder. Then, the runes lit. The dark red liquid veins surged outward from the center, climbing up the white bone steps to the spire. A dark red column of light over 10 meters in diameter shooting to the sky from the altar's peak, punching through the layer of gray cloud overhead. The energy storm flung away all the scrap iron remaining within 100 meters. The tyrant remains rapidly decomposed in the column of light, the bone armor, mutant muscle, and dark purple blood all dismantled into energy particles by the altar's rule power and swallowed clean. The server-wide announcement forced itself into the dead center of every District 069 survivor's retina, impossible to close even if you tried. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Chun Chun for becoming District 069's first player to complete the Altar of Flesh sacrifice. Sacrifice evaluation, SSS tier. Rich rewards being distributed. The dark red column of light shuddered violently, splitting off 4 light orbs. The largest, wreathed in gold, punched through the roof into the driver's compartment and stopped above my outspread palm. The remaining 3, trailing purple and gold streamers, drifted into the rear of the cabin, each landing in the hands of one of the 3 women. I looked down at the gold blind box in my palm, 2 sizes bigger than a fist, the aura it gave off on a completely different dimension from everything before. I flicked the latch, and a palm-sized ancient tome floated up, its pages tinged a deep gold, the text on the cover belonging to no known language family, yet its meaning poured straight into my mind. Unique gold skill book, absolute control a gravity domain, effect. With the host as the center, you can manipulate the laws of gravity within a 10-meter radius. You may apply up to 10-fold gravity to suppress a target or lighten your own load for brief levitation. Mental power consumption correlates positively with the suppression multiplier. I gripped the tome, the pages turning on their own, the contents becoming a gold stream of information surging into my brain. 3 seconds, learning complete. I got out of the car and stood at the edge of the altar. 10 meters off, the shot-up do-or-die pickup's hood rested on the frame, 30 kilograms of iron plate at least. I lifted my hand, pointed my index finger casually, an invisible force field radiating from the fingertip, the gravity coefficient of the target area instantly rewritten, 10-fold. The hood didn't even get the chance to bounce. Under 10-fold gravity, it effectively bore nearly half a ton of downward pressure, slapped into the ground with a bang. I withdrew my hand, leaving a 2-centimeter thick iron disc on the ground, a perfect 2-dimensional form. Useful. This skill paired with 50 Constitution close-quarters fighting, within 10 meters, elite or aberrant, doesn't matter. Eat 10-fold gravity and go prone first, then eat a blade. Assembly line work. Mastering this skill relied on mental power and perception. Future attribute points could be split evenly between them, which worked out nicely. Chin Chun. Shun Wanqing's voice came from behind, the intonation a little off. I turned. The 3 women in the cabin each held what they'd opened. Expressions varied. Xin Wanbing had hung a necklace around her neck, the pendant a pale blue prismatic gem resting against her collarbone. Calming Ice Heart necklace. Purple quality once worn, mental power recovery speed plus 50%. To others this was icing on the cake. To her it was a lifesaver. The biggest weak spot of her divine tier radar was mental power endurance. Those 2 force scans of the Tyrant core earlier had nearly burned through her brain. With this chain, at least she wouldn't have to trade her life for intel anymore. She touched the gem on her collarbone without speaking. But there was an added layer in the way she looked at me. The altar's SSS tier reward had been split into 4 shares, and I could have kept it all. Over on Jiang Yinchue's side, a dagger black throughout turned between her fingers. Shadow Instant Kill Blade. Purple quality comes with armor piercing and extreme bleed effects. She flipped the knife up a turn and a half, the grip motion clean and crisp, an unconcealed satisfaction flashing in her eyes. This blade was 3 tiers above the chip-edged mountain blade from before. She slotted the shadow blade into her tactical strap and patted the hilt. Not bad. Only 2 words out loud, but when she slotted it in, she deliberately took off the crappiest old dagger and threw it away. That motion was more honest than any pingjia. More honest than any pingjia. Only Shun Wanxing, cupping a gold heart-shaped pendant, had a very complicated expression. Goddess of Fortune's protection, gold quality once every 3 days, blocks 1 fatal attack for the wearer. A life-saving divine artifact. Among all of District 069's 800-some thousand players, those who had this thing numbered under one hand. By rights, she should have been grinning ear to ear, but written all over her face was a big ripped off. Chin Chun. She pouted and dangled the pendant. These rewards are settled and distributed directly by the system. They don't count as opening a treasure chest, and they don't count as natural drops. She held up 1 finger, over the top serious. My talent can't trigger. Can't crit double. Feels like I lost 100 million. The cabin went quiet for 2 seconds. Jiang Yinchue's mouth twitched, a gold life-saving item in hand, and she thinks it's not enough, still hung up on doubling. How spoiled had this girl been raised? I walked over, my palm landing on the top of her head to rub and pat. Count your blessings. To actually get a unique top-grade reward like this. Of the whole district's 800,000, 799,000 would want to strangle you. She pulled her neck in and said no more, but secretly hung the gold pendant around her neck and tucked it into her collar, hidden away tight. Disdainful out loud, but the body's honest. I stepped back and looked out the window. The altar's column of light had dispersed, but that sky-piercing energy column and the server-wide announcement just now were as good as planting a flag on the entire District 069 map. My coordinates were exposed. Add the slaughtered convoy wreckage and burning scrap iron all around, and the bloody smell and energy residue of this area could be caught by every aberrant within tens of kilometers. Before long, a small swarm would become a medium swarm. Grab the stuff, pull out. I hopped off the car with the backpack. Scattered around the altar was a large amount of supplies the do-or-die convoys hadn't had time to take. Their whole stash, scavenged along the way, all left on the spot after that black robe murdered and intercepted them. I crouched, my technique extremely fast, titanium alloy plates, high-grade parts, a few unopened black iron crates, a sweep of thought sucking it all into the slots like a vacuum cleaner. 40 seconds, cleanup complete. Back into the driver's seat, the C-Class turbo roaring. The 11-ton Fortress crushed the scrap iron underfoot, turned around, and drove off. In the rear view, that white bone altar leaking dark red liquid grew smaller and smaller, finally swallowed by the rolling yellow sand. The regional channel was still exploding, a screen full of SSS tier sacrifice. Day 3 of the server. Combat power crushing first place, nearly doubled that military iron wall. Does anyone know which road he's on? I just want to see him from far away. I closed the channel. 120 miles per hour held for nearly 40 minutes. The terrain outside the window shifting from flat gobi to jagged rock walls. Xin Wanbing pressed the blue gem on her new necklace and scanned once, fast, with her eyes shut. 6 kilometers front left, there's a natural canyon. The cliff walls on both sides are over 30 meters, the canyon floor just wide enough for the RV to pass. No biological heat sources inside the canyon. I cranked the wheel, and the RV left the highway and plunged into the canyon mouth. The crimson rock walls on both sides narrowed overhead, only a thin sliver of moonlight leaking through. Driving in about 400 meters, the canyon bent, and behind the bend was an oval space walled on 3 sides and half enclosed overhead, a natural air raid shelter. Engine off. The mental shielding device taken out. The purple crystal's ghostly glow lighting up on the roof, wiping this 11-ton beast clean off the world's plane of perception. The wind outside the canyon was still blowing, the occasional howl of an aberrant coming from afar, refracted by the rock walls into a hollow echo. None of it had anything to do with us anymore. I leaned back in the driver's seat and let out a long breath. The 3 wounds the tyrant's fangs had slashed open on my right forearm still ached faintly, the hemostatic bandage soaked through with blood. I undid the old bandage, dug a new one from the backpack, bit one end, and rewrapped. Jiang Yinxue passed half a bottle of water from the back. I took it, down 2 gulps, and tossed it back. The cabin's climate system ran, the 26-degree warm air keeping the cold out, the purifier saving up drinking water into the tank drop by drop. Safe. No need to kill anything more tonight. Shen Wanxing curled barefoot in the corner of the mattress, head against the armor wall, eyelids fighting. From the dead of night until now, working the heavy machine guns and tearing around ramming a tyrant, the girl's spirit had long since overdraft. Shen Wanbing's recovery necklace had only just been hung on and hadn't warmed up. The medicine needed time, and she was likewise exhausted to the limit. The passenger seat reclined, blanket pulled to her chin, and within 2 minutes her breathing lengthened. Jiang Yinxue lay down last, not on the bed, but propped against the base of the rear cabin's armor wall, hugging that newly acquired shadow blade, blanket wrapped around her, her posture like a beast ready to leap up and cut someone at any moment. But her breathing soon evened out. A sense of security, she'd gone without it too long. I adjusted the seat back 15 degrees. Outside, the purple force field rippled faintly under the moonlight, the canyon so quiet there was only the wind. I pulled up my personal panel. Constitution, 50/agility, 26/perception, 28/spirit, 28 skill, absolute control, gravity domain. The backpack was stuffed full, titanium alloy, military parts, fuel, rations, ammunition modules. Enough to eat, enough to use, enough to fight. First on the leaderboard. All 3 gold traits evolved to LV.2 or above. 3 companions, each with their own strengths, lay in the car. This life was looking more and more like something to look forward to. The canyon wind, cut to pieces by the rock walls, gave off a shrill whistle. I sat on the anti-slip netting in the corner of the cabin and dumped out the backpack stock. Scattered basic core fragments piled into a small hill, most of it the inheritance of those do-or-die convoys. Those people, to seize the head start, had ground who knows how many solo players to pulp along the way, and the stash they'd finally amassed by killing and robbing had all become my spoils. The law of the jungle on the wasteland, on full display. I used the rule's power to draw these fragments into fusion with each other, and after removing impurities, 14 dark blue intermediate vehicle cores lay quietly in my palm. The energy veins inside the crystals intricate and precise. Enough chips. I pulled up the vehicle panel and decisively poured in all 14 intermediate cores. The upgrade command went down. Platinum white light wove into a net, fully enveloping the 11-ton fortress, the roar of reorganizing metal echoing through the canyon. The chassis steel beams thickened, the composite laminated armor's thickness multiplied. The most striking change was on the roof. Amid the friction of meshing mechanical gears, the roof armor slid apart to either side, and an independent second-story structure fitted with one-way bulletproof glass rose up from it. Crossing the LV.9 threshold, straight to LV.10. Vehicle, Mobile Heavy Armor Fortress, LV.10. Defense, 2000. Ignores physical attacks from elite aberrants below, LV.13. Magic resistance, 150. Durability, 2500/2500 tonnage, 13.6 tons space. First floor 60 cubic meters. Driver's compartment plus living compartment plus weapon maintenance bench plus storage area. Second floor 25 cubic meters. Independent rest area / high vantage observation post / sniper position. Of vehicle weapons. C-class twin-mounted heavy machine gun ×2, second floor top. Retractable bay. Supports remote / manual dual modes. Radar warning. Detection radius 8 kilometers. Supports terrain scanning life support system. advanced air circulation plus constant temperature, 12 to 30 degrees Celsius, plus intermediate water purification, 12L daily, plus waste processing plus basic medical sterilization special, second floor four-sided one-way bulletproof glass, 360-degree view, soundproofing B-class, independent climate controlled, hardware maxed, time to deal with the soft gains. I dug out the high-tier attribute blind box dropped by killing the Black Robe Apostle. Shen Wanxing, come do some work. She crouched barefoot beside me, habitually rubbed her hands, and pressed her palm to the blind box's shell. Lucky crit, activated, the gold-purple halo swirling wildly across the surface. The rare 1% advancement probability was precisely triggered, the shell flaking off and mutating into a crystal flowing with rose-gold luster. Top-grade charm blind box directly adds 100 points of charm attribute. My brow knit into a tight knot. Wasteland survival, physical defense, and firepower output were the foundation of survival. What use was adding 100 points of charm? Go bat my eyes at a pus-covered aberrant? But the system had given it the top-grade prefix. This attribute definitely wouldn't be junk. Reasoning from the companion bond mechanic, high charm could probably speed up the causal bonding of top-grade companions, and might even produce a special attack effect against certain unknown intelligent NPCs. I crushed the crystal, the rose-gold motes drilling into my body through the pores. No discomfort at all, nor any sense of fullness from a surge of strength. To verify the effect, I stood and turned half a circle in front of the three women. See any change in me? Jiang Yinxue swept her gaze back and forth twice and answered with utter bluntness. Didn't grow an extra hand, didn't pick up an extra gun. No change. Shen Wanbing brought out the rigor of 100 billion CEO evaluating a project. From a biological features standpoint, your muscle density and skeletal structure are identical to 3 minutes ago. If I had to find a difference, your behavioral logic right now has departed from your usual pragmatic style. I looked at Shen Wanxing. Her cheeks flushed, and twisting her hem, she muttered in a small voice. I think, Brother Chen Chun, you've always been very attractive. Reference value of 0. I reached a conclusion. These 100 points of charm had no effect whatsoever on the women in the car. The underlying logic of this system item was hidden deep, a variable left for future verification. Shen Wanbing fastened the calming ice heart necklace on, her mental power recovery speed visibly rising. The aftereffects of the earlier Force Tyrant core scans quickly smoothed over. She shut her eyes and reactivated the radar. 50 kilometers ahead, coordinates, for 112,889, there's a special energy field. It gives off the green light unique to safe zones, system-tagged Late Night Tavern. Survivors can barter inside. A safe zone. Those 3 words were more precious than gold on the wasteland. Safe zones are the trading hubs of the wasteland economy. Shen Wanbing was objective and cool. Players' supplies at this stage are extremely unbalanced. Some lack water, some lack weapons. The Late Night Tavern will inevitably form a regional black market. Our surplus of basic materials is severe. Using information gaps and resource gaps, we can complete a primitive accumulation of capital there. I agreed. Leave the professional matters to the professional. With 100 billion CEO as financial steward, this deal was a guaranteed profit. The do-or-die convoys, canned meat, and basic materials in the backpack took up too many slots, perfect for trading for rare blueprints and high-tier materials. I seated the driver's seat and looked at Jiang Yinxue. You drive. She arched a brow, slotted the shadow blade back into her strap, and sat down at the wheel. I wrapped the dashboard. Night driving, steady first. Don't stomp the turbo and draw a high-tier swarm over. The Black Dragon Society's convoys were all let out by me. How to drive a car, I don't need you to teach me. I had Shen Wanbing go to the passenger seat to navigate and watch the road. She gathered her tattered trench coat and sat down, eased the seat back, and closed her eyes. What role to play in what setting? This 100 billion CEO had it down better than anyone. I walked over to Shen Wanxing, gripped her wrist, and pulled her toward the newly formed folding ladder. Come up with me. Get familiar with the new structure. The engine roared, and the RV tore through the night again. Jiang Yinxue's driving style and my brute force steamrolling were 2 complete extremes. She didn't run the high beams, relying on the goggles' night vision and her dynamic vision to cut precisely into the optimal line. The 13.5-ton steel behemoth absurdly steady under her control, the suspension filtering out 90% of the jolts, her dodging of deep pits and wrecked cars smooth as flowing water. The RV's second floor was a completely independent, extremely private cabin. High-density soft padding covered 2/3 of the floor, the surroundings 5-centimeter thick one-way bulletproof glass. From outside, just a seamless black bulge on the roof. From inside, a 360-degree view of the wasteland night without obstruction. Outside the glass, the gale whipped sand and stone against the body. Inside the glass, the temperature locked at 24 degrees. The bottom engine's roar carrying up here as only the faintest white noise. An absolute sense of security that let a person drop all their guard. I sat down at the edge of the padding and patted the spot beside me. Shin Wanqing came over and sat down stiffly. I gripped her ankle and tossed those blood-marked heels offhand toward the door. I turned on my side and called her name in a low voice. That night, in this quiet corner far from the killing, another layer of bond no one else could pry apart grew between us. The wasteland night outside the window was still cruel, the sound of aberrants tearing into living things rising and falling in the distant dark. Inside the RV's second floor, it was another kind of extreme contrast. Warm, quiet, everyone someone you could rely on. Shin Wanqing's heart won over to. An hour plus of night off-roading ended, the sound of the tires braking carrying through the body, the RV pulling in steadily. In the center of the wilderness, 100 meters ahead, a 2-story wooden building stood all alone, a dim yellow neon sign hanging on the askew door lintel, spelling out unrecognizable alien characters. A faint green energy field spread out with the building as the center, sealing the wasteland's cold wind and monsters out. At the field's edge sat 2 or 3 battered modified cars parked haphazardly, their chassis caked with black blood. The late-night tavern. I zipped the tactical vest to the top, slung the backpack onto my right shoulder, and went down the folding ladder. Shin Wanqing followed behind, both hands gripping the overlong hem of the windbreaker. Her bare foot had just stepped onto the last rung when the muscles in her legs suddenly cramped sore, and she lost her balance, pitching forward. Shin Wanbing, walking ahead, reacted extremely fast, catching her sister one-handed and steadying her. The 100 billion CEO's gaze dropped. The Shin family received posture training from childhood, and her sister could walk a runway strut in 10-centimeter heels. She could not possibly fail to stand steady on flat ground. Her gaze settled on Shin Wanqing's feet on the grating. Wanqing, how'd you get this worn out? Shin Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly, red all the way to deep down her neck, staring at my back, unable to choke out a single word, her toes awkwardly curling tight against the cold metal grating. I turned, didn't pick up that thread, pushed the heavy armored door open one-handed, and stepped into the night. Pushing open that wooden door carved all over with ancient totems, the brass wind chime up top struck crisply. A sour reek of ale mixed with smoke slammed over. The hall was extremely dim, several kerosene lamps hanging on the load-bearing columns spitting sparks. No living people. Those seated were all of other kinds. In the shadows on the left, a creature draped in a ragged cloak tore at dripping raw meat, a stretch of green-scaled jaw showing under the hood. In the corner on the right, 2 hunched creatures with high-arched backs huddled together, bone claws gouging deep marks into the tabletop. The appearance of these 3 peerless women instantly shattered the tavern's deathly silence. The lizard man on the left stopped chewing, his green vertical pupils passing over me to fix on the bare, fair little feet of Shin Wanqing behind me, a muddled swallowing sound coming from his throat. He shoved the raw meat aside and stood, his stool knocked over by his thick tail, and pressed closer this way. Shin Wanqing shrank back half a step in fright. Jiang Yinshue's wrist flipped and pressed onto the shadow blade. My steps didn't stop. I didn't so much as glance at the lizard man, my right index finger pointing casually downward. Gravity domain. 5-fold. Bang! The nearly 2-meter lizard man, the gravity within 3 meters of him abruptly collapsed, and without even letting out a roar, he was slapped to the ground by half a ton of invisible force. The solid wood floor burst into cracks, green scales flying off, accompanied by the sound of breaking bone, as he lay pinned in the ground pit, convulsing, vomiting up a mouthful of dark purple blood. The two hunched creatures on the right snapped their claws back, wishing they could fold themselves under their chairs. At the bar dead ahead stood a woman, a head of eye-catching red hair, two crimson fox ears standing up on her head, a fluffy red fox tail behind her swishing irritably. When the lizard man stood just now, she hadn't even lifted an eyelid. So many people died on the wasteland every day. A few living people being devoured by other races wasn't worth her wasting energy on. But that loud crash brought her head up. She lifted her eyelids, and the instant her gaze hit my face, clink. A glass dropped onto the bar and shattered across it. 100 points of top-grade charm was null data to players, but to the wasteland's native non-human NPCs, it was a dimensional, rule-crossing steamroll. The fox-eared proprietress's mask of indifference, accustomed to life and death, was smashed to pieces, her amber vertical pupils abruptly contracting, a complex emotion mixed of awe, greed, and infatuation rising. She quick-stepped to the edge of the bar on her heels, trailing a thick rose fragrance. "This gentleman, you look unfamiliar." Her voice was sweet and coaxing. She pulled a bottle of wine glowing faint purple from the highest rack, poured it full, and pushed it in front of me. "A special mix Crimson Mary, on me personally." As she handed over the wine, that red tail crossed the gap in the bar and deliberately climbed up my military boot. The atmosphere behind me completely changed. Jiang Yinxua snorted coldly, veins bulging on the back of her knife hand. In her understanding, I was the absolute core of this car, and being openly cruised by some non-human of unknown origin right to my face was as good as stepping over her territory line. Xin Wanbing stuck her hand straight into her trench coat pocket and felt the grip of the suppressed pistol, her glacial face cloaked in frost. Xin Wanqing bit her lip, eyes round, staring fixedly at that tail. I had no reaction to this blatant seduction. My finger pressed against the cup wall and pushed the wine back. "The wine's good, but I prefer something solid." I reached into the backpack and slapped a brand new self-heating hot pot box and 2 bottles of purified water onto the bar. The air in the tavern froze. The two hunched creatures in the corner made frantic swallowing sounds in their throats, green light in their eyes, but cowed and pinned in place by the gravity domain, not daring to move. In the wasteland black market, uncontaminated purified water and finely processed food were hard currency people would risk their lives for. The fox-eared proprietress's wrist flipped. The hot pot and water swept into a hidden compartment under the bar, the motion fast enough to leave an afterimage. She pressed even closer. "A generous patron, what would you like to know? My intel here, I guarantee will satisfy you. This tavern's origins, and that black fog out there." I rapped the wooden bar. "Spit out everything you know." She sighed, her fox ears drooping. "I'm just like you, an unlucky soul dragged into this game. The difference is, the moment I landed, the system shoved the management rights to this rundown tavern at me and gave me the title Refuge Merchant." She drew a circle on the bar. "Safe zones aren't fixed. That death fog doesn't just chase you players, it chases us too. The moment the fog covers this coordinate, the tavern and me with it get ground to ash. All I can do is scavenge enough resources before the fog catches up to pay the system's migration fee and pack the tavern up to teleport it to the next node." I gave a cold laugh. Quite the convincing story. I braced on the bar and leaned in, the pressure locking her in place. "The system doesn't do charity, much less hand out professions for free. For you to get the tavern, there's definitely a special determination of a high-tier race bound to you. As for the migration fee, the bulk of it all goes to advancing your own strength, doesn't it?" Her body stiffened, stripped to the underwear. She'd always treated those panic-stricken players as fools to milk for withdrawals, but the man in front of her had a frighteningly clear head, tearing the rhetoric she'd packaged to shreds in a few words, plus that deadly charm suppression, and she completely lost her temper. "The gentleman truly has keen eyes." She dropped the pitiful act and gave a wry smile. "I know the rules. Each takes what they need. Whatever goods you've got in hand, lay them out freely." With a thought, I opened the backpack's permissions. Light flashed in succession in front of the bar, the supplies of 10 slots made concrete. D-class military rations piled into a small hill, dozens of crates of high-quality canned meat, drum after drum of purified fuel. Outside, solo players would knife each other over half a bottle of stinking dirty water, and this heap of fine supplies, enough to feed a company for a month, was just casually piled on the floor like this. All of it the stash the do-or-die convoys had amassed by killing and robbing, now chips for my capital operation. The old fox was utterly stunned. She'd kept this tavern for several years, and the newcomers she'd received in the past mostly brought a few scraps of sheet metal or bloody monster organs to trade for half a mouthful of dirty water. A pure reserve of this caliber and scale was a mobile quartermaster depot. The frequency of her foxtails swishing went straight off the charts. These goods, I want to trade for something practical. I laid out the terms. Black iron protective gear, tactical accessories, daily necessities. I pointed back at the barefoot shinwanching. Especially shoes. Flats suited for hiking, soundless, with protective function. Fob me off with rejects, and you know the consequences. She nodded again and again, turned, and ducked into the warehouse, emerging in a few minutes with 3 dust-covered wooden crates that she dropped onto the bar. 3 black iron tactical windbreakers, Kevlar-lined, cut, and stab-resistant. 2 black iron low-light night vision devices. She opened a wooden box separately. Inside was a pair of military gray tactical flats. Stealth walker boots, sizing auto-conforms, the sole special memory sponge plus sound-dampening rubber, most fitting for that little sister. I glanced at the trait to confirm she hadn't tampered with anything, grabbed the boots, and threw them into Shun Wanching's arms. Put them on. She sat in an empty chair and slipped her feet in, the auto-adjustment triggering, the boots wrapping her ankles seamlessly, the memory sponge gently cradling her sore arches. She stood and tested 2 steps, soundless, so light she couldn't feel the weight. She looked up, her gaze crossing most of the tavern to hit my back, the feeling in it so full it nearly overflowed. I rapped the bar. You take blueprints? The fox-eared proprietress's ears stood straight up at once. Blueprint trades, equivalent exchange only. Blank for blank, high grade for high grade. What sharp goods does the honored guest have? Of course I wouldn't bring out the A-class RV external armor blueprint to play the sucker. A flip of the wrist, and a dozen some white and green quality basic blueprints dropped along the way slapped onto the wooden table. The proprietress glanced over, not even the urge to pick them up for a closer look. Basic blueprints ordinary players filled with their lives were, in the eyes of this refuge merchant, dirt common waste paper. The underlying logic of the wasteland black market was extremely cruel. Whoever held clean water and high-calorie food had absolute pricing power. At this stage, survivors couldn't even manage to stay alive. Those quality-of-life blueprints were completely unsellable dead stock in her hands. That was exactly the point I'd seized on. I want 2 sets of things. I pushed the waste paper forward half an inch. 1 complete set of vehicle-mounted bathing facility blueprints. The other, a bed blueprint, sufficiently spacious, with a sleep aid property. The LV.10 RV's interior had already expanded to 85 cubic meters. Rather than 4 people curling up in the cabin to make do every day, better to lay the living area out properly. Hearing spacious bed, the fox-eared proprietress's glass-wiping motion stopped, the 180 points of top-grade charm continuing to ferment invisibly. Her amber vertical pupils crossed over my shoulder, raking brazenly over the 3 women behind. The cool, aloof 100 billion CEO, the pure yet alluring, soft national idol, plus an underground queen radiating killing intent. She gave a coy laugh behind her red lips, fox ears twitching suggestively twice. What a fine physique, sir. Living by the blade, and still not forgetting to keep all these people sheltered at your side. She lowered her voice. 3 top-grade beauties of completely different charms. An ordinary bed really can't survive all this jostling. So you're planning to let everyone sleep a little more comfortably. 3 steps back, Shin Wanxing's fair face flared up at once, the flush spreading down deep into her swan neck, her pearly teeth biting her lip, twisting the windbreaker hem into a dead knot, not daring even to lift her head. Shin Wanbing stood where she was, no ripple of emotion readable on her stunning face. She merely lifted a hand to straighten the trench coat's stand-up collar, her gaze fixed on my back. As the Shun helmsman, her brain was rapidly calculating the actual return ratio of a sleep aid big bed on mental power recovery. As for who she slept next to, that seemed already outside her margin of calculation error. Zhang Yinxue reacted most directly, her thumb pushing with force, click, shoving the shadow blade out half an inch, a flash of dark purple cold light. This vixen's brazen flirting hit precisely on the irritable nerve of her territory being violated. Held back by the rule I'd set before boarding, she forcibly suppressed the impulse to draw the blade, but her feet had already shifted into half an attack stance. I didn't pick up the threat at all, slapping my palm on the bar. Bring the stuff out. Truly no appreciation for romance. The proprietress chided, turned petulantly, pulled open the bar's bottom hidden compartment, and dug 2 sheepskin scrolls glowing with a cold light out of the dust. D-Class integrated constant temperature bathing pod blueprint, with a full set of water cycle purification connection ports. C-Class calming soothing big bed blueprint. 2.5 meters by 2.5. The mattress with a built-in micro-soothing force field, providing deep sleep and accelerating stamina and mental power recovery. She pushed the blueprints over. For the sake of that face of yours, sir, the blueprints are a freebie. As long as I get those purified water and canned meat you brought out just now. Use unsellable deadstock blueprints to trade for survival supplies more precious than life at this stage, and ride the favor to sell a personal kindness to this off-the-charts charming man. The proprietress's abacus rang loud. I came out even further ahead. The thing I least lacked was basic supplies. Leaking a bit out of the backpack to trade for these 2 practical, strategic-level living blueprints was pure something for nothing. The deal struck. The blueprints turned to streaming light and drilled into the panel. I slung the backpack back onto my shoulder. Good business. I looked at her. Leave a way to reach you. When I've got surplus supplies later, I'll come to you again. The greed in the proprietress's eyes flashed past, and she immediately handed over a black card carved with a special energy circuit. Just crush this guide card within a channel in the same major district, and you can lock onto the coordinates of my tavern's next teleport. You're welcome anytime, sir. I put the card away and turned to walk to the door. My hand had just gripped the brass handle. The proprietress's soft, melting voice shed its coquettishness entirely, the tone turning extremely grave and cold. For the sake of that clean water, here's an extra piece of news. I stopped. This is the edge of the 069 newbie zone. Out past my tavern, ahead is the real, bloody hunting ground. Her amber vertical pupils contracted to a thin line under the kerosene lamp. The rules there change completely. The forms of the monsters will utterly overturn carbon-based life's common sense. When you meet those unnameable things, running fast is useless, thick armor is useless. The only advice, watch your sanity value to the death. As long as the sanity value doesn't hit 0, they can't physically erase you completely. Sanity value. I rolled those words over the tip of my tongue and pushed open the wooden door. On the way back to the RV, the gale blew so hard you couldn't keep your eyes open. That fox's sanity value, what exactly does it mean? Jiang Yinxue asked. The concretization of mental corruption. I pulled the armored door open. The mental shock that black robe apostle at the altar of flesh unleashed before it died was a kind of sanity erosion. In the hunting grounds ahead, physical melee is no longer the mainstream. They'll start killing you straight from the brain. Xin Wanbing touched the calming ice heart necklace on her collarbone. The intense backlash of the divine tier radar was itself a violent tugging at the boundary of sanity and spirit. She knew better than anyone the terror of having your brain marrow wrung dry. Everyone boarded, the armored door locked. I turned the key, the LV.10 RV erupting in a low, frightening roar, swung the nose around, and through that dim neon tavern behind us. Driving out of the safe zone's field range, the darkness deep in the wasteland bore down like thick ink. No starlight, no road signs, even the originally howling wind eerily quieting. The headlights at full power, for beams of harsh halogen stabbing ahead. The light columns reached less than 5 meters before being cut off cold by a darkness unnaturally thick. The beams driving in had no scattering, no reflection, swallowed whole. The cross-section 5 meters out was sharply divided. In the light, gray-white road. In the dark, absolute nothingness. A sticky crawling sound spread from deep in the darkness, a great many limbs moving along the ground. The adhesive sound of suckers tearing asphalt dense and wet. The bearings shifting near and far, impossible to lock. A line of red text I'd never seen before abruptly popped up at the center of the dashboard. Sanity value, 98 100ths, -1. Sanity value, 97 100ths, -1. I turned my head. In the passenger seat, Shun Wanbing had likewise seen it. She shut her eyes, the gold light welling up less than half a second before she snapped them open, gripping the armrest. The signals all static. Her speech extremely fast, her chest rising and falling visibly quicker. Can't scan out anything. In the back, Jiang Yinxua cut off Aberrant Domination's perception network and pressed on the shadow blade. Don't push your mental power out there. I just probed outward, touched the edge of that blackness, and my head was all noise. Dozens of people talking by my ear at once, the content completely unintelligible. Sanity value, 96 100ths, -1. The value dropped at a constant rate. Staring at this polar night for long without defending, the sanity value would keep being drained. A slightly cool hand grabbed my strap. Xin Wanqing had crawled over from the back, crouched in the aisle, her small face white. It's too dark out there. If we hit some ghost thing we can't see it at all, can we stop first? I held the gas for 2 seconds, then let off. This polar night had visibility under 5 meters, 13.5 tons advancing at full speed. If it hit some rule-level construct that ignored physical defense, 2,000 points of armor would be scrapped on the spot. And the sanity value was still dropping at a steady rate. Break the critical point and trigger the penalty mechanism, and everyone in the car was finished. Slow down. The radar's terrain scan could still function, the terrain map within an 8-kilometer range refreshing. A kilometer to the front left was a wind-eroded hollow walled on 3 sides. I cut the wheel 45 degrees left, the RV peeling off the highway, plowing over a rubble slope into the depths of the hollow. Brake, engine off. I dug out a mental shielding device, pressed the start key, the purple force field unfolding soundlessly to envelop the whole cabin. Sanity value consumption paused. Current sanity value, 93 out of 100. That low-frequency noise stuck to the eardrums vanished instantly, the cabin restored to absolute quiet. 3 shielding devices left. I closed the backpack. Use them sparingly. Wait for daybreak, or wait for this polar night to move off with the black fog. This was the optimal solution at this stage. At midnight, the system's mechanical voice sounded right on time in the depths of my mind. Dense crackles came from the bones, the muscle fibers visibly tightening and reorganizing. Constitution, 60 plus 10. Agility, 31 plus 5. 60 points of constitution, a full 6 times the human baseline. I worked my 5 fingers, my grip strength reaching a frightening tier. Crushing a clay brick was no different in essence from snapping a biscuit. At the same second, above my outspread right palm, a metal cube radiating dark gold streaming light condensed out of thin air, palm-wide. Its material neither metal nor stone, the surface warm, a kind of life quality showing as the veins flowed. The companion system's daily supply blind box. The exclusive trade output from Shun Wanbing's raised bond progress. In the passenger seat, Shun Wanbing opened her eyes and stared at that box. Her capture of energy frequencies was extremely keen. What is it? This box's energy fluctuation is completely different from the materials, cores, and blueprints we've obtained these 3 days. It's not on the same frequency band. A blind box. I didn't explain further. Quick footsteps came from the back. Xin Wanqing darted over, eyes bright, and reached her hand straight out. Me? Let me open it. A crit might double it. I didn't stop her, leaving the box exposed within her touching range. Her palm pressed to the body of the box. The gold halo of Lucky Crit had just welled up. Ding! An extremely cold system prompt blasted in the cabin. Product of a non-homologous plane, rule overwhelm. Interference impossible. The gold halo shattered instantly. Xin Wanqing's hand bounced off on the spot by a gentle, yet absolutely repulsive energy. She froze in place, both hands hovering midair, pressed her lips tight, and pulled them back, crossing them over her chest, shrank toward my seat. Not a word. The National Idol's first time eating a setback at touching boxes. I lifted my hand to the top of her head and rubbed. This blind box is an exclusive perk dropped from your sister. You and it aren't the same system, so not being able to crit is perfectly normal. Comforting on the surface, but my brain was running another layer of deduction. The companion system's blind box couldn't be interfered with by the Wasteland game's rules. Non-homologous plane, rule overwhelm. Those two terms carried enormous information. The companion system, at the underlying logic level, ranked entirely above this apocalypse game. There was a rank tier difference. 3 women, 3 traits. As long as the bonds kept deepening and the traits kept evolving, this system could directly ignore the Wasteland's rules and forcibly interfere with reality. The cabin went quiet for a moment. Shin Wanbing locked onto that box. This thing doesn't belong to the game system. Then what does it belong to? She paused a beat, looking straight at my profile. What part of you does it belong to? I turned my head. In those ink-black eyes of hers, the inquiry far outweighed the guard. These 3 days, she'd watched me go hunting with absolute stealth, watched me cram explosives into the tyrant's advancement core barehanded, watched me press down tenfold gravity with one finger and crush the lizard man. No, that was later. Watch me with one finger flatten things. She suddenly realized something. She had no idea at all what my origin talent actually was. Equipment could be picked up, items could be traded, skill books could drop, but my own ability framework was a completely bottomless black hole. In the back, Jiang Yinxue leaned against the inner armor wall. The cloth wiping the knife stopped midway. The same question circled in her head. The Black Dragon Society's resource network was vast. She'd seen countless awakened, and however strong those people's abilities, there were always traces to follow. Not me. The dark gold box I'd brought out had bounced off Shin Wanqing's unreasonable lucky crit outright, and even the Wasteland system's rules couldn't parse it. This kind of unknown was more oppressive than my casually slaughtering a tyrant. Companion causal relationship changes. Shin Wanbing's bond progress rises. LV.3, 68%. Jiang Yinxue's identification rises. Bond progress. LV.2, 50%. I didn't answer her question, flipping the box over, my thumb bracing the latch and pushing up. Click. The lid popped open. A palm-sized hexahedral crystal floated up, hovering midair, transparent throughout. Wisps of gray smoke wrapped inside, slowly turning and shifting geometric forms. I gripped it, feeling no physical weight at all. Void Construction Module, C-Class Sealing can ignore the shortage of all basic materials and directly, at 0 cost, make concrete a C-Class or below blueprint. Consumed after a single use. 0 cost concretization. The strategic value of those words was outrageously large. Back then, to manufacture 2 C-Class heavy machine guns, I'd single-handedly cut through an entire arms factory and emptied several workshops just to gather the materials. With this module, as long as I had a blueprint in hand, crushed the crystal and the finished product appeared out of thin air. No gathering resources, no smelting. A dimensional operation breaking conservation of matter. My left hand reached into the vest pocket and pulled out that C-Class calming soothing big bed blueprint. The dead stock goods traded from the Fox Spirit at the late-night tavern. The blueprint unfolded midair, the complex mechanical structure and energy circuits surfacing. My right hand exerted force. Crack. The crystal shattered, gray smoke gushing from between my fingers, swiftly gathering and swallowing the sheepskin scroll. A glaring white light suddenly erupted toward the roof, punching through the ceiling and shooting straight up to the second floor along the folding ladder passage. The white light lasted 5 seconds, then converged. I gripped the handrail and stepped up to the second floor. In the center of the floor, originally covered with soft padding, was now a bed 2.5 by 2.5 meters. The dark gray metal frame extremely sturdy. The 4 corner posts inset with rune nodes giving off a faint silver glow. The mattress over 20 centimeters thick. I walked over and pressed my palm down. My fingers sank 3 fingers deep, the resistance even, slowly rebounding half a second after I let go. Not a single crease left behind. I flipped over and fell back face up. The instant my back made contact, an extremely gentle force field seeped from deep in the mattress, spreading along my spine into the cerebral cortex. The nerve endings tensed all day, forcibly smoothed by 30%. Soothed by the C-Class calming soothing big bed. Mental power recovery speed plus 200%. Current sanity value, 93 out of 100. The value paused a second, became 94, and jumped to 95 half a minute later. The sanity value not only stopped dropping, but was climbing back. This wasn't a bed for sleeping. It was a blood bag for buying time in the polar night hunting ground. I sat up, walked to the folding ladder mouth, and looked down at the three women on the first floor. The second floor beds here. Sleeping arrangements. My gaze swept over. Shin Wanbing, Jiang Yinxue, you two sleep on the first floor. The living cabin's folding bed is wide enough. There are damp-proof mats in the storage slots. Laid on the floor, it's not cramped. Shin Wanbing nodded and touched the necklace on her collarbone. The necklace's soothing plus the folding bed's basic properties were more than enough to handle her current drain. She didn't need to compete for the second floor's resource. Jiang Yinxue was even more decisive, slapping the sheathed shadow blade onto the metal table and grabbing a blanket to toss onto the folding bed. Cramped or not doesn't matter, as long as there's somewhere to lie flat. Directly below the folding ladder, Shun Wanqing stood, both hands gripping the windbreaker hem hard. She didn't speak up to ask where she'd sleep, the flush on her face spreading all the way down to the base of her neck. I extended my right hand, palm hovering midair. She bit her lip and handed her hand up. I gripped her wrist and pulled, hauling her whole self up to the second floor. The folding ladder retracted automatically, the second floor hatch locking shut hard. The second floor suspended cabin, 4 sides of 5-centimeter thick one-way bulletproof glass cutting inside off from out completely. The Polar Night's pure black was softened by the mental shielding device's purple force field. Far up at the dome of the sky, you could actually see 2 or 3 faint stars through the black fog. Soundproofing B-class, constant temperature 24 degrees, the C-class bed giving off a faint silver halo, the mental soothing force field running continuously, all the anxiety, fear, and tension in the air filtered clean. This was an absolute safe zone that let a person utterly forget they were on an apocalyptic wasteland. I turned on my side and pressed close to her, enunciating clearly. Here, there's no need to stay tense. That night, outside was the boundless polar night and unnameable monsters, yet this small space was as quiet as another world. Another layer of bond no one else could shake grew between us. First floor living cabin. Shun Wanbing lay on her side on the folding bed wrapped in a blanket. Jiang Yinxue, beside her with her back against the armor wall, long legs stretched out on the damp-proof mat, the shadow blade hugged to her chest. Neither was asleep. That C-class big bed on the second floor had an extremely wide soothing field radiation range, the aftershock seeping straight into the first floor. The soothing effect that should have made people fall asleep faster played a fatal counterproductive role in this situation. It stripped away both women's psychological defenses, dialing their most hidden perception to maximum. They could feel the faint movements from overhead, pressed to the limit by B-class soundproofing. Shin Wanbing faced the armor wall without moving, her fingers clutching the blanket's edge. The first night she'd toughed out a whole night in the passenger seat, the second night across a sliding partition, and tonight was the third night, separated only by a thin ceiling. The 100 billion CEO, decisive and ruthless in the marketplace, could now only steady her flying thoughts by wrapping the blanket tighter. Beside her, Jiang Yinxue opened her eyes, her dark red pupils flashing in the cold light. Her hearing wasn't as keen as Shun Wanbing's divine tier talent, but she'd grown up in the Black Dragon Society's hail of blades and bullets, her precision in judging any disturbance extremely high. She shut her eyes hard and hugged the shadow blade tighter. Men really are all worthless, everyone. She buried her face in the blanket and cursed very softly. When everything went fully quiet, Jiang Yinxue glanced at the time, 2:17 a.m. She let out a long breath and turned over. Across from her, Shin Wanbing happened to turn over too. Their gazes collided directly in the dimness. Neither was asleep. Second floor suspended cabin, constant temperature 24 degrees, the bed's micro-soothing field still running. I opened my eyes. The crackling deep in my bones had ended, but that strength still surged through the muscle fibers even now. 60 points of constitution. I clenched a fist, knuckles cracking, every tendon taut as steel wire. Last night, an ordinary person would have been wrecked in bed, unable to get up. Me, I was overflowing with energy, not a trace of weakness anywhere. My gaze dropped. Shun Wanqing was curled into a small ball in my arms, that silver gown utterly ruined now. the sequins scattered across the bed, broken like stars. Half-dried tear tracks hung at the corners of her eyes. I brushed aside the loose hair stuck to her cheek, my fingertip grazing her cheekbone, the skin scalding hot. This face, before the apocalypse, was printed on every LED ad screen in Jiangxing, worshipped by tens of millions of fans, propped up by the management company. The four words "National Goddess," built out of real gold and nationwide traffic. Now nestled in my arms, as docile as a cat that's had its belly rubbed. I stared at the ceiling for a few seconds, some scenes flashing through my mind. The past life, the mildew smell of the rented apartment, the disinfectant of the hospital corridor, the scrawled signature on the critical condition notice, the sound of the door lock turning as my fiancé cleared out the furniture, the busy tone of friends' phones switched off, that nauseatingly fake concern as relatives crowded around the bed, inquiring who'd get the property. Back then I lay on the hospital bed thin as a skeleton, the blood I coughed up soaking the pillow through, without even the strength to turn over. And now, 60 points of constitution, 31 agility, 28 perception and spirit. ALV.10 mobile fortress parked outside. 2 heavy machine guns mounted on the roof, the rear cabin stuffed with enough rations and water for 2 months. At my side, the most trusted companions. A woman CEO worth $100 billion in the passenger seat, and a Black Dragon Society young miss in the back who could make Jiangxing's underworld tremble. I laughed, the kind of exhilaration welling up from the deepest part of my chest, impossible to press down however I tried. This damned apocalypse was my heaven. A scalding ambition pumped out of my heart, surging into every limb. Survive? Not enough. Far from enough. I would trample this wasteland's rules under my feet, make every person struggling on this highway go weak in the knees at the 2 words "Chen Chun," lead my people to stand at the very top of the food chain. I lowered my head and pressed a kiss to Shun Wanqing's forehead. Up. She hummed and burrowed deeper into my arms, brow knit, clearly not wanting to move. I pulled my arm free, fished her out of the covers, and tossed that windbreaker onto her offhand. Get dressed, come down and eat. 5 minutes. She sat on the bed holding the windbreaker, hair in a bird's nest, looked down at her own state, and her ears flushed red in a flash. I was already dressed and down to the first floor on the folding ladder. First floor living cabin. Shen Wanbing sat on the edge of the folding bed folding a blanket, her motions extremely neat, corners aligned meticulously. She looked up at me, just one glance, then quickly moved her gaze back to the blanket and folded harder. The dark circles under her eyes were heavy. Jiang Yinxue crouched at the base of the armor wall, that shadow blade wiped till you could use it as a mirror. When I walked over, she didn't lift her head, the wiping going a couple notches faster. Morning. Jiang Yinxue gave an mm. Shen Wanbing didn't make a sound. The atmosphere in the cabin was subtle to the extreme. I knew perfectly well. However good B-class soundproofing was, it couldn't hold up against that kind of close range. These 2 women most likely hadn't slept much last night. But I had no intention of explaining. I pulled open the storage slot, took out 3 boxes of high-quality self-heating meat steak, 6 soft loaves of bread, plus 4 boxes of heated milk. The heating packs boiled on contact with water, the steak fat sizzling, the rich meat aroma mixing with the wheat smell to fill the cabin within 30 seconds. Jiang Yinxue's nose twitched, the hand wiping the knife stopping. Shen Wanbing's blanket folding motion slowed too. I set the food on the folding table. Eat. Shen Wanqing came down the folding ladder, the windbreaker zipped to the very top, neck pulled into the collar, her walk a little awkward. She moved to the table and sat, picked up the bread and took a bite, her eyes not daring to look at anyone. Shen Wanbing glanced at her sister, her gaze stopping for 0.3 seconds on an uncovered red mark on the side of her neck, then picked up the milk and took a sip, her expression management impeccable. The 4 of us ate breakfast around the folding table. The steak cut open, juices running, the bread soft, the milk warm. Out on the wasteland, more than half of the 880,000 survivors couldn't even get clean water to drink. Some got their bellies run through over half a moldy compressed biscuit. Some crouched by the road, gnawing tree bark till their mouths bled. And in this LV.10 fortress, for people ate hot steak and drank hot milk, constant temperature 24 degrees. This breakfast itself was the most brazen provocation against the wasteland's laws. Halfway through the meal, that polar night curtain swallowing all light outside the window began to loosen, gray-white daylight seeping in inch by inch. The mental shielding device's purple force field turned transparent under the daylight and automatically retracted into the roof. First round of special environment polar night hunting ground ended. Daylight returns to normal. The death fog's advanced speed returns to standard value. District 069 current survivors 881 204/1 000 The bread in Shun Wanxing's hand dropped onto the table. 1,000,000 people, for days, nearly 120,000 dead. I opened the regional channel, a screen full of despair. Someone's car gone, running on 2 legs, the fog 3 kilometers off as they cried for help. Someone said they watched a family of 3 in the next car dragged into the fog without a sound coming out. Someone's sanity value dropped to 30 that polar night. Their head all hallucinations. And someone had simply given up. A listed company's VP before crossing over, now crouched in a scrapped van gnawing raw meat. I swiped 2 screens and closed it. 120,000 lives. Some torn apart by monsters, some sanity zeroed into walking corpses, some robbed by their own kind and tossed roadside to feed the fog, and some who'd simply given up, used to being above others, and now unable to scrape together even a mouthful of clean water, the psychological drop crushing them outright. I had no sympathy for these people. Those who couldn't run would be eliminated sooner or later. That was exactly why I had to keep running. Run to the end of this road, of this endless world. I looked at the passenger seat. The fog's distance. Shen Wanbing shut her eyes, the calming ice heart necklace's blue gem faintly glowing. Mental power mostly recovered. The radar ran at low power for 3 seconds. 320 kilometers behind us. She opened her eyes. The fog slowed during the polar night. Plus, you didn't stop the whole way. Our buffer period is the largest in the entire server. At the current advanced speed, we've got at least 40 more hours of safe window. 320 kilometers. I could plan the next step at leisure, without the fog chasing my heels. I dug that A-Class RV external armor blueprint out of the backpack. The top-grade goods Shun Wanxing had frisked out after the tyrant kill. Built, the defense could quadruple. Tanking tyrant-level monsters wouldn't be a dream. But 2 lines of red text in the materials requirement field jumped out. Missing core material. Memory damping alloy times 200 missing core material. High-tier aberrant cartilage times 150. These 2 things couldn't necessarily be gathered in the entire newbie zone. We have to push forward. I put the blueprint away. The newbie zone's resource pool has bottomed out. High-tier materials can only appear in the hunting grounds ahead. I sat into the driver's seat and turned the key. 1 stomp on the gas. The 6B-class tires gouging the ground wildly. The RV bursting out of the hollow and plunging back onto the gray-white highway. A few kilometers ahead, a crimson light curtain stretched across heaven and earth, stabbing straight from the ground into the cloud layer, slicing the entire sky in 2. This side of the curtain was the gray-white newbie zone. That side was a thick, deep red. The boundary of the newbie zone. 140 miles per hour, the serrated ramming guard hitting the crimson curtain head-on. The curtain wasn't solid. The instant the RV passed through, a film of blood-red light flowed across the windshield. Welcome to Tier 1 Hunting Ground, Flesh and Blood Wasteland. The world outside the windows had changed. The asphalt highway was gone. The ground showed the dark brown of wind-dried flesh. Rolling over it, the B-class tires transmitted an eerie sensation, not the hardness of gravel, nor the softness of soil, but an elastic, fleshy feedback, like rolling over a huge sheet of bone-dry leather. A heavy stench of decay drilled in through the gaps. Shun Wanxing covered her nose. Jiang Yinxue moved to the firing port. The dark brown ground stretched to the horizon, occasionally bulging into fleshy lumps covered in cracked veins. The sky is sickly russet. No sun. The light source coming from who knew where. This place is off. Jiang Yinxue frowned. The ground's alive. Her SS rank aberrant domination could sense an extremely faint bioelectric signal coming up from the ground underfoot. Not an illusion. This wasteland itself was part of some enormous creature. The RV advanced at full speed, leaving 2 shallow indentations where it rolled, which the ground repaired and filled in by itself a few seconds later. Less than 20 kilometers on, the radar lit. 1 kilometer ahead, large man-made structure. Metal construction spanning the entire passage. I slowed. The scene ahead gradually sharpened. A 4-meter-tall steel cheval de frise lay across the road, the top wound all over with barbed wire. Both sides connected to temporary ramparts stacked from abandoned shipping containers, sealing the passage tight. Behind the ramparts was a sprawling, derelict building complex. Sheet metal roofs, leaning chimneys, crossbeams hung with iron hooks. A slaughterhouse. Dead center in the cheval de frise was a gap just wide enough for one car to pass. 6 things standing on either side. Calling them people wasn't quite right. The build was human, but the skin was an uneven gray-white, metallic textured bone spurs jutting out at the joints. The left arm replaced from the elbow down with mechanical gazelle, a welded steel claw, a crude chainsaw, and one with the forearm turned outright into a sharpened steel pipe. Alien-modified humans. The leader was the biggest, a hair over 2 meters, its left eye covered by an iron plate fixed with rivets, its right pupil vertical, glowing a murky yellow. A wooden board hung on its steel claw, crookedly written in blood. Toll: 50 units purified water per car, plus all weapons. Those who refuse, died. I dropped the speed to 20 miles per hour and closed in slowly. The lead modified human raised its steel claw and slammed it hard on the cheval de frise. Stop. Pay the tax. I stopped 50 meters from the cheval de frise, my right hand resting on the red weapon activation key. Shun Wanbing. 6 modified humans. 12 more inside the slaughterhouse behind the rampart. 2 of them far larger than the rest, suspected elite tier. Her voice was steady. The cheval de frise's structural strength is low. The container rampart's welds have a lot of cold joints. She paused a beat. It can be rammed open. My thumb pressed the activation key. The 2 hemispherical bay domes on the roof, front and rear, opened at the same time. The 2 C-class twin heavy machine guns rising out. The 4 12.7mm barrels aimed at the 6 modified humans behind the cheval de frise. The lead one-eyed modified human saw the rising heavy machine guns, its vertical pupil snapping shut. It had lived who knew how long, intercepted countless cars on this road, and had never seen a setup like this. I dropped the window and leaned half my body out. You've got 3 seconds to clear the road. My voice was very flat, but the hum of the slowly rotating heavy machine gun barrels was more persuasive than any words. 1, 2, 3. My thumb pressed down. The electric drive bass hummed, the barrels beginning to rotate. Click, the crisp sound of the motors spinning empty. On the ammunition readout panel, for zeros sat neatly in a row. Half had gone to the tyrant, the rest used up on the black robe apostle. 237 armor-piercing incendiary rounds, not one left. My facial muscles didn't move a hair, my fingers still pressed on the trigger key, bearing straight at the 6 modified humans through the windshield. 13.5 tons of mobile armor. That was the trump card. The modified human leader watched the 4 slowly rotating barrels on the roof aimed at its head. What effect this caliber of armor-piercing round produced? It had been on the wasteland long enough, had seen too much. 3 rounds could punch through a heavy off-roader welded with steel plate. Fired into flesh, you couldn't even find bone fragments. The rotation continued. The motors hummed, drilling into every modified human's ears. The leader's vertical pupil bounced back and forth between the muzzles and the driver's compartment. It couldn't make out the facial details of that human behind the bulletproof glass, only feel an extremely oppressive silence. The will to survive completed its total steamrolling of the greed instinct within 3 seconds. Bang! The leader slammed that toll board hard on the ground, its 2+ meter frame dropping straight to its knees. The 5 modified humans behind followed in kneeling, steel claw, chainsaw, steel pipe, all dropping to touch the ground. Spare us, my lord. The roadblock comes down at once. I didn't move, one hand resting on the window frame, looking down from above. Block my car, and you settle it with a couple of kneels. The leader's head buried lower. Since you opened this business, you owe some tuition. I tipped my chin toward the slaughterhouse. Bring over all the cores, the fuel, and those few crates of special goods in your camp. The leader tried to play poor. My lord, we've just got a few worthless lives. Behind the second container, hidden in a steel plate compartment, are 14 intermediate vehicle cores. An extremely cold female voice came from the passenger seat. Shin Wanbing pushed up glasses that weren't on the bridge of her nose. On the bottom layer of the third container, under an oilcloth, are 2 drums of refined fuel, 50 liters each. On the steel rack to the left of the second-floor cold storage in the slaughterhouse, there's an aberrant tier treasure chest giving off a red halo. You can't open it, but couldn't bear to throw it out. She opened her eyes, no warmth in those ink-black pupils. Need me to keep going? The leader prostrated flat on the ground. Even the iron plate covering its left eye knocked askew by the force of its forehead hitting the dirt. Stripped to the underwear, its psychological line of defense punched clean through. Resist? 13 tons of steel blocking the way, for barrels mounted on top, a human X-ray machine in the passenger seat. Move it. Move it now. The leader bellowed at the top of its voice, scrambled up, and kicked the chainsaw one in the leg. Go open the compartment. The 6 modified humans rushed at the rampart on all fours, the chainsaw cutting open the welded steel plate with sparks flying, while 2 others charged into the slaughterhouse and hauled out the red glowing chest. 5 minutes later, the spoils were piled into a small heap before the cheval de frise. 2 drums of purified fuel, 14 intermediate vehicle cores, sundry aberrant materials. At the very top was that box giving off an eerie red glow throughout. Flesh and blood, aberrant treasure chest. The box body was made of living tissue, the surface veins slowly squirming, an eyeball-shaped gem of dark red set at the latch, the pupils spinning fast. I pushed the door open, got out, walked to the box and crouched, my fingertip running across the box face. Warm to the touch, with a faint pulse. The leader and 5 modified humans cowered 10 meters off, not daring to breathe. I pinched that eyeball-shaped gem one-handed and twisted hard. With a squelch, the gem shattered and the lid popped open. A thick, pungent reek of blood gushed out. Inside lay layer upon layer of cartilage-like material, glowing faint purple. High-tier aberrant cartilage fragment times 5. My jaw tightened. I pulled up that A-class blueprint panel. The red text of high-tier aberrant cartilage times 150 in the required materials unusually conspicuous. I had 5 in hand now. The gap was still big, but at least it was opened. A thought, and the supplies on the ground along with the chest instantly vanished into the backpack. I stood and clapped my hands. Roadblocks down. Block another car in the future. I didn't finish, no need. I turned and climbed back into the driver's seat, the 13.5-ton Fortress rolling through the open gap, the B-class tires passing less than half a meter from the leader's head. The leader didn't climb up off the ground until the engine sound fully vanished, wiping the back of its neck to find it all cold sweat. In the cabin, I steered one-handed and turned my head to glance at the back. Wanqing. Shin Wanqing already understood, stepping in her boots to the middle of the aisle. I'd reconcretized the supplies on the metal floor. She crouched and pressed both hands to them. Lucky crit triggered, gold-purple light flashing in succession in the back. 14 intermediate cores triggered double to 28. 2 drums of refined fuel triggered 5-fold to 10 drums. 5 aberrant cartilage fragments triggered 5-fold to 25. Brother Chin Chun, the cartilage came out 5-fold. 25 plus the earlier 5 made 30 in total. Another big step closer to the gap of 150. This mental loss fee was well collected. With these high-tier materials, the A-class armor's realization was no longer an unreachable fantasy. The RV continued advancing. The dark brown ground rolled into 2 indentations that slowly healed behind. About 10 kilometers past the cheval de frise, Jiang Yinxue came to the aisle mouth and leaned against the doorframe, having just finished wiping the knife. Chin Chun. When did the ammunition run out? The question came very suddenly. I glanced at her and said nothing. Jiang Yinxue's mind turned fast. She looked down at the ammunition readout panel, 4 zeros. She stared at those zeros for a full 3 seconds. The tyrant wave the Shin sisters had fired half, the rest all dumped on the black robe apostle. She looked up, her dark red pupils full of disbelief. You spent all that time spinning the barrels at those 6 modified humans just now, and you didn't have a single bullet? Shin Wanqing gave a soft cry in the back and covered her mouth. The eyebrow Shin Wanbing arch said it all. She'd only just realized it too. Of all 4 people in the car, only I had been crystal clear about it the whole time. An empty gun. Counting down 3 seconds to 6 armed modified humans with an empty gun, finger on the trigger key, expression unchanged, forcing the lot of them to kneel. Jiang Yinxue hugged the shadow blade and leaned back against the armor wall. The way she looked at me completely changed, rapidly running the just past situation in her head. 6 fully armed mutants, 50 meters off. If they hadn't bought it and charged straight in, the heavy firepower on the roof was an ornament. Cut up close by chainsaws and armor-piercing weapons, with the tires damaged, it'd be trouble. He'd passed over the conservative option of ramming straight through and chosen the most extreme psychological warfare instead. You weren't afraid that pack of mutants might gamble on it? Fire the first shot, find there's no bullet, and you wouldn't even get a chance to run. I steered one-handed and patted the dashboard with the other. 13.5 tons. 1 stomp on the gas. 6 modified humans plus that heap of containers. How many seconds to grind into iron discs? Pause. Bullets are for distant targets. At 50 meters, rolling over is faster than firing. I turned to her. On the wasteland, nobody dares gamble their life with me. Because if he wins, he still can't escape. And if he loses, he still can't escape. Jiang Yinxue opened her mouth and swallowed the words back. A way of thinking only a madman would have. He could have ground them over with 1 stomp on the gas, yet insisted on stopping to play a round of psychological warfare. Watching my back as I controlled the car one-handed, a chill ran down her spine. Thinking about it carefully, which of his moves these 3 days hadn't been mad? Carrying her out from 50 berserk monsters, mad. Jumping into a tyrant's belly from a 15-meter bridge to cram in explosives, also mad. Every time he came back alive and lived better than anyone. She slotted the shadow blade back into her strap and turned to walk to the back. Someone like her, raised in the Black Dragon Society's hail of blades and bullets, had seen plenty of thugs bluffing, but a man like me, who laid his life on the table as a chip and could still coolly calculate physical mass steamrolling, was one of a kind. Jiang Yinxue affection, LV.2, current progress 88%. In the passenger seat, Shun Wanbing spoke. Strictly speaking, what you did just now has a standard term in the business field, leverage extortion. She crossed her legs, the black-stockinged calf swinging twice. Using near-zero actual cost, you manufactured a maximized deterrence premium through information asymmetry. The brand credit the other party built on your past record auto-filled in the bullet count in the chamber. She turned her head to me, that glacial face with the faintest pull. Textbook-level risk control. If what you did before crossing over was finance, I'd be very happy to hand you the Shun investment department. I glanced at her in the rear view. Your info detection reported accurately enough, too. They didn't even get to play poor before you read out the color of their underwear. Without that mouthful of data from you, the empty fort ploy couldn't have been pulled off so smoothly. Shun Wanbing lowered her eyelids, her fingers unconsciously turning the blue gem on her collarbone. That's because you gave me enough principle to work with. She paused a beat, her gaze crossing the rear view to meet mine. A good blade deserves a good sheath. Your blade is hard enough. My sheath is a match for it. The cabin went quiet for a moment. These two, one in charge of putting her life on the table as a chip, the other of calculating the opponent's hand to the last decimal, worked together seamlessly. In the back, Shin Wanqing covered her mouth, shoulders shaking, not laughing aloud but holding it in hard. Jiang Yinxue looked down, wiping the knife, the same spot wiped 6 times. This whole stretch walked shoulder to shoulder, that tacit understanding among the 4 of us where no one could do without the others had already grown into the bone. I pressed the gas down 2 notches deeper. The flesh and blood wasteland was monotonous enough to drive you mad. Shun Wanbing stared at a squirming fleshy lump outside the window for 5 seconds, but in her head she was running a different account. Day 4 of the escape, he kept her alive, fed her hot meals, gave her a mental power recovery necklace, and eased off the gas without a word of nonsense when her nose bled. She was someone who believed in equivalent exchange. The debt would have to be repaid sooner or later. She just hadn't expected to owe this debt so willingly. What ran in my head was a different matter. The companion system's underlying logic, Shun Wanqing's affection from LV.1 to LV.3, the trait from white to gold purple, all on the trust accumulated bit by bit in fighting side by side. Shin Wanbing's bond was stuck at LV.3 for now, the trait daily supply blind box already up to LV.4. If trust could be pushed up another big tier, what the blind box opened wouldn't just be something like the C-class void construction module. The difficulty of acquiring resources on the wasteland was increasing several times over. The red text gap on that A-class blueprint just now was proof. I needed higher-grade blind box output to hedge against the risk of the coming high-tier hunting grounds. Ahead, a huge fleshy pit appeared in the ground, blood-red tissue curling at the edge, at least 3 meters across. I cranked the wheel hard, the 13.5-ton body tilting at a small angle, inertia pulling everyone to the left. That unspoken charge in the cabin got jolted aside by it. Shin Wanbing braced against the seat and put her attention back on the wasteland outside. She and I didn't need to spell it out. The side-by-side traded with our lives these 3 days was sturdier than any promise. She trusted me to bring everyone alive to the end, and I trusted her human radar and negotiating skill to fill in, at the crucial moment, the places my firepower couldn't reach. Each takes what they need, each keeps their post. That was enough. In the back, Shin Wanxing tilted her head looking forward, her eyes full of the solidity built up along this whole road. No one in this car was kept here by force, and no one was extra. For people, 3 traits, 1 mobile fortress, grinding deeper into the flesh and blood wasteland. She secretly covered her mouth, a trace of sweetness she hadn't even noticed herself sliding through her pale amber pupils. So her sister was the same. On this car, at this man's side, everyone was drawn in by this steadiness. That realization gave her a peculiar reassurance, the warmth of shared affliction. On the other half of the back, Jiang Yinxue sat cross-legged at the base of the armor wall, wiping the shadow blade over and over, the mirror surface clearly reflecting that hand resting on the black stocking thigh up front. She rolled her eyes. Dog of a man. Her voice so soft that even Shin Wanxing beside her didn't hear. But the palm gripping the knife had, at some point, seeped a fine layer of sweat. The warm air kept blowing in the cabin, constant temperature 24 degrees. Outside the windows, the flesh and blood wasteland stretched boundless, the dark brown ground occasionally bulging into fleshy lumps and slowly deflating after the RV passed. The heavy machine guns on the roof swayed faintly in the wind, the barrels empty, the ammunition readout 0. 500 meters ahead, the ground suddenly heaved violently. A fleshy cyst over 10 meters across abruptly ruptured, dark red ooze spraying 10-some meters high, and an enormous arthropod creature covered in compound eyes and blade legs crawled out, blocking dead center in the highway. I steered one-handed, my right foot flooring the gas. Flesh and Blood Reaper, Aberrant Tier Peak. A giant arthropod over 6 meters long, its dark green carapace covered in spurs, 2 blade legs like heavy guillotines raised high, corrosive mucus dripping from the edges. It lay across the road, compound eyes locked onto the speeding RV, letting out an eardrum-piercing shriek. I had not the slightest intention of slowing. 13.5 tons, 140 miles per hour, the C-class turbo erupting in a hysterical roar. 500 meters. Shin Wanbing called the distance. 300 meters. 100 meters. Impact warning. The Flesh and Blood Reaper's 2 giant blade legs, whistling as they tore the air, slashed straight at the windshield, one left, one right. That blow was enough to cleave an ordinary light armored vehicle in 2. My index finger tapped very lightly on the wheel. Skill activated. Absolute control, gravity domain. With me as the center, the physical rules within a 10-meter radius were forcibly rewritten. Tenfold gravity slammed onto the Flesh and Blood Reaper's raised upper body. The enormous arthropod monster couldn't possibly withstand this sudden rule-level steamroll. Its foreleg joints burst, its carapace shattered, its whole front half lost balance, the rear half slamming into the ground and smashing out a 2-meter pit. The next second, physical-level destruction descended. The LV.10 RV's reinforced serrated ramming guard, with unmatched kinetic force, cut head-on into the gravity-crushed chest carapace of the monster. Dark green corrosive bodily fluid mixed with chunks of viscera sprayed like rain onto the bulletproof glass, hissing white smoke. The several-ton body was shoveled straight up into the air, tumbling dozens of meters, and slammed hard into a deep pit. I stomped the brakes, cranked the wheel full, the B-class tires dragging 4 extremely deep furrows, the RV fishtailing in place to a steady stop. 140 miles per hour without slowing, one-handed control, an instant kill on an aberrant tier peak. I pulled the armor-piercing bayonet from the outside of my thigh and pushed the door open. The slammed-away flesh-and-blood Reaper wasn't fully dead, its vitality outrageously tenacious, the remaining half of its limbs still convulsing wildly, trying to flip and counterattack. Military boots stepped onto the sticky ground. 60 points of constitution fully open, my whole self pulled out an afterimage, closing in to bear down on the monster's visual blind spot. The bayonet became a black gleam. The first cut pried open the shattered carapace seam at the back of its neck. The second severed the main ligament connecting the central nervous system. The third sank entirely into the brain and twisted viciously. Green brain matter gushed out, the 6-meter body slamming to the ground stone dead. Come do some work. I flicked the filth off the bayonet. Shun Wanqing couldn't wait, running down in her boots, with an almost obsessive enthusiasm for crits. Her pale, tender hands pressed to the broken carapace, lucky crit triggering, a gold-purple column of light shooting to the heavens, dispersing the surrounding bloody air. Profession Manual Advancement. Obtained Subprofession Appointment Certificate ×1. A scroll glowing with silver streaming light, plus a heap of high-tier aberrant cartilage, surfaced in the light. Subprofession Appointment Certificate. Mechanical Stripper. After appointment, you can losslessly strip special components, core organs, or hidden blueprints from monster corpses or discarded machinery. Stripping success rate is tied to the perception attribute. I grabbed the scroll and threw it to the back, landing in Jiang Yinshua's arms. Found you a new job. I walked back to the car. Don't just know how to wipe your knife all day. From now on, run into a big one like this, you handle the dismemberment. Jiang Yinshua hugged the scroll, her dark red pupils staring at me for 2 seconds. This thing put in the trade hall would have the big guilds clawing each other's heads off. Subprofession certificates were extremely scarce to begin with, never mind a top-grade one that directly intervened in spoils acquisition. She didn't decline, crushing the scroll, silver light drilling into her body along her arm, a large amount of knowledge about anatomy, mechanical structure, and weak point stripping pouring into her brain, perfectly matching her wild, violent combat style. Thanks. She slotted the shadow blade back into her strap. First good cut of meat I strip from now on. It goes to you first. This Black Dragon Society young Mrs. Way of thinking carried a lingering underworld swagger. I climbed back into the driver's seat, shut the door, hit the ignition, the RV back on the road. In the passenger seat, Shun Wanbing leaned against the seat back and turned her head to look at the monotonous scenery outside. That scene just now replaying over and over in her mind. My profile, that hand with the distinct knuckles, the very light tap on the wheel, the wretched state of the monster as it was ground up. Her usual logical analysis ability turned into a tangle. Reason told her to stay calm. The flesh and blood wasteland's weather changed on a whim. The sickly russet cloud layer overhead suddenly pressed low, a gale rising on all sides, the rust smell thick enough to turn the stomach. Splat. A drop of dark red liquid hit the windshield, immediately followed by a second, a third. It started raining, but what fell wasn't water, it was highly corrosive bloody water. Encountered extreme environment, gore storm. Vehicle armor is under continuous corrosion, durability dropping. The durability value on the dashboard began to drop. Though the LV.10 composite armor held it to a slow fall, this dull knife-cutting flesh war of attrition was a major taboo on the wasteland. Find shelter. Shun Wanbing immediately gathered her focus, pressed her fingers to the necklace on her collarbone, shut her eyes, and pushed the Divine Tier radar to maximum power. 5 kilometers front right. Her speech extremely fast. There's a giant structure. Not man-made, the skeleton of an ancient creature. The bone density is extremely high, the interior space enough to hold the RV, and it can fully block the storm. I cranked the wheel right, the RV tearing through the sky-filling blood rain. 5 kilometers passed in a flash. At the storm's center, a white bone hill suffocatingly enormous rose from the ground. The remains of an unnamed behemoth, each of the ribs exposed on the outside alone over 20 meters tall, thick as bridge piers, interlaced to form a natural domed air raid shelter. The 13.5-ton mobile fortress plunged straight into the depths of the skeleton. The framework overhead blocked the blood rain pouring down, the corrosive sound sealed outside.